Chapter 2015. In the endless wilderness, the two armies that were crammed together were still charging at each other with all their might. Even if the higher-ups in the demonized homeworld had been wiped out, they showed no signs of stopping, as if it was a death order they received from their highest commander. Even if the suspected highest commander had been killed, they had no intention of stopping that order. The duration of the pull of all things was reduced to 1/10 after being torn apart by the stick. It was so weakened that there was no need to hold it down anymore. After a while, the stick dug out a piece of space around it. Then, it stopped the energy explosion and slowly dissipated. Even the sound of the explosion before it burped was gone. It was not powerful enough. Nuashing held the stick that looked like it was made of clouds and mist and studied it for a while. This thing did not seem to be a physical object. It was not forged by smithing or energy crystallization. It seemed to be, the rhythm of light was made of light that was so condensed that it made people's hair stand on end. This stick was about the same. It was extremely condensed and condensed energy, but it did not crystallize. We stood next to it and looked at it curiously. But after a while, he gave up the idea of looking into it. The stick was not moving at all. He guessed that the stick was not the right model to make it react. Anyway, he had been using the rhythm of light to grind it like a whetstone. It was just that the stick did not move at all when it was pressed down. The energy on its surface did not react at all. It did not give him any face. "Little star, the gift is here." Hearing Blue Phoenix's voice, Nuashing threw the stick to one side and let it float beside her. She turned around and looked. Oh, the black-skinned demonized was now tied up like a brother. C was stepping on the black-skinned demonized back. He pulled the rope tightly with both hands and had a mysterious smile on his face. He seemed to know who tied up the captive they captured before they came out of the eastern region. Shura was caught and pinned to the center of the huge building. The other captives who could still be tied up were gathered around him. They had been hit by Source Beginning's attack and were half dead but not dead. They were still unconscious. Two of them were sneakily opening their eyelids. It seemed that they still wanted to pretend to be unconscious. He slowly looked up at the people in front of him. When he saw that his people were caught again and were being watched by Nuashing and the others like turtles in a jar, he suddenly looked up and laughed. His laughter was inexplicable and complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. "So, once again, I've fallen into your hands again." Shura panted, the corner of his mouth rubbing the black blood that had just fallen on his shoulder. He raised his head and looked at Nuashing, who was slowly walking over. "Then, what do you plan to do? Mr. Guardian of the Will, is it fun to humiliate us time and time again?" "Humiliate?" Nuashing shook her head and stood in front of him. She slowly squatted down so that she was at eye level with him. "I just want to know what I want to know. You're just very unlucky to appear in front of us." Is that so? Is that so?" Shura sneered and turned his head to the side. His body trembled slightly, and he suddenly laughed a few times before he calmed down. "But so what? You don't think that I will obediently cooperate with you and tell you everything? Don't even think about it. It's impossible." Nuashing ignored him and continued. "I'm actually very curious. What are you all doing this for? And what are you all doing this for? I'm talking about your real thoughts and not the bullsh *T Supreme will. If you all can be fooled, then that Supreme will must be quite interesting as well. But now, I'm more interested in your thoughts." "Huh?" Shura raised his head and looked into the pair of beautiful eyes. Staring at the beautiful eyes that were like precious gems, there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He said word by word, no comment. There were some emotions that were almost undetectable other than sarcasm in the pair of black eyes. There was hatred, sadness, and the determination to fight to the death like a beast. Such familiar emotions. He immediately understood that the story he heard from Mutsang Yuan was really related to him. But it was really puzzling. Such a reason, I have long known that it is a heart of hatred that has been ignited for the dead. So, you want to drag the world down with you? Is this your most fundamental motive? Nuashing let out a long breath. Seeing Shura's body tremble slightly and his face become slightly gloomy, he confirmed this point. Boring. I thought it would be something more interesting." Shura's eyes suddenly became cold and filled with killing intent. His face became ferocious like a ferocious beast. He roared at him like a madman. What do you understand about me? How much do you think you know? How much do you think you know? Do you think you understand as much as you know? Do you think you've lived for millions and millions of years and you've understood everything? No. You're just an idiot who thinks you're infallible, who denies everything, who thinks that the world must revolve around you, who thinks that you can push your mistakes onto others, who in the end hate the world for no reason, who even becomes numb to living. You're just like a laughable puppet. Yin Nuoxing grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him. The two pairs of eyes were only a few inches apart. His wide eyes slowly turned from colorful to a deep silver black. A chaotic and crazy aura gradually leaked out from his eyes. You are just a pitiful creature who can't deny yourself. A joke. You can't even look at your own heart. The thought of destroying the world comes one after another. You don't even have the thought of investigating anything. You don't even want to care about the truth. You just want to find someone or something to take the blame for. You want to deny the fact that the matter is related to you. And in the end, you can do whatever you want to do to vent your ridiculous hatred and anger. Look at me directly, son of a bitch. Look at the real resentment, hatred, and hatred that I bear. What a shallow and sad joke. That is your joke. The uncountable negative emotions that were so heavy that a mere demonized soul couldn't bear pierced into his heart like a rain of arrows. His ferocious and furious expression just a moment ago was disintegrated in an instant. Boring. You're also a boring thing. Seeing his eyes suddenly become frightened, lifeless, and desperate, Yin Nuoxing snorted coldly, smacked her lips, turned around, and threw him aside. The silver-black light in her eyes slowly disappeared. Seeing Feng suddenly become angry for no reason, and then inexplicably pull someone up to scold him, and then throw him aside like trash after scolding him. Hui and the others felt really confused. He glanced at Shura, who was so frightened by the sins of the world that he couldn't move. He couldn't help but move to Feng's side. Feng, what happened? Suddenly, oh, it's nothing. Before I left, I got some information from Mutsang Yuan, some records of the past, and I learned about this guy. It's just that. Yin Nuoxing covered her forehead and shook her head. It's nothing. I accidentally remembered some unpleasant things, but it's okay. Hui selectively skipped the middle part and directly asked about Shura. What did Mutsang Yuan say? It happened tens of thousands of years ago, when he led people to become demonized. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the sky. A person related to him died in a city that was destroyed by the demonized. She volunteered to stay behind, and he was responsible for taking the rest of the people out of the city. What happened after that is pretty much needless to say. Huh? Hui was confused, but after thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have understood. Both of them were members of the Great Shrine. After the one at the rear died in the battle, his brain went haywire and he hated the Great Shrine. The reason was that the guards didn't do their job, and so on. Ahaha, it can't be that. Huh? Really? Don't be right. He saw Maple nodding with a strange expression. After he nodded, he jumped up. That brain. How many twists and turns did he make? This is great. He was sitting at home, and thunder came from the sky. He couldn't hate this world, so he blamed the thunder for not striking other places but himself. This. Don't be like this. When he saw that Shura's face was filled with deep hatred, he thought that there was a complicated story of millions of words entangled in it. How could his brain be so dead? Speaking of which, he was still standing together with the demonized life form. That's right. What he hated and vented his anger on was the Great Shrine and the life forms of this world. It had nothing to do with the demonized life form. Forget it. Everyone had their own aspirations. This could not be fixed. The thoughts of life forms. This world was too chaotic. This world is too messy. I heard from Mutsang Yuan that he hadn't found Shura's purpose and the root cause of his change. But in fact, Mutsang Yuan and the others knew about this. They just didn't link this matter to Shura's mutation. But after searching for a long time, there was really no other possibility. I didn't think so at first, until I confirmed it just now. Yin Nuoxing covered her mouth with a pale face. The sins of the world are very sensitive to such negative emotions. I almost vomited after taking a bite. All right. There are people like that. Their thinking is slippery. There are so many of them in the void that they can fill up an entire void region. He knocked his forehead. He saw that Maple was still a little disappointed. Then he asked, "Then what did you think of just now?" "Nothing. It's similar in nature, or it's just a side effect. But it's also about the disappearance of an important person." Yin Nuashing sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, she walked to Shuang and patted her head under her curious gaze. Her eyes were lost in thought. "I hate my own powerlessness, so I took revenge on myself. I took revenge on myself and made myself look like a ghost. I just don't want that scene to happen again." Hui opened his mouth. He felt that he had mentioned something that he shouldn't have. This was the longest revenge in the history of time, and it would last forever. He knew that Maple, this bull's horn, had gone out and would never stop. The things that had disappeared would never come back. So, his hatred could never be quenched. So, his hatred could not find a specific direction. He just hung himself high in the void, ignited himself with the inextinguishable flame, and became a star in the void, burning forever and alone. Then, he stared at all this, temporarily indifferent. No one knew whether it was the speech therapy that broke the Shura's mental barrier or his soul was broken by the sins of the world. Anyway, it didn't take much effort to get everything out of his mind. We felt that something was wrong again. "Wait a minute, Maple. You just mentioned him and nagged about those things. Is it because—" Yin Nuashing turned to look at the slow-witted monster and said helplessly, "What else could it be? It's troublesome to extract the soul of a mid-level premier. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he's an enemy. I don't have to guarantee that he'll be completely safe after extraction. So, I'll just do whatever is convenient and fast. I've never been soft-hearted to my enemies." That's right. How could a guy who is not soft-hearted to himself be soft-hearted to his enemy if it was not for a certain need, such as inducing? It was this result that made them unable to control their expressions, and their faces almost collapsed. They thought that Yin Nuashing just knew the cause and effect of this matter, so she hung up the Black Panther and scolded him to announce the end of this matter. They didn't expect that it was to break the Black Panther's mental barrier. This was really unexpected. Hanging him up and scolding him or beating him up won't hinder the collapse of his mental barrier, right? Won't you be happy doing 2 or 3 things at the same time? Yin Nuashing shrugged at the helpless and speechless people. She waved her hand to Hui, whose face was wrinkled like a mask. "Well, let's see what they're doing. This should be the end of this matter. Even if it's not the end, there's no way to induce him anymore. If there's anything else after this, we'll deal with it ourselves." 2 or 3 things. Everyone suddenly understood. Hanging Azura up and giving him a good scolding, breaking down his mental barrier, and reminding me of some bad things, that's really 2 or 3 things. This is harming the enemy at the expense of himself. 18,000, he really doesn't show any mercy to me. Look at his heart-wrenching expression now. That slightly uncomfortable and calm expression of wanting to smash something. It's really difficult for him. The little angel knew what he was worried about. She sighed softly and floated over to hug him. She skillfully wrapped him with her wings. She looked up and said to Hui and the others through the soul transmission, "It's okay. It'll be done in a while. You guys go ahead." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He squatted down and pressed on Azura's head. It was not difficult to extract his memory. At the moment, his mind was still wandering about what had happened recently. Oh, that part of the messy memory and the memory that was stimulated by Maple with the sins of the world had to be dealt with first. After dealing with this part, they could get some of the information they wanted, such as the seal of the gate. It should be this. We flipped through Azura's memory like flipping through a book. He looked around and said, "The land of dusk, the will of the eternal night." It's the literal meaning. It's not a particularly complicated riddle. To put it simply, this place wasn't called the realm of dusk. Instead, it was a place where there were more than a dozen seals and gates in this land. Those places were called the realm of dusk. As for the will of the eternal night, they temporarily understood it as the supreme will. It was the existence that created this world, and it might be something left behind by that existence. This is what Azura learned from that person. They have removed 7 of the seals of the Land of Dusk, and they can open the gate after killing the remaining 10. But to get rid of the Land of Dusk, we turned his gaze and looked at the 2 groups of things that were still fighting in the wilderness. He could not help but say, first, we have to flatten that group of pure ink sea. They're the guards of the Land of Dusk and the gate. In addition to guarding the Land of Dusk, they will also wander around the whole place casually. This time, they seem to have encountered a group of wandering gate guards. Well, in short, after killing all of the Land of Dusk, the gate will open. We clapped his hands and laughed. It should be the cloud wall that will open. It sounds simple, but it's probably quite troublesome to do. We looked back and forth again and felt that he did not miss anything. He nodded and shouted to the 2 people who were wrapped up in a ball, Maple, we have found the destination and direction. Let's go. Yin, Nuashing squeezed out of the pile of feathers and pulled the little angel over. When she heard we talking about what had just happened in her soul, she suddenly rolled her eyes. Didn't we take action too early? Let them toss around until the end, provoke. Hui smiled bitterly. When he figured out this part of the matter, he already knew. Great, the time to slack off had been reduced. But it did not matter. If they took action themselves, it would be faster. If they let Azura and the others dawdle and use the army to grind against the army, they did not know how long they would have to grind it out. Speaking of this, he pointed to Azura and the others who were thrown aside. What should we do with them? Pack them up and bring them back. Let Mu Tsungyuan and the others deal with them. Yun Nuashing glanced at Azura, who had his mental barrier violently torn open and his memories tormented. His spirit and soul were damaged, and he looked a little silly. She sighed softly. For the time being, the injury can still be cured. In short, we can bring them back when the time comes. They gathered a group of demonized creatures and the defeated soldiers in the northern region, tied them up, put a lot of seals, and threw them into a string as goods on the ship. The first stage of this matter that spanned hundreds of thousands of years should be over. The only thing left was to uncover it now. As for the 2 armies that were still fighting, after losing the control of the Shura's group, the demonized creatures had become much weaker. They would probably be torn to shreds by the shadow-like army in no time. Thus, he decided to ignore them and let them continue fighting. It was not difficult to find the location of the Twilight Realm according to Azura's memory. But this was also because the Twilight Realm near this location was easy to find. As for the Twilight Realm in other locations, well, they had to first find the location in Azura's memory in this place where they could not find the north, south, east, and west. Riding the airship under the gloomy sky, they gradually approached the place called the Twilight Realm. From a high altitude, they could see the whole picture. It was a camp with 2 towers and a pillar-shaped building. Well, it could also be a sentry post. Speaking of which, the pillar-shaped building was a miniature version of the ruins of the last 4 generations. The appearance was exactly the same, except that the ruins of the last 4 generations were green. The 2 towers and the sphere in the Twilight Realm were entirely orange and dim gold. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun when dusk fell. The 2 sentry towers stood at the 2 highest points of the terrain, and one should be able to see tens of thousands of miles away from them. The only 3 buildings were a little dilapidated, with traces of damage left behind by attacks. It was as if there had been a battle here, but it should have been quite a long time ago. At the top of the 2 towers, there was residual light of fireflies. It was very weak, like a firefly alone in the summer night. If one did not pay attention, they might disappear. As for what the light was for, Shura's memory did not mention. It only mentioned how to destroy the 3 buildings. To demolish the 3 buildings, first, we looked down. The ground was crowded with monsters like shadows. They were crowded together like a black sea of shadows. Their movements were like waves and ripples on the surface of the sea. There were so many of them that it was not easy to judge how many there were. They could only see a black sea rolling over and over. Before demolishing the 3 buildings, they first had to clean up the place. The energy of the shadows would protect the three buildings. When Shura and the others destroyed the seven Twilight Realm, they used the demonized creatures to charge and push forward. It took a lot of time to wear down the shadow-like army. In addition to destroying the Sea of Shadows, it took a lot of time just to destroy the three buildings. But it was not difficult for them. Buildings were just buildings. After losing their energy and the protection of the power of order, they had many ways to demolish them. It was still that guy who was killed by Maple. After he came and gave Shura and the others a few pointers, they sped up a little. Then, as soon as they sped up and demolished one Twilight Realm, they were stopped by the wandering gate guards. They went up and caught the guards like batons and gave them a good beating. Maple, go. Hui slapped Maple on the shoulder and pointed at the things below. You go down and destroy them. We'll go and demolish the tower. All right, don't make too much noise. If you make too much noise, those things will probably gather. Just now, there were two waves of things fighting over there, so the fireworks you set off didn't pull more shadows over. Although these things are not a problem, they will provide energy defense for the Twilight Realm. That's troublesome. Yin Nuashing turned and looked at Hui in a daze. She stared at him for a while and said, "So you want me to drag them somewhere else to set off fireworks?" "Well, that's pretty much what I mean." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "But isn't it your job to pull the monsters? Come on, you go and pull the monsters. I'll set off the fireworks. As for this side, Little Hour, Sui Qing, you and Blue Phoenix will demolish the tower." This. We just said two words in a daze. Before he could regain his senses, Yin Nuashing grabbed him and threw him towards the edge of the Sea of Shadows. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy accompanied by billowing dust spread in all directions. Hui landed gracefully on one knee, holding a shield in his left hand and wiping his forehead with his right hand. His face was shining, as if he had made his grand entrance. He saw that the countless shadows in front of him were all looking back and smiling at him nonstop. He had already forgotten that Maple had gone overboard by throwing him out just now. His professional instinct made him immediately hit his shield. "Come and hit me, idiot!" Boom! Boom! Then, a golden light burst out from his body. The cracked shield was smashed into the shadow army like a meteor. Countless shadow monsters exploded into raindrops in the sky. The shadow monsters were constantly flying, spinning, disintegrating, and dissipating. The large shadow monsters crashed to the ground and crushed many of their allies. They struggled and turned over, crushing many of their allies. Then, they charged at the guy who was cursing and running. Yin Nuashing looked at Hui, who was skillfully dragging the army, and shrugged at the stunned crowd. Look, someone's professional instinct is deeply imprinted in his soul. Everyone's cheeks twitched slightly, and they smiled bitterly. Yin Nuashing waved her hand. Then, I'll leave the demolition to you. I'll cooperate with him. When these two fellows charged together, there would be earth-shattering noises at every moment. Everyone watched as the two of them walked further and further away, dragging the sea of ink behind them. The sea of ink receded like an ebbing tide, gradually moving further and further away, gradually revealing the scars hidden in the ground below. It was a ghastly sight. Those were the scars that the guy with the shield had just smashed out. See, you pulled Blue Phoenix, who was a little stunned, and whispered, "Let's go down." Everyone hurriedly put on their expressions and jumped off the ship. Without the guards, the Twilight Realm was very quiet. The energy reaction was much weaker than when they first arrived. It was probably because the defense level of the high level, close to the peak of the Yuansha realm, had dropped to about the mid-level, which is about the level of the Great Yuan realm. They looked at the three buildings in front of them for a while. Just when they were thinking about how to make it more convenient for them to take action, on the other side of the space in the distance, a ball of bright white light suddenly exploded. It was like a new sun rising slowly. The breath of the primordial surged out from the distant place like a storm, and the bright white light illuminated this part of the world. It was really a big movement. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed, and the storm of sound and energy impact reached them only a few seconds later than the light. At the same time, the energy in the three buildings was further reduced. The energy reaction was so low that they didn't need to think about how to take them down. They could deal with it by just waving their hands. Xiao Xiao and Feng Qing Huang almost subconsciously destroyed the two towers. Just when they were about to destroy the building with the ball on top of the pillar, two rays of light suddenly fell from the space beside them. The two people who had just finished setting off the fireworks slowly walked out. Xi was very surprised. She said in the soul communication, "Can we use teleportation in this place?" "No, this is not teleportation. It's just borrowing the power of the primordial to retrieve." "Ah, that's what it means. I left a trace of the primordial's breath on you. When necessary, you could drag me to where you are, or vice versa. It's just moving quickly," Yin Nuoxing quickly explained. Looking at the two towers next to him, rumbling and splashing dust, the aura of the dusk realm also changed. It was as if something was slowly sinking from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Blue Phoenix prepared for a while. She raised the Netherworld ruined sword and was about to smash the ball in front of her. Yin Nuoxing frowned and thought for half a second. She went up to her and held her down. She shook her head at the puzzled Blue Phoenix and said, "Wait, this breath is not right. Something is not right." "What? What's not right?" Hui heard this and immediately went back to the part of the memory that he had just touched. After a while, he scratched his head and said, but they did do that. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. After smashing the entire Twilight Realm, there will be a little reaction. If they don't smash the Twilight Realm, they won't be able to open the door." Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, "What they did is their own business. Their brains are all out of whack. Before we find any evidence or traces to prove that what they did was really serious and not just a random guess, let's pause for a while. This is what a bunch of brainless people do. If we follow them without any evidence, doesn't that mean we are brainless too?" "That's true." Hui pinched his chin and nodded. Looking at the two towers that had turned into dust, his face twitched. He coughed dryly and said, "Anyway, let's look around here and see if we can find anything before those inks come knocking on our door." "Hey, by the way, Feng, do you remember that sentence? It's the sentence that Lu Xiaoqiu translated for us when we first came here." Yin Nuoxing nodded and said, "And wait in the Twilight Realm for the will of the eternal night to descend." "Xiaoqiu, is that right?" Lu Xiaoqiu nodded and said, "Although I don't know what it means." Hui continued to pinch his chin and said, "Wait for the will of the eternal night. What does that mean?" "I don't know. Anyway, let's not talk about how we got the information from them. All they did was destroy things, and it might not be the same as what we really want to do. When you come to my house to play, even if I'm busy, I'll probably ask you to find the key that's hidden at the door. Or at the very least, I'll ask you to climb the window or something. It's impossible that I'll ask you to kick the door open first." Yin Nuoxing began to walk around the pillar in front of her as she spoke. That's true. But what if it really wants us to break in?" Yin Nuoxing's pretty face twitched. "Then it's either seriously ill or problematic. By the way, seriously ill means that it can't move. Well, it's not even breathing. After all, there's an 80% chance that the existence in this world is already dead. It's obviously impossible for it to guide us to break in. As for problematic, there's a problem. It's a problem in all aspects. You're referring to this supreme will. Well, there are many kinds of situations. Although there is an 80% chance of this, there's still a 20% chance that it's still alive." As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he took out the stick held by the white-faced man who had already gone to the reincarnation road to report. "Look at this thing again. It's a fresh breath of the peak of the premiere, right? I really suspect that there will be some big trouble near the end, or at the end. It can't really be that 20%, right? It can't be, right?" Everyone was so scared that they shrank back. Even if this was not said by a certain prophecy emperor, it was scary enough. Chapter 2016. As mentioned before, there was an 80% chance that the creator of this world was already dead, and its death had caused all sorts of problems in this world. First, there was the problem of the concept. Then there was the problem of the mysterious power of demonized energy. And now there was the problem of whether they were opening the door or smashing the door on the way to the realm of consciousness. It was simply ridiculous. He cannot be blamed for being cautious. since the only good news so far was that Frost had finally found the source of the voice that was desperately muttering beside her ears. Everything else was still in the dark. They still had not figured out what was going on with this world. And to understand it, they would have to enter the realm of consciousness and have a chat with the heart of the world. But to enter, they would have to consider whether to smash the door or smash the door. Well, it was actually quite normal to lock the heart of the world of gods. The heart of the world of gods was also locked, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Outsiders would have to break through several layers of barriers to enter, and that would be harder than stepping over the heart of the world. As everyone knew, the heart of the world of gods was a void-level calamity, and to step over it would mean being crushed dozens of times by the void. Only after that would they be able to reach the realm of consciousness, and then be crushed hundreds of times by other calamities of the same difficulty. Such a defense would basically wipe out 9,999% of life, a whole bunch of lives, just that it would not be able to stop those things on the other side. Anyway, it was normal to put the heart of the world in a box, but the realm of consciousness in this place, why did it feel like something was off? This thick defense, this thick barrier that laws and order could not withstand, and now that he realized it, he felt that something was off about the thickness of the barrier. Generally speaking, the thickness of a box's defenses would have to be comparable to the importance of the things inside. It was not like there was a barrier that could stop the cycle of reincarnation just to keep a mosquito inside, right? If there was really such a barrier, even if there was nothing to put inside, they would have to stuff as much as they could inside. Phone, if you keep muttering, are we still going to open the door or not? Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment, and when he turned around, he saw that everyone's faces were strange and a little pale. They were all scared by his nagging. If he continued, there would be a peak primeval screaming and rushing out the moment the door opened, and they did not know how strong the primeval god was. If he really did not die after being imprisoned for more than 10 years, opening the door with a palm was like a lunatic. Open, of course. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. Little Qing and the others are almost here. What are you afraid? As long as this peak primeval god, I am confident. Hui swallowed his saliva and asked with a face full of sweat, what are you sure about? Raise your sword and charge, and knock him down instantly. Yin Nuashing scratched his head and smiled bitterly in the soul transmission. Not to mention the upper realm, we can't even defeat the lower realm. The void front line is not here, and we can't defeat the peak primeval god. We have all our trump cards at home. How can we fight, right? Everyone smiled bitterly. This was a very real answer. But in any case, this door has to be opened. We have really gone through a lot to reach this place. How can we not open the door? Okay, how do we open the door? Hui turned his head and pointed to the Twilight Realm, which only had one pillar left. This has been torn down in two, and there's only one left. What can it do? They had already walked around in a circle, and so far, they had not found anything, not even a little bit. This ball had no internal space. It was just a ball. After walking around, they could only repeat the same sentence over and over again, but they could not understand what this riddle was trying to say. We glanced into the distance, where the attraction of all things exploded. The space had quieted down, and there was energy gathering in the distant space. Although the movement of their gathering was not as great as that of the demonized life. As long as they moved, there would be an invisible pressure gathering little by little, just like standing on the sea and watching the tsunami on the horizon rushing towards you. It was estimated that in a while, they would be able to return to the appearance of the army when they were just dragged out. When they came back and found that their home had been destroyed, they might. Yin Nuashing noticed the direction he was looking at, but he continued to ponder. Ponder my ass, hurry up and move. Don't think about it. According to what I have now, it doesn't matter if it is useful or not. In short, let's give it a try first. It's useless to just stand here and think about it. We turned around and saw Maple walking quickly towards the ball, so he quickly followed beside him. What are your thoughts now? The guardian of the will, the power of the will, plus the light in the real world previously. Do you still remember? Yin Nuashing quickly responded. Oh, of course. I remember when you reflected the whole world. Hui said as he reacted. So you intend to use this strange characteristic to try your luck? Gamble on the power of the will of this world or something. Yin Nuashing nodded slightly. We have to try. What if it doesn't work? Yin Nuashing paused for a second and thought hard for a moment. Smash. We can't really smash it, right? I really feel that this might not be too good. When the two towers collapsed, there was a strange feeling. Didn't you feel it? No, not at all. Everyone shook their heads hard, which made Yin Nuashing even more distressed. He tried to tell them what he felt personally to persuade them. It's like that. Seeing that everyone had a slight headache and were ready to receive his magical speech, Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and changed his words. The feeling of being slapped into the sea and choking to death, and the heart and lungs suddenly stopping in an instant. This normal yet subtle speech made everyone stunned. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the feeling of death? It was just that the feeling of death was really about to die, and this was about dying. Moreover, it was indeed frightening to hear. At least, it made the idea of tearing down the Twilight Realm in their hearts fade away. In short, while they were talking, they had already walked to the front of the building at the top of the pillar. Yin Nuashing did not need to prepare. He directly rushed forward and pressed his palm on the nearest pillar. The power of his will suddenly surged into the building in front of him. Everyone held their breath and waited for a few seconds, a dozen seconds, half a minute, 2 minutes later, we let out a long breath. Seeing that everyone was looking at each other with strange expressions, he didn't know whether to laugh or have a headache. He couldn't help but say, "Feng, don't hold it in anymore." Yin Nuashing's stiff expression suddenly collapsed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Then there's really no way out." Ning Fei, who had been paying attention to the movements of the shadow army in the distance, looked at the vast wave rushing over in the distance and hurriedly reminded, "Mr. Feng, Mr. Hui, those monsters are almost back. Do you want to fight them?" Hui glanced at the massive black tsunami that had already condensed a crazy level of impact force, then turned back to look at Maple, who was still unwilling to give up. He nodded and shouted through his soul, "Get ready to fight. Give this guy some time to come out and let him." Just as everyone heard the first half of the sentence and warmed up and prepared to fight, the sky quickly darkened in a short 5 seconds. The dusky sky was occupied by an even darker light, interrupting everyone's warm-ups. I Ching and the others who were preparing to rush out of the energy tower and gather were all stunned. In the Twilight Realm, a black light beam suddenly rushed into the sky from the ruins of the towers on the left and right. The light of darkness, was as dark as the sea of ink, but this light was washed clean of the smell of madness. It was just quietly releasing light. The two strong black lights rose into the sky and dyed the dusky sky with a layer of thick darkness. It was like a layer of pure black curtain blocking all the light from the sky, making this part of the world even darker. Everyone could only see a small area around them from the weak energy light released by each other. Crack! The sound of rolling stones attracted everyone's attention. Under the dark beam of light, the towers that had been turned into wreckage seemed to have gone back in time. They slowly stood up from the ruins. Under the control of the energy, countless wreckage quickly floated into the air and slowly rotated around the center of the ruins. Sand and dust gathered and turned into small pieces. Under the guidance of the energy, they accurately found their original positions and quickly returned to their original positions one by one, quickly repairing the wreckage that was full of cracks. In less than half a minute, the two towers that were tens of thousands of feet tall once again appeared in their perception. Due to the darkness, they could only vaguely see a part of a huge object appear in that position. At the same time, the light of darkness released from the top of the towers became even more intense, even slightly suppressing the light of energy released by everyone, causing the world to become completely dark, and they could not even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. Yin Nuashing was also stunned by the movement for a while. When the darkness completely covered this part of the space, she began to softly murmur, waiting for the will of the eternal night to descend. Is it that simple? Or am I thinking too much of this? Hui first informed little Qingzi and the others when he saw the unexpected situation. Then, he said to Foam, "The eternal night is here. Where's its will?" "Oh, I don't know. Seems like it's not over yet." Yin Nuoxing turned to look in the direction of the two towers and said with uncertainty, "Or is this the embodiment of its will?" Hui thought hard and hurriedly said loudly, "No matter what, let's hurry up and retreat. Those things will come back soon. We can't tell if they will cause any trouble now." Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and shouted, "Our eyes and senses are all blind. Anyway, everyone rush out in one direction and gather outside." Everyone nodded and scattered in all directions like exploding fireworks. In a place that was so dark that even they couldn't be light bulbs, they ran out in the darkness. The process was very smooth. "Ow, Ningfei, you bumped into me. Why are you squeezing in with me? You go left. I go right. Retreat. Dong. TSK. Shouldn't you all go left when facing me?" Well, it didn't seem to be going well. Listening to the sound of knocking on the head, the two must have been in pain. This echo was not even as loud as a watermelon. When everyone left the umbral realm and gathered from all directions, the two brothers, one holding his forehead and the other holding his chin, came out in a sorry state. Their faces were full of pain, and looking at them, puffed. Although they shouldn't laugh, they really looked like they were in pain. Cough, cough. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. Little Qingzi, who was a step late, found the right place and pounced toward them. He glanced at the black curtain in front of him and then looked at the black tsunami that was about to approach. He whistled and said, "Everyone is looking for the other Twilight Realms based on the clues you gave us. We have already found 2 places. Together with this place in front of us, we already have a clear location. Someone has already gone to the remaining Twilight Realms to check out the situation." "Oh," Hui nodded in response. Thinking of the scene of the debris being rebuilt, he said, "By the way, get someone to check out the situation of the 7 demolished Twilight Realms. Maybe they can be salvaged." "Understood." We turned to look at Feng, who was staring at the Twilight Realms in a daze. "Feng, is there anything else unusual?" Yin Nuoxing tilted her head slightly and looked at the tsunami that was tens of thousands of feet high that was about to reach the Umbral Realm. She stared at it for a while until she saw that it had returned to the area shrouded in the long night. After waiting for a while and finding nothing unusual, she turned and shook her head. Nothing. Let's go to the next place." When they left, no one noticed that a faint white light suddenly lit up in the Umbral Realm. It was as if they were staring at the night sky, watching the dark clouds in the sky become thinner and dissipate bit by bit until countless bright stars appeared in the sky and covered the night sky. The Twilight Realms and other places were no different. They were still in the shape of 2 towers and a sphere. As the Twilight Realms were lit up in the same way, they also roughly drew a map of this space. After all, there was a precedent in the Silent Wasteland. They also checked the arrangement of the Twilight Realms here as preparation in advance. However, they did not find anything strange. The arrangement of the Twilight Realms was very casual. It felt like they had grabbed 17 beans and scattered them on the map, and then, with a click, they set up the place and built it. Well, that was the conclusion that everyone came to after looking at the map for a while. Using the same method to let Hui distract the Shadow Army, Yin Nuoxing waited for him to light up the Twilight Realms when he pulled them far enough away. After they found that they could cut off the connection between the Twilight Realms and the Twilight Realms by dragging them far enough away, they did not even bother to fight the monsters. At this time, they had lit up 4 Twilight Realms and repaired the 7 destroyed Twilight Realms while they were at it. The fact that the 2 towers and the sphere could be put back together was a little ridiculous and a little unbelievable. If it were not for the Shadow Army still guarding the place, he might have given up the idea of repairing the Twilight Realms. In fact, the repair had nothing to do with him at all. He just needed to stick there and throw out his power of will, and the 3 buildings would be rebuilt by themselves. It looks like some kind of self-repairing node. When the 7 Twilight Ruins was rebuilt and the light of darkness descended from the sky, Little Xiao suddenly spoke softly. Seeing that everyone was looking at her curiously, she explained softly, They're engraved in the conceptual layer of the rules, or in the rules and structures of kind of domain. The rules, concepts, and structures are indestructible. Even if the body has collapsed, it can be reformed. Such arrangements are common on the battlefield, but here, Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. This place was on the way to the realm of consciousness. Putting a lot of combat nodes in this place was probably the same as burying a mine in your yard. From the yard to the gate, you would have to go through a round of mines. Speaking of which, this place was indeed on the way to the realm of consciousness. But this arrangement, if one were to say that it was meant to make a road, no, it did not look like it. It looked more like a war zone. The buildings in the Twilight Realms that he had seen before were also somewhat damaged by the battle, cracked, and falling to the ground. After repairing the last Twilight ruins, everyone retreated outside and waited quietly for Hui, who was dragging a lot of shadows outside, to come back. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the latter landed in front of everyone with a strange look on his face. He looked at the tsunami in the distance and could not help but say, "These things are weird. I dragged them for a few rounds and finally found something wrong. Is it your turn to encounter something unusual this time?" Yin Nuoxing joked. Hui smiled bitterly. "It seems that after you activated the Twilight Realms, they went out of control. No matter how much I taunted them over there, they ignored me and just rushed back like moths to a flame. God knows what's going on." Yin Nuoxing watched as the tide rolled in a crazy aura. It only took a few seconds for it to approach from afar. Every time, he would stare at them as they rushed into the dark area before turning around to leave. However, he did not seem to notice anything unusual. This time, he also watched the black tsunami return to the Twilight Realms as if it was returning to its nest and completely disappeared inside. Like shadows blending into the darkness, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. Only then did Yin Nuoxing set off to the next Twilight Realms. After completely lighting up all 17 Twilight Realms, standing in the sky and scanning the world, it did not take much effort to see a black cube at the other end of the space in the distance. It was particularly conspicuous under the dim sky. That's it. Yin Nuoxing looked at the last area that he had lit up, looked around, and also looked at the other black areas in other directions. There was silence between heaven and earth. Nothing happened. There was no surge of energy, no vision. The concept layer of rules was still dead silent, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of willpower. He could not help but look at Hui, who had his arms crossed and seemed a little distressed. Is there anything else? For example, did they say what will appear after they tear down the Twilight Realms? There's no other reminder. Hui shook his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his thoughts shot out like an arrow. Yes, the Twilight Realms have been dealt with. There should be some movement at the gate. Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly and was a little suspicious. He was not suspicious of Hui, but he was suspicious of the place that had done too many things. Is it really that easy? I keep feeling that, or am I really overcomplicating things? Well, there's nothing else we can do now. At worst, we can just treat it as unlocking the wrong door. Even if it's wrong, we have to look at the situation of the gate and observe what went wrong. Hui waved his hand with a relaxed look. He turned and pushed Maple towards the huge cloud wall in the distance, bursting with dark thunder. After all, there are 17 keyholes here. If you say they're going to cause more trouble, I'll believe it. So, let's go and see if there's any movement at the gate. Yin Nuoxing sighed and nodded. Anyway, they had indeed used up all the clues that they could use. Before they found new clues, they could only go there and see what the situation was before they made plans. It was not a good idea to just stand there and do nothing. Ling, wait a minute. Just as everyone was about to follow, they suddenly heard Xiao Shi shout. They subconsciously turned around and saw her raising her finger to the dark curtain in front of them. They curiously leaned back. Then they saw that in the dark curtain, there were billions of stars twinkling little by little, almost dyeing the whole curtain white. The dense light spots twinkled irregularly and agitated, like hearts hanging high in the starry sky. They appeared for a while and began to spontaneously gather together. The neighboring stars dragged their tracks and merged with each other to become a bigger ball of light, and the small lights would also take the initiative to merge into the bigger star. The whole process was accelerating. They watched as the stars gathered faster and faster towards the center. Finally, the brilliance of the hundreds of millions of stars condensed into a single star. The moving starlight could tear apart the barrier of the dark curtain and illuminate the dim world as bright as the polar day. It was as if there was really a star in the dark curtain that was releasing dazzling brilliance. At the moment when it burned most vigorously and released the strongest light, it expanded violently. The dazzling light made everyone cover their eyes. Then, it suddenly dissipated, and the light that illuminated this place disappeared in an instant, and the world returned to darkness. We put down the hands that were covering his eyes and blinked a few times to adjust to the darkness here. He looked at the surroundings that had returned to normal and looked at the curtain that had become pitch black again. He scratched his head and asked, "What was that just now?" Xiao Shi whispered softly, "Consciousness, the light of consciousness." Consciousness. Hui pinched his chin and could not help but mutter, "The will of the long night." Could it be referring to Yin Nuoxing widened her eyes slightly and suddenly said, "The gate. Go to the gate." Hui was startled by this sudden voice. He turned around and saw Feng's shocked expression. His face twitched. "Don't make it seem like there's a ghost suddenly, okay?" The shadow of the past. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and nodded lightly. "It's indeed a ghost. It just escaped." Somehow, he felt that this world was a little too full of ghosts, causing them to be so shocked. Moreover, if it was someone else who was shocked, even if they weren't sick, they would be seriously ill from the shock. Without saying anything, they quickly went to the place where the cloud wall was hovering. This time, when they came here again, the crystal storm that exuded a deadly aura had stopped spinning. It fell from the crystal form to the normal cloud-like energy form and quietly floated in this space. It seemed to have solidified. The flashing energy lightning and the storm inside had subsided. Even the rolling thunder in the sky had unknowingly retreated to the side and no longer made any sound. At the bottom of the solidified storm, they saw a shining white temple gate made of energy crystals. There was nothing around it except for the towering temple gate that stood alone on the ground. They were very sure that there was absolutely no such thing here just now. The bottom of the solidified and subsided storm seemed to have dissipated, revealing a gate. If they were not mistaken, it should be the gate that led to the realm of consciousness. Landing in front of the gate, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and said to little Qing, "Anyway, you guys first set things up here. Well, set things up as you can. Set things up according to the standard of lunacy. The more lunacy, the better." "Okay, I understand. This is the last step. Something must happen." I Ching smiled and nodded. Just as he turned around, he saw that everyone had already taken out the energy towers and magic arrays. He could not help but laugh dryly. It seemed that everyone knew that this was the last moment and was desperately preparing. Yin Nuoxing and Hui walked at the front. The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. They were ready to push open the door, made of energy crystals together. The scattered light from the inside made everyone squint their eyes. When the light dissipated, a light hall made of crystals appeared in front of them. It was different from the dark and gloomy sky outside. This hall was really bright. It was as if the reason why the whole space was dark was because all the light was gathered in this hall. The floor and walls of the hall made of crystals weren't particularly smooth, and the ground was particularly uneven. Walking 2 steps too fast would cause one to sprain one's ankle. Every single energy crystal on the floor and walls reflected an image. It seemed similar, but it wasn't. These were all scenes that had happened in the real world, but they weren't scenes of this moment. The images reflected weren't scenes that they were familiar with. Then, these should have happened in the past and were recorded by the World Core. They were scenes that belonged to history. At the center of the hall was a huge white crystal that was 7 to 8 meters tall and resembled a small mountain. It was a thick white and not transparent, and at the bottom of the mountain-like crystal stood 5 humanoid silhouettes made of white light. Just like the light chasers, their entire bodies were emanating white light. What surprised everyone was that they actually saw those shadow lords of the past. Condensation of consciousness. Little Xiao murmured softly in spiritual transmission the moment he saw them. Just like us, just like when we were in the soul-subduing ring. Just bigger. Their condensation of consciousness formed from trillions of consciousnesses. Their restless consciousnesses have never calmed down. He had already said that this world was haunted. There were ghosts everywhere. Chapter 2017. Come to think of it, there were more than a dozen people standing in a room, but in fact there were countless consciousnesses gathered here. Just the thought of them being stared at by countless consciousnesses gave him goosebumps. He could not help but shudder and want to turn and run. Well, he was not afraid of ghosts. At this level, he was not afraid of ghosts. They had hundreds of ways to explain the hundreds of types of ghosts they had seen. In fact, they were just another type of life form. According to their definition, as long as there was a consciousness or a soul, as long as one was still strong and enduring, it could be regarded as a life form. Besides, all the fear in the void was due to the lack of firepower. He often carried the number one killer weapon in the void of order and ran around. He was not worried about the lack of firepower, but he was a little worried that the firepower was too strong and would accidentally destroy the world of order. However, it was one thing not to be afraid of ghosts, but to see hundreds of millions of ghosts staring at them. That was horrifying. That was not fear, it was fear. Suddenly rushing out from the corner of a wall in the middle of the night and yelling at others could also frighten others to the point that their screams could fill the entire street. Why did it feel like there were people staring at them while they were talking? So you could not help but say, "This room is full of people." Everyone was speechless. Don't say any more. Their backs were already frozen. You pulled Little Star's hand and asked, "Little Star, how many people are here?" Yin Nuoxing's face was covered in cold sweat. She thought about the question seriously and blurted out, "Strictly speaking, there are only 2 people in this room." Everyone was sweating profusely. After thinking for 2 seconds, they turned to look at Lu Xiaoqiu and Reed. Yes, strictly speaking, these 2 were the only people in the room. The rest of the people in the room were not human, being stared at by everyone. The 2 of them were drenched in cold sweat. Their hearts were spooked, and they almost stopped breathing. They felt that the atmosphere in the room had changed. Look at the things standing in this room. A group of energy life forms, 5 consciousnesses. Of course, they were essentially countless consciousnesses, and 2 people. In this situation, the 2 people seemed a little out of place, as if they had just come in randomly. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and ended this round of thinking. She turned to look at the 5 people standing at the foot of the Crystal Mountain. They were the same as when they were young. Back then, in order to maintain the seal in the deepest space of the soul-subduing ring, the inheritors gathered their souls together to strengthen the seal. The 5 shadow lords in front of her might have fused together for some purpose. That purpose, perhaps it had something to do with him staying here. He had just seen the shadow lords darting out of the black curtain and coming here, but he could not tell which of the 5 people it was. They were completely unrecognizable. They were all figures cast by white light. They were about 2 meters tall, and he could not tell whether they were male or female. Well, they were not the same as the 2 shadow lords he had seen before. He could barely tell the gender of the 2 shadow lords. The 5 in front of him were probably part of the blurry body because they had fused with too many consciousnesses. That was it. That's it. That's all these 5 people looked like. Yin Nuoxing looked at the 5 people for a while and decided to give up thinking and walk forward. Hui instinctively reached out to grab it, but he did not touch it. He could only bite the bullet and walk forward. The others also followed behind with various expressions. They were all mentally prepared. When Yin Nuoxing was 2 meters behind them, the 5 people slowly turned around. The consciousnesses in the middle lowered its head and focused on Yin Nuoxing, who was looking up at it. It spoke softly. The voice transmitted by the consciousnesses had some heavy energy vibrations in it. It was impossible to tell whether it was a male or female voice. Friends from the outside world, I would like to pay my respects to you for everything you have done for this world. Thank you for stopping the world from falling step by step into the abyss. Yin Nuoxing and the rest were slightly shocked. He was expressionless and said, "You know where we came from? We already knew from the moment you came. Our compatriots, wandering in the space of this world, have also communicated with you. We have also observed your situation from afar. We know that you're not the ones who bring destruction, but we can't make any response. We can only pray and hope that you, the wind from the outside world, can bring a glimmer of hope to this world that is on the verge of destruction, said the consciousnesses who spoke first. Yin Nuashing pressed his face in a daze. Their compatriots wandering in the space of this world. Ah, could it be those shadows of the past? It seems very possible. It then turned its attention to Lu Xiaoqiu and Li De. There was a hint of emotion in its dull voice. I would also like to pay my respects to you, my compatriots. We are very gratified to see that you have not given up and have been fighting. The last struggle that we made back then seems to be not in vain. The time has finally come to an end. Lu Xiaoqiu and Li De did not understand what was going on. She quickly moved to Feng Ling's side and said incoherently, "This, what is it saying?" "It's saying?" Yin Nuashing patted her shoulder and raised his head to look at the 5 consciousnesses in front of him. They are the residents of this world, your ancestors. Let me make it clear, they are the lives of the previous generations, dozens of generations, they were also alive. Do you understand? Actually, this explanation made him a little worried. To suddenly point at a group of white silhouettes and say, "Look, these are your ancestors, any normal person would probably have started cursing. A hot-tempered person would probably have given him a left hook, even if that would break his own hand. Anyway, as an inhuman, an ultimate inhuman, he did not find it unacceptable. It was probably because he had been removed from the group of void derivatives and became a class of his own. Well, this kind of troublesome matter still needed to be solved by themselves." Looking at Xiaoqiu's blank expression, and then at Sir Bird's, pinching his face to check if it was a dream, it seemed that they still needed some time to calm down. In short, this matter should be solved by themselves. They might have some things to say to each other, just like how an elder would give instructions to the younger generation. Since it was rare for them to meet, even if there was nothing going on, they could still find something to talk about. As for them, they found another consciousnesses and walked to the side to continue their discussion. Some things were still intermission and had not ended yet. "So, your current state is..." Yin Nuashing scanned the other consciousnesses from head to toe. "All the warriors who died in this world will return to this place." The voice of the other consciousnesses was softer, and there was a sense of overlapping layers. Once this was also a battlefield. After the warriors died, their consciousness would return to this place and continue to fight. This is not what we wanted. However, if we did not deal with it this way, this world might have been destroyed in that battle that lasted for countless years. Sure enough, this place used to be a battlefield, but the battle had ended a long time ago. Many of the traces had been cleaned up by the concept of rules. Yin Nuashing crossed her arms and nodded slightly as the answer confirmed their previous thoughts. "Then, where were all of you before this? From the day the Supreme Will fell asleep, we could no longer fight for a long time. Our consciousnesses that were defeated and killed in battle will be blessed by the power left behind by the Supreme Will and become the consciousness puppets that you have seen." Puffed. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water, his face full of shock and astonishment. That group of shadows? It nodded slightly, and everyone was stunned. They really did not expect that they had smashed a large group of them. Although they knew that the army of shadows was guarding the Twilight Realm and the Gateway, they really did not think that way. As if it understood what they were thinking, it let out a faint laugh. "Don't worry. Our consciousness, our will never die. Even if we die again, even if there is a crack in our complete consciousness, even if we become fragments, the fragments will fuse with the fragments. We will never die." Yin Nuashing's face twitched a few times. Those weird willpower puppets were probably put together like that. This fighting style that could stand up and continue to fight until the will completely dissipates is really tragic. Speaking of which, we have to thank you for reactivating the Twilight Realm, allowing us to completely awaken from our long stupor. We have been wandering in the wilderness in a daze for a long time, rarely waking up. We even forgot when we became willpower puppets and did not know when the war here ended. We only know that when we woke up, the war was already over. When the last warrior had become a willpower puppet, the war was completely out of control, and only the obsession that pervaded the entire realm and refused to give up persisted, fighting for us until everything came to an end. At this time, under the influence of the supreme will, we were able to wake up and become one to speed up the recovery. A complete and strong consciousness can help to repair the broken and weak consciousness, allowing everyone to recover. We use this method to lick our wounds and persevere until today. Even if some could not hold on and their consciousness was worn to the limit and had no choice but to fall behind, we will never give up, never stop. So tragic. We could not help but lower his head and sigh. What a tragic history of disaster and resistance. He sighed and shook his head, looking at it, and asked, "What are your enemies?" "Well, you have already seen them and have cleaned up a lot. Those dregs of the demonized life forms." "Exactly." It sighed softly and looked up. "Those are the dregs of this world, and they have existed both here and outside since the beginning. At first, we had to deal with the pressure of the concept layer and the real world at the same time, sacrificing 95% of the world's life forms to resist the attack of the first generation. At that time, they were far more powerful than they are now. Dregs." Yin Nuashing repeated the word. They who joined the demonized life forms also said that the life forms of this world are dregs. What does that mean? Because we came from the same source. It shrugged and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others who were staring at it with a "you must be joking" expression. It said calmly, "However, to be more specific, this world originated from the creation of the supreme will. The dregs are just foreign things that have eroded the supreme will. The abnormal things that were born from the supreme will are also part of the characteristics of the supreme will. Therefore, we can barely be considered as having the same origin, but they are just a bunch of irrational compatriots that will only endlessly spread destruction throughout the world. Therefore, we need to get rid of them, and they also think the same way. We both see each other as dregs." Yin Nuashing's eyes narrowed. "Therefore, when the demonized energy condenses to a certain degree, I can feel a very weak sense of familiarity from it. Because of this reason, because the two of you are actually partially connected, the source that I am familiar with is still the energy of the supreme will. Foreign things." He murmured and fell into deep thought. He subconsciously said, "What kind of foreign things can make a peak premiere have such a cracking change? We don't know." It shook its head slightly. "We actually don't have much interaction with the supreme will. It is always very busy and can't put too much thought into this world. This part of memory comes from an earlier consciousness before the foreign things appeared. Their remnant fragments of consciousness have always been floating here, remaining here. When we found them, it was already during the war, and they were so weak that they were about to completely dissipate. At that time, we guessed that they had actually resisted the initial attack of the dregs, delaying the disaster in this world, giving us time to prepare." "A precautionary measure?" Yin Nuashing frowned. "You can't have predicted the disaster before it happened. That's not the case. It's because this world is actually not a complete and suitable environment. They stayed here and helped the world to go through a deeper evolution in the conceptual level of the rules. As just said, they resisted the initial attack and used the power of the supreme will to transform this area into a war zone. Now, all traces of the past have disappeared, and only the twilight realm is left." Everyone came to a realization. They had almost forgotten that the structure of this world was actually weird. The existence had forgotten to eliminate the rules of life when it created the world. A world that was specially designed for a certain purpose was actually not very suitable for life. Even though they were born with great strength and were pushed by the existence to finally take shape and survive stubbornly, it still could not change the fact that this world was not suitable for life. It was not a problem to let the life of this world fix this. As for how to fix it, the existence might not know as much as the life of this world. What they could come into contact with in this world was only the second half of history until now. The part that they could tell was the first half of history that was completely untraceable. They could only listen to this part as a story to fill in their knowledge and let them know how the world became like this step by step. So, the biggest problem is still the foreign things that are the source of the disaster. Hui hugged his arms and breathed out a long breath. There are not many things that can do this, but so far, we don't seem to have any. He turned to look at Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing. The two of them shook their heads slightly. He then looked at Maple, who shrugged at him. Yes, they did not feel the presence of the chaotic energy at all. This group of foul things would not hesitate to show their existence when they corrupted the world. They could not wait to carve the mark of the chaotic void in every inch of space in the whole world. If they had really corrupted this world and that existence, it would not be so peaceful. The group of demonized creatures did not have the presence of the chaotic energy, or else Maple would not have been so quiet until now. There was no life in the current void that could react more strongly than him when they saw the chaotic energy. He would definitely be fully armed and clamoring to destroy the chaos wasteland. Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "Do you think the Supreme will of your family?" It turned to look at the small mountain of crystals. "The Supreme will maybe sleeping where the heart of the world is." Hui was stunned and his eyes widened. "Wait a minute. Isn't this the space between consciousness?" "Oh, right, I did not see the heart of the world from the beginning. Oh, the heart of the world is hidden in a deeper space." It scratched its head. This should be the arrangement of the Supreme Will itself. In their memories, the space between consciousness is like this. In the broken memories, there are a few scenes where they opened the real space and went to the heart of the world. Everyone was speechless. The guy either has persecutory paranoia or has the same idea. Why does the whole space between consciousness have to be stacked so many layers here? Isn't this defense a little too heavy? I'm not done. What I mean is if the Supreme Will still exists. It was silent for a moment. If it or its will still exists, it should be, and can only be, in there. About that, we think it's 80% likely that it's already dead. Didn't the concept layer of laws also suffer the impact of its fall? We cannot help but say, although it might not be nice to say that the creator of another's creation had died in front of others, he felt that they should be able to accept it. That is indeed the case. On the day it fell into a deep slumber, the layer of laws and concepts was impacted, with parts of the laws and concepts being permanently damaged. Before they could repair themselves, foreign entities had already descended upon this place, something that happened at the same time. It turned its head to look at the small white mountain. However, we can still feel that in this world, its weak aura still remains in this world, so we still have the extravagant hope that it is still alive. If it is really alive, it can only be there, sleeping there. Perhaps it is just our obsession and reluctance to leave. We have never dared to confirm it. Yin Nuashing looked at Shuang Shuang, who was staring at the small white mountain with burning eyes. She pulled Shuang Shuang's hand and let her calm down for a while. Then she turned to look at it. "Then we will go and confirm it for you. If that foreign being is still entangled with it and is inside, it's best that you don't come into contact with it. We can hold on for the time being. We should be able to hold on." It fell silent for a moment, and the light on its body surged slightly. Perhaps the countless consciousnesses inside were communicating with each other. Then it exchanged glances with the other consciousnesses, as if communicating with each other. After a while, it nodded slightly and said, "Yes." Moreover, it has been too long. Apart from confirming the situation of the World Core, it is also time for us to calm down our uncertainties. No matter what the outcome is, we should face it head on. Please go and take a look for us. Phew! Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. If they really did not want to open the door, they could not do anything to them. The defense of this place was not something that could be broken through just by smashing the door. It was good that they could come to an agreement. After all, they did not come with bad intentions. They just wanted to know the cause and effect of some things so that they could solve Shuang Shuang's problem. Now, they were finally going to open the door. They were finally going to know what it was that kept nagging at Shuang Shuang for hundreds of years. When they finished talking, Lu Xiaoqiu and Uncle Bird had also learned about what happened in this world and what they were going through now from the four consciousnesses. They saw that the two of them were surprised, shocked, confused, and silly. They looked like they had lost control of their expressions. They knew that they could not completely withstand the shock. However, there was still time. They could slowly accept it. You guys have come to an agreement as well. We shouted at them. He first looked at the consciousnesses. What are you guys going to do next? I mean, after our business is over. Do what we've been doing. Thanks to you guys, it's time to announce the end of this matter. Although it may take some time before it happens. The consciousnesses in the middle spread out their hands. But there's already hope, isn't there? But we'll talk about that later. It led the other consciousnesses and turned to look at the hill-shaped crystal. We'll open the door now. I'll leave the rest of you guys. Oh. Yin Nuoxing walked to Lu Xiaoqiu and Uncle Bird. She looked at them, who were still confused. Have you figured it out? Not at all. Not at all. Leader rolled his eyes. My brain is still bloated. There are so many things. My worldview is a little shaken. It's about to crack. But give me some time. I should be able to stabilize it. Yin Nuoxing remembered something. Did you tell them about what happened in the southern, chaotic lands? Those who have lost their past. They said it's because of the residue. Lita took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It's been too long. Even the toughest soul and consciousness would be worn down. They're just the part that changed. It said that similar things happened in their time. But due to the pressure of life and death in that time, the warriors who lost their past would still continue to fight. It's just that they had forgotten why they were fighting. Sad words. Lu Xiaoqiu whispered softly. Forgetting why they live, why they fight, why they resist. What you've forgotten, just fill it up. Yin Nuoxing turned her head and whispered, wear and tear is not permanent. Just carve a new mark on yourself. Before you completely forget everything, let yourself carve everything. This is an eternal topic. Those who can't resist their own wear and tear mostly use this method to deal with it. Lu Xiaoqiu was confused. She looked at Feng Ling's calm face and could not help but ask. Then, Feng Ling, how did you fight it? Us? We don't have such worries. Yin Nuoxing shook her head. Everything about our existence is carved into our soul and structure. Unless reincarnation, nothing can wear away everything about us. But even reincarnation won't be so easy to wear away. Ah, speaking of which, you know about us. Lu Xiaoqiu shook her head. No. Well, I know, but I'm not sure. I just heard from them that you're friends from the outside world, here to help clean up the mess in this world. That excuse. Well, it's not a big problem. Aren't they just holding the demonized life forms down and beating them to death? Something like that, although it's actually just a matter of convenience. Yin Nuoxing scratched her cheek and looked away. If the road ahead is clear, the rest can be solved easily. With them around, the matter in this world will be a lot easier. Well, according to our original plan, if this world still can't quiet, when we're done, we'll let it quiet. But now, well, since it only needs time to solve it, then we'll leave it to you. After all, casually interfering in the affairs of other worlds will more or less have some unstable effects, and we don't know if it's controllable. Lita looked up at her. Can you be more straightforward? Settle your own family's matters by yourself. If you really can't settle it, then we'll lend a hand. Now that you guys can settle it, then settle it by yourselves. Yin Nuoxing placed his hands on his hips and said righteously, this is to not affect the development of your family's world. We've always handled it this way. Unless it's a matter of life and death, we won't interfere forcibly. But the aftermath is troublesome. Not only us, but you'll also be in trouble. When the time comes, we'll have to force the matter into your mouth like pouring medicine. You won't be able to handle it. Lu Xiaoqiu and Lita smiled bitterly. They could understand the answer. Friends, the gate has been opened. The rest of the road is up to you. The voice behind her made Yin Nuoxing turn her attention slightly. She raised her hand and patted Lu Xiaoqiu on the shoulder. Well, we still have something to do here, so we'll take our leave for now. You can continue to communicate. Wait for us for a while. When this matter is over, we'll send you back. Lu Xiaoqiu stuck out her tongue. You still remember. Of course. We've made a promise. We won't just throw it away. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and turned around with a smile. In front of the hill of crystals, there was an oval white portal that was about 10 feet tall. It had a somewhat profound aura. Judging from the aura of the rules and concepts that leaked out, they could confirm that the world core was indeed inside. Finally, it's time. Hui stood beside him and looked at the portal that caused a faint vortex to appear in the surrounding space. He crossed his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. I feel that it's extraordinarily tiring to go out this time. It's even more tiring than going to AI Hongyun's place. After all, we've been confused by this strange world. Yin Nuoxing knocked on her forehead and waved her hand. Then we'll go in. Shuang Shuang could not wait any longer. She grabbed his hand and rushed into the portal. Everyone smiled bitterly. This girl was so anxious that she could fly. Chapter 2018. This was a space with a very flowery setting. It was as if green, red, blue, and purple paint had been splashed all at once, and then a brush had been used to draw the four colors together to create a scene that resembled flowing water. It was a scene of colors mixing and gradually changing. All of the colors flowed towards a barely visible point in front of them, making it seem like a three-dimensional painting. However, as they slowly walked forward, they were unable to actually get close to that point. This picturesque scene was everywhere. As they walked forward, this space would spin like a kaleidoscope. They were standing on top of a cloud, and the cloud only existed in a small area beneath their feet. At most, it would extend for 2 or 3 meters. However, for every meter that they walked forward, the cloud would extend for another meter, and a portion of the cloud behind them would disappear as well. It looked as if they were being carried forward by the cloud. Shuang Shuang kept pulling him along as they jogged forward. As he was being pulled along, he hurriedly looked around at this space. There wasn't much else here, and the layout of the rules and concepts was extremely high level. Judging from the traces of this layout, this space should be a box. Speaking of which, the space of consciousness was already a box to begin with, and it had even added another layer of boxes to it. And the space outside the space of consciousness was still another layer of boxes. A box within a box within a box. This Supreme will really knew how to have fun. See, you pulled Blue Phoenix along as she followed behind them. She looked around at this space and couldn't help but comment. That Supreme will is quite sentimental. How are you able to see the sentimental nature of this chaotic painting? Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. He could only see something that he didn't understand. Yep, at any rate, he couldn't understand and was greatly confused. That's because I can't understand anything. Normally, there's a special meaning behind creating something that others can't understand, yet seems so powerful. However, it's also possible that this is just a random painting, and it's sentimental to me. See, you twirled her fingers as she explained. In any case, we're the ones who don't understand. Not it, right? That sounds reasonable. They stepped on the clouds and ran forward for a considerable distance, so far that they could not help but think that this was a place with infinite space. Finally, they saw something different in the space in front of them. They had arrived at the end of the painting. All the flowing colors became turbulent here, and the light and scenery appeared to be partially distorted. They all gathered at the edge of a circular exit that was about 10 meters in size in front of them. The space did not continue to extend behind them, and they had reached the end. Everyone looked at each other and walked towards the exit with an uneasy feeling. The more strange the layout of this place was, the more uneasy they felt. After stepping out of the exit, they arrived at a place that was completely different from the previous tunnel. The sky was a soft pink, and it blended in with the light of the setting sun or the rising sun. The soft white clouds were dyed with light pink and orange, and the space below them was filled with light pink and orange. It made them feel as if they were walking on clouds and looking at the sun hanging in front of them from the top of the sea of clouds. In short, it was a very beautiful scene. However, if you asked him if he could see any meaning behind it, he didn't know. He was just a person who looked at the scenery, not a person who commented on it. He didn't have much to say. Instead of racking his brains to think about the meaning behind it, he would rather sit down quietly and not think about anything. After all, it was a rare and beautiful scene. The change of scenery made Siyu mutter again, "What a sentimental guy." They were standing on open space covered with green grass. From the edge of the open space, they could see the situation of the sea of clouds. This should be a floating island, and they could see the end of it at a glance. At the same time, in the middle of the sea of grass, there was a big bed dyed with pink and orange clouds. A woman wearing a long dress of the same gradual color was lying quietly on the bed. Half of her body was wrapped in the soft bed. Her extremely long orange hair spread out from the bed, and it was so long that it could fall on the grass below. Her half-covered face was hazy like a dream, with a sense of tranquility and holiness. Even though she was in a state of deep sleep, they could feel a faint sense of holiness from her. There is also a very warm breath of consciousness and will emanating from her body. It was so warm that it seemed to be able to immerse their consciousness in this atmosphere involuntarily. After Shuang Shuang came here, she took a few deep breaths to calm down again. At this time, she was not in a hurry. She cast her gaze on Little Star and squeezed his hand tightly. Her deep blue eyes seemed to be asking for his opinion. Patting the lass's head to calm her down, Yin Nuoxing was about to bring people forward, but he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiao Shi and Sui Qing's appearance, which made him stop and turn his head. At this moment, the two of them were staring straight at him, as if they had seen something inconceivable. When he saw their expressions, his heart thumped. Sui Qing gently covered her small mouth with extremely complicated thoughts. After a moment, those thousands of thoughts turned into an endlessly complicated murmur. "Sister Luoyin?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere completely froze. The group of people stared with their eyes wide open and pinched their necks and faces. Their faces were distorted, collapsing, and suffering from the soul. Hui directly opened his mouth wide, his face twitching like a magnitude of more than 10 earthquake, and he was petrified on the spot. The moment Yin Nuoxing heard her accurately call out that name, his breath froze. In his mind, all kinds of fatal scenes such as the shaking of the stars, the collision of galaxies, the explosion of the world, the collapse of the group, the collapse of the void, the rupture of the primordial realm, and the backflow of the source appeared in an instant. The rhythm of light was almost taken out from his stomach in an instant. Why was it his stomach? He didn't know, but he was also anxious. Anyway, it was normal to take it out from any place, so it wasn't a big problem. Charge! In the name of Mother Asterisk, Cur, Origin, and Chaos. Don't be so impulsive. Hui instantly collected his rapidly collapsing facial expression and hurriedly put up a large shield. Before he had time to support the field and the barrier, Maple had already descended in front of him with an imposing manner as if he was performing the Sin Word's behead, and slashed down with all his strength. The moment the surging aura of the source, the void, and the void exploded, Hui's facial expression froze for the second time. Buzz! There wasn't any aura of energy collapse, and everyone was stunned. They only heard a slight buzzing sound of energy, and then the aura that could tear apart the primordial realm suddenly dissipated, causing them to open their eyes wide in astonishment. They hurriedly looked over and saw a slender white arm raised from the soft bed, gently blocking the rhythm of light that Yin Nuoxing had swung down with all his strength. The distance between them was less than half an inch, but it was a distance that he couldn't reach even if he used all his strength. Yin Nuoxing's entire body shook, and his face twitched. His left hand continued to use the rhythm of light to release the suppressing power, and then he immediately freed his right hand. A bright white ball of energy madly condensed in his right hand, and without any care, he mixed the origin energy and the annihilation energy together with the aura of the source. Nature source, boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the person in front of him suddenly stood up, and the surging chaotic energy gushed out like a storm, causing him and everyone else to turn pale with fright. Hui hurriedly shook everyone, and Shuang Shuang and the others all entered the highest level of combat state in an instant. They also displayed the origin energy that they had just mastered not long ago, and together They formed an energy barrier to resist the chaotic storm. However, they unexpectedly discovered that although this aura was at the peak of the primordial realm, the impact that landed on their barrier couldn't be compared to its realm. They only felt that the storm hit their faces, and then it passed by like a gentle breeze. Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth, and the original light suddenly descended, allowing him to forcibly ignore the annihilation energy that was exploding in front of him. His right hand, along with the already rioting bright white ball of light, smashed down. A soft little hand suddenly stretched out like a shadow and pinched his palm, extinguishing the 10,000 mammoths that he had used all his strength to condense. There wasn't even a trace of flame, and the nature source that he had used all his strength to display became a dud. His mind was in a mess for a moment, and when he gathered all his strength to release the nothingness rhythm of light, again with his left hand, the rhythm of light in his hand was lightly swatted away by another hand. He immediately cried out in his heart, and before he could make the next move, he felt that both of his hands were clamped down. Then, a pair of beautiful silver-white eyes suddenly appeared in his line of sight, and the pupils seemed to reflect a soft sea of clouds. It was only a few inches away from his eyes, and it made the ball of light in his heart tremble slightly, and a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Speaking of which, that pair of eyes was clear and transparent, and seemed to be mixed with a bit of ridicule. That was the last thing he saw before he was pressed to the ground by the figure that was erupting with primal chaos energy. Little star, little angel, and the others saw that he was pressed to the ground without being able to fight back, and they hurriedly prepared to rescue him. Just as Blue Phoenix was about to rush forward with the Nethervoid sword, the figure suddenly raised a hand and waved at them. Hey, don't hit him. Don't get agitated. I didn't hurt him." His voice was indifferent and ethereal like the clouds, and it sounded extremely gentle, causing everyone to be stunned. That figure seemed to know that just a single sentence wouldn't be able to calm these fellows who were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. And he continued, "A long time no see. Xiao Shi, Ching Ching. I'm really happy to be able to see all of you again after over 20 years." She slowly straightened up from Yun Nuashing's body, and her orange-pink hair slowly gathered together with her movements, revealing a hazy and dreamy face. She looked at the stunned people and smiled sweetly. "Ah, there are more people in the house. Are they the inheritors that you found in this era?" The familiar smile and the familiar voice made Little Hour and Sui Qing's hearts surge again. They hurriedly rushed forward and threw themselves into her arms. "Sister Luo Ying. Well, if you can get off me and talk about the old days, I will be very grateful." Yin Nuashing looked depressed and helpless. She raised her hand to indicate that she was still there. "Ah, sorry." The woman named Luo Ying stuck her tongue out and quickly pulled her two sisters to stand up. Yin Nuashing took the opportunity to run away. She calmly looked up at the sky and sighed. She slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Shuang and the others also hurriedly ran over to check on him. When they found that he was really fine, they sighed in relief. We glanced at the three people who were talking about the old days, and then looked at Maple, who looked calm but was definitely muttering, "Who am I? What am I doing?" in his heart. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked up and patted Maple's shoulder. "So, are you okay?" "Yes." "Your expression is very strange. Is there anything you want to say?" Yin Nuashing was silent for a few seconds. She worriedly covered her right face. "Next time, I will prepare the rule, order, energy form before rushing forward." We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Maple's shoulder and calmed down Little Ching and the others who rushed in through the soul communication. "The crisis here is over. It's just a misunderstanding." It's fine." No. You should make some small preparations. We don't know what the situation is now." I Ching heard this and smiled bitterly. He waved his hand to signal the alarm to be lifted. Then he hurriedly asked, "How is Lord Maple?" "Oh, his body is fine. It's just that." He glanced at Maple, who was looking up at the sky with his arms crossed. I Ching smiled bitterly. "It's just that his spirit has been hit." "Huh? What happened?" "Your Lord Maple was in his prime." but he was pushed to the ground before he could even let out a fart. What do you think his expression is now? I Ching's face froze for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly. Lord Maple, who had the most explosive combat power in the Void of Order, was pushed to the ground when he was charging head-on. Moreover, it was an instant kill. All right, I understand now. But is the opponent so strong? There aren't many beings who can easily suppress Lord Maple, right? Yes. So she. Hui sighed and turned to look at the three of them. He shook his head and said, she's probably the first-generation inheritor, the primeval god at the peak. Even Maple can't defeat a primeval god at the peak when he's in his peak state. He might be able to do something if he's in his full state and has his trump card. But now he's not prepared. He's got nothing. Primeval heavenly god at the pinnacle. I Ching smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right, he understood now. Fortunately, it seems that we don't have to fight. But Hui frowned slightly and looked at Luo, Ying, and the others with a strange expression. The first inheritor's aura was the energy of chaos. Speaking of which, all of them had initially thought that this world had nothing to do with the origins or chaos. But now that they had traced the source and confirmed that it was related to the first inheritors, something was not right. Maple had probably connected everything when he heard Sui Qing call him that. Moreover, they had already encountered AI, Hong Yun, and knew that if they were not careful, encountering something related to the first inheritors was equivalent to encountering something related to the concept body of chaos. Logically speaking, the first inheritors were entangled with the concept body of chaos and were most likely controlled by the latter, which was why he had rushed out in an instant. Well, he did not expect Luo Ying to be awake. Not only was she awake, but she had also countered all of his attacks in an instant. Furthermore, she appeared to be perfectly fine. Apart from the explosion of chaos energy, everything else was fine. The chaos energy that countered Maple's attacks had also deliberately weakened the impact on them. This proved that her mind was absolutely normal, and she had not been muddled by the chaos concept body. This made Maple feel like he had just put on a show and was acting like a fool. The three people who had finished catching up slowly walked towards Yin Nuoxing and the others. Luo Ying's dress and hair were so long that they could be dragged on the grass. So you looked at her and felt that if she was dressed like that, she would have fallen to the ground after taking 2 steps. She would have to lift her dress and tremble all the way to them. She was curious as to why Luo Ying did not have to look at the ground to walk without trembling. Sensing the movement behind her, Yun Nuoxing turned around and saw the first inheritor and Xiao Shi walking slowly towards them. She said softly, "Done catching up?" Luo Ying smiled and nodded at her. Her silver-white eyes with cloud patterns curved into a crescent moon. "Hello, little inheritor of the god of destruction." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. He scratched his cheeks and saw her smiling face staring at him. She even winked at him with Mei Mao. He could not help but tilt his head and whisper, sorry, I thought that we're entangled with the chaos concept body. After all, when I met AI Hong Yun, I heard him say that, you were a little impulsive. Aya, I don't mind what happened just now. You were right to be vigilant. When dealing with the chaos concept body, you should be very careful. Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, but you guessed right. I was entangled with the chaos concept body. Aya, don't be so nervous. Things are not as bad as you think. If you don't believe me, you can come and check. Yin Nuoxing stepped back after hearing the first half of the sentence. He swung his hand and grabbed the rhythm of light. After hearing the second half of the sentence, he was confused. Seeing Luo Ying walk in front of him and reach out her hand, he was confused. In short, he was confused. He should check first. He put his hand on her wrist and looked at it for a while. His expression gradually changed. In the end, he put on a black face and could not help but say, I found a trace of origin energy in your chaotic energy. Big sister, you didn't volunteer to join the chaos void, did you? If you can't take it anymore, just let me know in advance so that I can mentally prepare myself. My preparation period is quite long. Luo Ying laughed dryly and waved her hand. No, really not. It was purely an accident. But I'm really fine. Look, I'm still alive and kicking. I can even practice a few moves with you. Don't. Don't practice. Stop. Sit down. Oh, okay. Luoying stuck out her tongue and sat down obediently. Her obedient, dignified, and reserved appearance made Yun Nuoxing even more confused. He thought for a while and sat down in front of her. So what happened to you? Everyone was very curious when this question was raised. Xiao Shi and Sui Qing also sat down next to her. The others also sat down and looked at her curiously. They all wanted to know why Luo Ying was completely unaffected by the chaos concept body when she was entangled with it. The first-generation inheritor scratched her head in embarrassment. I ate the chaos concept body. Everyone, Yin Nuoxing's mouth trembled for a while. Ah, it's a seal. A seal. As if afraid that they would get the wrong idea, Luo Ying stretched out her left hand and pulled up her sleeve, revealing a small dark mark behind her forearm near her shoulder. It exuded an aura that made them feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. It was indeed the aura of the chaos concept body, which should be a seal. I fought with it for a long time here, using the home field advantage. Well, I accidentally affected the children, but it was also thanks to them that I was able to share a small but important part of the pressure, allowing me to successfully suppress the already very weak chaos concept body. It had been hurt by my teacher and the gods before, so I could use my own characteristics to suppress it. You saw just now, right? There's still a trace of origin energy that can be manifested. That's part of my victory. So I ate it while I was at it, taking part of its power and using its own power against it. But don't worry about me. I've controlled it well. It'll be fine. The corner of Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched a few times. This was a wolf much more ruthless than ruthless. As for the characteristics that she mentioned, the characteristics that could affect the chaos concept body, he lowered his head and pondered. Your characteristics, thoughts, are as heavy as the primordial realm? Luo Ying giggled as she rested her chin on her hand. Oh, can't the little omnipotent executor in the eyes of Xiao Shi and Qing guess the answer? Sister, you don't be so distant, just call me Luo Ying. Yin Nuoxing. Anyway, how could I know when you're talking about things that I don't know? And what do you mean omnipotent? Why don't I feel that way? The last sentence was said to Xiao Shi and Qing, but when he turned to look at them, both of them turned their heads away, and his face twitched again. So, he actually did not know what kind of image he had in other people's minds. Was the description of a void-level disaster not enough? By the way, if she's someone you know, why didn't you recognize her presence in the beginning? Yin Nuoxing continued to ask. I'll answer that question for them. Luo Ying pressed the long hair of her two sisters and smiled. It's because I've never used that power in front of them, so it's normal that they can't recognize it. You didn't feel the presence of the origin energy, right? Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. Indeed, the origin energy in her body was not this dark energy that he felt familiar with. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Have you guessed the answer? Going back to the original topic, when it was about a person triggering a thought, this kind of power that could be said to be the heaviest of the primordial realm, he did not specifically think of the inheritor, so the direction of his thoughts was very messy and the scope was very wide. But now he knew that it was the power of the first-generation inheritor. He did not know much about the first-generation inheritor, only that AI Hongyun and Luo Ying, whom he had just met, had inherited some kind of power. Characteristics thought, the power that could be said to be the heaviest of the primordial realm characteristics, and the first-generation inheritor. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flickered as he looked up at the smiling girl in front of him. Are you the yearning life form that they said was accidentally created and brought back? That's right. Luo Ying smiled and nodded. It really was her. The yearning life form was born from the fantasies and thoughts of countless lives. Although it was originally an illusory existence, it became a real existence because it was given meaning by a higher life form. Since she was born from the convergence of countless people's thoughts, then her consciousness, will, and the thought that could be said to be the heaviest of the primordial realm were all understandable. Because it was the weight in this aspect, coupled with the concept-level power that she might have, That was why she was able to suppress the collapsing, chaotic concept body alive. Even taking away its power was not affected by it. To be able to do this was indeed very outrageous. Yin Nuashing tugged at his hair and thought for a while. He looked at her and decided to be blunt. So, are you in a state of death, or are you alive right now? I heard that you've already... I'm currently in a dead state. Although from the perspective of our understanding of life, I'm still alive, and so are AI, Hong Yun, and the others. They're all dead, but they're still persevering, so they're all considered alive. Luo Ying stretched out her jade-like finger and poked her face. Then, she sighed for the first time since they met. Although I've suppressed the chaotic concept body and ate it, I've become like this. Am I still alive? I don't know. It will wake up again one day, and all my victories now will become meaningless mockery when that day comes. It's the same for all of us. It can't be helped. We can't seal the chaotic concept body forever. We can only delay the arrival of that day as much as possible. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, she hurriedly laughed and looked at the little executor. But how did you find this place? The seal of my world is also a seal. It shouldn't be so easy for others to find it, right? About that, Yin Nuashing pressed Shuang Shuang, who was sitting beside him. You'll have to ask Shuang Shuang about that. She came here because she heard you nagging. To put it simply, you've been nagging, crying, complaining, and, well, it bothered her a lot, which is why I brought her here. It took quite a bit of effort to find her, and I have to say that the defenses of your world are so adequate that it makes one's hair stand on end. Still, he could now understand that the thick defenses were actually layers upon layers of seals to prevent the chaos concept entity from opening the coffin. If he were to make a careful comparison, the defenses here were on the same level as the ones in AI Hongyun's void domain, except that his was a defense against the void, while Luo Ying's was a defense against the void. She had trapped herself in her own territory and then used nails to ram the coffin lid with her life. Luo Ying did a double take at that and tilted her head. She looked at Shuang Shuang, who was staring at her with her dark blue eyes, and exclaimed after a moment, "A prime life form. Did I accidentally affect her when I was sleep-talking? But it actually affected her when we're separated by the void?" Shuang Shuang nodded and said in a small voice, "Now, the voice is gone." Luo Ying stuck out her tongue and looked at Shuang Shuang. "Because I'm awake. When I'm asleep, I'll let my consciousness return to my essence. From what you know, it's just a weak thought. Normally, it wouldn't affect anyone, and it wouldn't spread out since this is a completely sealed space. I didn't expect it to affect you. But shouldn't it? I haven't been sleeping all this time, and I've been waiting for you to come here ever since you came." As she spoke, her expression froze a little. She lowered her head, and her body radiated the aura of consciousness as if she was confirming something. After a moment, she realized, I see. It's not my sleep-talking that affected you, but..." Luo Ying patted her head and took out an orange-pink light. Shuang Shuang's eyes widened at once. "Yes, that's it." Yin Nuashing looked at the orange-pink light curiously and frowned slightly. Although I didn't take a good look at it, could it be a consciousness of the origin life? No, it's just similar in structure. Luo Ying held in her palm for a while and explained softly, "It's the heart of the world that I tried to create based on the structure of the origin life with part of my consciousness and origin life. It's similar to the origin life, so it might be because of this reason that it affected her. This little one is still confused, and her intelligence hasn't grown up yet. She's confused and has nightmares. After all, the seal on my body and the seal on this world has weakened a little, allowing this child's voice to spread out. You guys came here and loosened the seal a little, so I'll have to fix it later." "Seal?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. He didn't do anything about the seal. Then again, he didn't see the seal either. Looking at his confused look, Luo Ying smiled. She reached out her hand and flicked his forehead when he wasn't paying attention. "The layers underground that you saw are the seal, little idiot." Yin Nuashing was speechless. When the tranquil wasteland exploded, a layer was gone. So that was the seal? He touched his forehead, and his cheeks twitched. He looked at the girl who was looking at him with a teasing gaze and rolled his eyes. Well, I didn't expect this to happen. Speaking of which, you've been treating me like an idiot since the beginning, right? Especially when you knew that we were coming in and you pretended to be asleep. Yes, yes, Luo Ying admitted generously. She was so straightforward that he was speechless. Then, she smiled mysteriously. Who knew that you would be so impulsive? You didn't even check before you came in. At first, I just wanted to play a little trick, but since you came in, I had to play along. Besides, I was ordered to play with you. Everyone was stunned, and Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. Huh? The god who named me told me to play with you. The little successor of the god of destruction. Luo Ying said with a smile. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath, and his mind was clear. The first leader named you? Yes. He told you to pick on me? Not pick on you. He told me to bully you for a while when you still can't beat me. As for the reason, I think you know. Everyone was speechless. Wow, isn't this too bad? Yin Nuoxing was speechless. About the second leader of the land of origin bullying the first leader, and the first leader encouraging her to bully him. Chapter 2019. The heavenly gods of origin were a bunch of happy-go-lucky and heartless people. If there were no issues with the chaos void in this world, they would probably be able to continue living happily, wandering around the order void when they had nothing to do. Occasionally, they would pick up a couple of inheritors and bring them home. Their big family would be happy and harmonious. But the big boss was worried all day long, and the big boss looked at the void with a poker face every day. He could even imagine himself sitting with her, drinking tea with her poker face, watching the clouds and sunrise and sunset without saying a word. Perhaps their existence was also a joke. It was just like when they were born, the void, great elemental realm had given them a mission. It was a mission that they had only one mission, which was to keep the chaos in check. If the chaos concept body disappeared, there would be no need for them to continue existing. Just like now, when the chaos concept bodies were collectively sealed, they had disappeared as they had agreed to. If this reason was true, then it was really too much. This was the void. TSK, that was a bit too far away. He did not even know his own birth and nature, so he did not have the time to reach out and explore the birth and meaning of others. So, he would not think about that for now. Speaking of which, why did he feel that the big boss's idea was so familiar? It was like a pair of bad friends. He had been suppressed by the big boss all this time, and could not win against the big boss, so he could only let his child and the big boss's people continue to fight. Wow, this image was too vivid. He almost could not think about it anymore. In short, the various crises had officially ended. In fact, there was no crisis in the first place. It was just that he did not use his brain and rushed forward with underpants and was suppressed to the ground at the speed of light. He was really asking for a snub. The first phase of the conversation was also over. Before the second phase began, they had to rest for a while. Siyu felt that there was nothing more for them to do, so she took Qing Huang and Shuang Shuang and wandered around the floating island. Yin Nuoxing also stood up and prepared to leave. They would talk about the rest later. In fact, it did not matter whether they talked about those things or not. There was not much difference. It might be a little negative to think this way, but it was the truth. Compared to that, it was better to let the three sisters, Luo Ying, Xiao Shi, and Sui Qing, talk about the old days by themselves. They had known each other for countless years, but because of their respective missions, they were forced to separate for more than 20 years. Moreover, they had met across eras. They must have a lot to talk about, so he did not want to disturb them. But before he could stand straight, Luo Ying grabbed him. Hey, don't go. What are you going to say if you go? It would have been fine if she only grabbed him, but she even pulled him hard, causing him to lose his balance and fall on his face. At this moment, there were three beautiful ladies sitting close together in front of him. There was not a single patch of grass in sight, so it was obviously not suitable for him to fall on either side. Luo Ying was still holding his hand, so he could not make a 180-degree turn and fall backward. At that moment, he felt that his nerve reflexes had broken through the sky. Cooperating with his subconscious and physical instincts, before his brain could react, he suddenly reached out his right hand and pressed it against the space in front of him to support his falling body. The force was so strong that it even cracked the space in front of him. When his body was as stable as a support, Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes. Those silver-white eyes with cloud patterns were almost stuck to his, but she still had the heart to laugh. She was still laughing. "Big sister, you call me Luoing." She giggled and pinched his cheeks when he was not free. Yin Nuoxing. Forget it. If he continued to argue about this, one of them would definitely. No, he would definitely go crazy. "Yes, it feels good." Luoing nodded and turned to look at Shao. "The person you like is not bad." Shao nodded gently and turned to look at Ling. "The best choice, that is. I still lack the prerequisite, but I'm working on it." "Yes, I will work hard." Sui Qing added, "Although he doesn't take himself seriously, he is generally reliable." "Not bad." Yin Nuoxing. Could she not say this in front of him? He could even dig out a continent of origin with his toes now. It was embarrassing to hear it. "Io, you're blushing." Come, let me take a look." Seeing Luoing approaching with a sweet smile, Yin Nuoxing's breathing stagnated and her face turned pale. Her scream echoed throughout the floating island. "Don't come over. Help!" We looked back and hurriedly pushed Ning Fei and the rest away. Don't look. It's not suitable for children." Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming could not help but smile bitterly. They had no intention of looking back. "Aren't we going to save Mr. Feng? Can you beat that peak yuanshi? Moreover, it's a family dispute over there. A family dispute. Outsiders are not allowed to disturb. Those of us who have not officially become second-generation inheritors are not counted as members for the time being. We can't do anything about it." Ning Fei and Ge Zhongming thought for a while and put their palms together to pray for Mr. Feng. "I hope he's all right." After a while, Yin Nuoxing struggled out of the sea of bitterness with a black face. He quickly tidied up his sorry state and gritted his teeth as he looked at the girl who was still smiling at him. He finally confirmed one thing. This first-generation inheritor with a dreamy appearance in front of him had a bad personality and even had the potential to be a hooligan. If not for the fact that he could not beat her, he would have broken free long ago. He was sure that the orders from the leader were just words. In fact, this girl herself was a little bad. Yes, even if she had done everything she could to deal with the chaotic concept body, it could not change the fact that she had left a bad first impression in his heart. Yes, this was a holy, great, fearless warrior of order with a bad personality. What? A specific impression? He would talk about it when they met again. Otherwise, what else could he do? "Are you still angry?" Luoing smiled like a flower and looked at his dark face for a while. She adjusted her sitting position and patted her thigh. Come, I'll make it up to you." Yin Nuoxing hurriedly took a few steps back. "I refuse." If he approached her again today, his surname would not be Yun. Don't be so resistant. As soon as he finished his sentence, he heard her voice close to his ear. His vision suddenly blurred, and he saw the silver eyes with cloud patterns appear in front of him. He was shocked and immediately jumped back, but before he could jump out, he was grabbed by a pair of strong and slender hands. The next second, he felt as if the world had been turned upside down. He had not felt for a long time that he was thrown into the clouds and then kicked down to the ground. When he came back to his senses, he was already lying on the grass. The soft touch on the back of his head, coupled with the sight of the girl who was looking at him from top to bottom with a smile, made him immediately show an expression of hopelessness. This was really a very bad guy. He immediately threw a pleading look at Forget It. Little Shi and Sui Qing both turned their heads away to show that they could not see him. It seemed that no one else could save him. Was he going to be played in the palm of this bad person's hands today? No. His soul felt like it was suffering, but she was a member of the Origin family, right? It was not a place to fall out with her, and it was not that easy to fall out with her. Well, the incident at the shattered continent of Origin was an accident. It was an accident, and it was not considered falling out with her. It was just complaining. Should he just ignore it? All right, let's just leave it at that. So tired. It was so embarrassing that he wanted to die. He almost dug out an entire Origin temple from his soul. What? Surname? What did Yin Nuoxing's surname have to do with Feng Ling? Why are you suddenly so quiet? A certain bad first-generation successor blinked and lowered her head to sweep his face with her long hair. She smiled sweetly. "You're not angry all of a sudden, Yun?" Feng Ling closed his eyes and turned his head to avoid her harassment. He muttered, "I'm asleep. You're just a pillow. Don't talk." Luo Ying was stunned when she heard that. After a moment, she could not help but chuckle. "You're at odds." He turned his head and snorted. She could not help but laugh when she saw his angry look. She lifted a lock of her hair and swept it back and forth on his face. Little she moved closer and whispered in her ear, "Sister Luo Ying, he's very difficult to deal with. I heard from Ming that it will take a long time." Sui Qing continued to add, "And he has a lot of people in his family. It's quite lively." Feng Ling was speechless. "Stop it. Stop it. So embarrassing. I'm going to die." The Origin Temple is going to be expanded. However, the three of them had no intention of stopping. He listened to Little She talking about his situation in his right ear and Sui Qing adding and exclaiming about his situation in his left ear. The three of them were commenting and exclaiming. Luo Ying's laughter had not stopped since half an hour ago. He felt that his brain was so hot that it could be used to fry an egg. The Origin Temple was going to be expanded into a fortress for him. "Although you sound miserable, but..." The little angel looked at Siyu and the others and saw that they were looking at him with a helpless expression. So she responded in the same way. "But we can't beat that, Sister Luo Ying. Just bear with it for a while." All right, he was abandoned again. While the atmosphere here was actually quite cheerful, as it should be, if they didn't repeatedly talk about him and repeatedly whip his corpse, he would also feel very relaxed, but, it was still so embarrassing, it really couldn't be. He really could not. He really could not. He really could not. How long would it take for this period to end? Just as he was suffering unbearably, a cool hand suddenly caressed his face, startling him. When he opened his eyes, he happened to meet a pair of silver-white eyes that were close to him. But this time, the pair of eyes only contained a smile, and there was no sense of mischief. Instead, it was gentle and ethereal like a cloud, causing him to subconsciously relax. "You, although we knew that since you were the successor of the god of destruction, you would probably be like her, but you are still far beyond our expectations." She held his face with both hands and sighed. "Although most of the people in our family are reckless, no one is as reckless as you are, little fool." The change of topic was so sudden that Feng Ling was stunned. He looked at her smiling face that suddenly became quiet. If she did not play any tricks, her eyes and face could be put together as a miracle. So why did she have to be so? Well, it was because of her personality. This slightly bad behavior made him helpless, but she could control it so that he would not feel angry or annoyed at the perfect degree. It made him helpless. As for what she said, he could only sigh. It was a topic that could not be changed. "I haven't been so relaxed in a long time." She gently raised her head and sighed at the sun that was surrounded by a dozen halos. So many years have passed, but I really don't have the feeling of being alive. Endless frustration, endless waiting. It is indeed more comfortable to be with my own family." Feng Ling could not help but say, "Well, we just met today. To be specific, it has only been an hour." "Uffed." Luo Ying chuckled and stroked his face with her delicate hands. "We've known you since a long time ago, even before you knew it." Feng Ling looked bitter. Yes, she was right. She told you a long time ago that there would be an unlucky old man in the future. Yes, Luo Ying nodded. But it's not only that. Because of the special circumstances, it was confirmed that you are related to the inheritance of the god of destruction before the time came. I want to explain about the rules, karma, and order. Under such circumstances, Her Eminence could see you from time to time. Although it was just a scene that could appear in the future, and the final reality might be the opposite of all the scenes that were foreseen, she could still see you. She would often mention this topic to the other gods and talk about you. So, even if it was the first time we met, I always had the feeling that you were already there. It was as if you were always by our side, and we were already familiar with your existence. It was just that you were not familiar with us. It was just that we were one step away from meeting you. Feng Ling said, You make me sound like I'm haunted. They said that too. Her Eminence said that too. But everyone had the same feeling. Even if they had never met you, they already knew about you in advance. They did not have this feeling when they were young, but we knew it very well. Although he felt that it was because those fellows in the first generation of inheritors were too idle, so they often discussed these things, so they were very familiar with him. They were familiar with his existence in advance. It was still a very haunting feeling. Originally, he already felt that he was haunted by the fact that his soul was reported before he died, but he did not expect that there would be an even more terrifying follow-up. Her emotional and relaxed look reminded him of something. Some of the first-generation heirs had indeed perished, while those who were still alive were using their own bodies as shackles to permanently seal the chaos concept body. They had kept themselves locked in a corner of the void for countless years, a dozen epochs, and almost 100 epochs if the future he knew was included. They had been holding on, taking the sacrifice of their own bodies as a matter of course, just like how order was to chaos. It was not that they did not consider the consequences, nor was it that they did not know anything. They knew all about it, and yet they were determined to do it because it was something they had to do. However, they would also become tired and weak. Being sealed together with the chaotic concept body was definitely not a good feeling. So, based on her series of actions and sighs just now, was she seeking to be healed? Why would she torment him to seek healing? And did he really have healing effects? All right, this elder sister. This girl had probably been locked up for too long and was not normal. Even if he was a mascot, he definitely would not be a healing type mascot. Was he not a disaster type? Since when was he able to heal people? He did not know. He did not understand. He only felt that Luo Ying was treating him as what? Damn it. For the time being, he couldn't tell what she was treating him as. He was afraid that he would have another strange identity when the time came. He already had a lot of strange identities, so let him go. OF*CK. She already said, I've always been there. Could this identity be related to the horror series? How many identities could he have? Luo Ying suddenly screamed and carefully moved his head to Xiao Shi's side. Then, she hurriedly got up and walked to her bed. I have a gift for you. I just forgot. I have to do it before I forget again. Wait for me here. Feng Ling sat up on the grass with both hands. He could not help but roll his eyes as he watched her dive into the bed to look for something. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Was your sister like this back then? Xiao Shi thought seriously for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. If I'm not mistaken, you were her target to bully. Feng Ling's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment and dullness. Me? Why specifically me? Why again? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly fell into depression and depression. He wept with a gloomy face. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I don't have feelings anymore. Come on, beast. I won't resist anymore. Xiao Shi was stunned. She grabbed his hands. You agreed to have children? Feng Ling and Sui Qing were speechless. This guy's speech was the heaviest of the heaviest. He took a minute to explain to Xiao Shi that he was just complaining to himself and did not mean to do anything. When he was done, Luo Ying trotted all the way back and stuffed a black stick into his hand. Here, a gift for you. Feng Ling was stunned. He looked down at the stick and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is my sword, Dark Reaper poem. The rhythm of light is in your hands, right? It seems that AI Hongyun also gave his sword to you. Dark. Feng Ling opened his mouth, but his chin trembled. He was stunned. Dark what? Dark Reaper poem. You can't break it. I'm just giving it to you temporarily. After all, I don't need it for the time being. Mei Mao looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, she stretched out her slender finger and gently lifted his chin. She smiled and said, If you break it, you have to pay me back. I'll charge you interest. You and the Dark Reaper poem, understand? Feng Ling immediately turned gray and became a statue. Well, in the future, the Dark Abyss sword. The Dark Reaper poem will be broken. Well, although it has been fixed. Well, although it is not in a perfect state now. The divine swords are unconscious and their souls are asleep. After thinking for 3 seconds, He immediately threw the thought aside. As long as she does not know, it will be fine. Dark Reaper poem, Dark Reaper poem, Feng Ling muttered and looked up at Luo Ying, ignoring her teasing. So, the power you left in this world, your power in this world, is the power of the Dark Reaper poem. That's right, it is its power. Not only my power, but also its power. This is one of its characteristics. Luo Ying nodded and sighed softly. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked the dark abyss sword that was lying on his hands. She seemed to miss it and was reluctant to part with it. She whispered softly as if she was saying goodbye to it. In the future, I won't be able to accompany you. However, there will be a very reliable idiot who doesn't cherish himself. You have to look after him for us. Feng Ling was speechless. He rolled his eyes and ignored this sentence. His mind was in another place. The Dark Reaper poem, the aura of the Dark Reaper poem, was the power he was familiar with. However, what he was familiar with was not the Dark Abyss sword, Dark Reaper poem, but something else. He seemed to be about to find it. He seemed to be able to find the Dark Reaper poem. Ah, I found the answer, girl. The little angel heard the words in the soul transmission and turned her head. She saw a black stick in his hand and could not help but be startled. She could not help but ask, answer? The answer to the sense of familiarity with that power? What is it? It's... Feng Ling paused for a moment. The dark element. The little angel was stunned. But there was no dark element in the Dark Age in the realm of the gods. Huh. She seemed to have thought of something. Feng Ling nodded slightly in response to her guess. He looked down at the Dark Reaper poem and said, if I'm not wrong, the dark element is actually released from the Dark Reaper poem, just like the energy in this world. Using this as a condition to rationalize my guess, something must have happened that caused the power of the Dark Reaper poem to be engraved into the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods, making it a part of it. It became the dark element that everyone in the primordial age knew about. Although the level of the energy might be a little lower, but the general situation should be like this. She also said that this is one of the characteristics of the Dark Reaper poem. The little angel's thoughts rushed to a more distant place. Little star, do you still remember that in the later period of the primordial age, someone sealed the dark element and the element of annihilation? Yes. Just as he replied, his face became extremely solemn. He whispered in a low voice, the seal happened to target the dark element and the element of annihilation? Why? At the end of the day, who has the ability to directly interfere with the realm of the gods? Even if Hui and I are not here, the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods is not a place that anyone can enter as they wish, and they can accurately seal the dark element and then leave behind a layer of surveillance screen. As long as the element of annihilation appears, it will affect the screen, and the hostile message will be transmitted to the entire realm of the gods. He thought for a moment, sighed, and shook his head. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. We'll talk about this when the time comes. He was stunned, but he subconsciously felt that the words he said were inappropriate. And when the time comes, perhaps he would not be able to tell her, right? He looked up at the little angel and happened to see her looking at him. The two looked at each other for a moment and then lowered their heads. After a while, she shrugged and pretended that nothing had happened. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Right now, it's just a guess. After all, the situation in the primordial age is different from now. There are too many answers to choose from. Feng Ling's eyelids drooped slightly, and his hands that were holding the Dark Reaper poem tightened slightly. Come back to your senses. Luo Ying suddenly flicked her finger on Hao Ren's forehead, startling him. He quickly came back to his senses and saw Luo Ying looking at him with a smile. What are you thinking about? You can't scare away the power of chaos with that scary expression. Feng Ling blinked and let go of the Dark Reaper poem. He let out a long sigh and said, Nothing, I just thought of something trivial. Well, it's about time you explained it to me. About the strange energy in this world. According to your children, the demonic energy is, well, it's actually very simple. Luo Ying pulled him to sit down and pressed his head on her soft thighs. Looking at his stiff and helpless face, Luo Ying laughed inwardly and began to explain. It's actually the energy of chaos. It's just that the energy of the Dark Reaper poem has slightly mutated due to the entanglement of the Dark Reaper poem. Before I could completely suppress the concept body of chaos, its energy leaked out and spread across this world. It also spread a part of the concept layer of the rules. These parts, as well as those that you're familiar with, acted according to their own characteristics, which are the characteristics that you're familiar with. They wreaked havoc in the entire world, and it's very annoying. Feng Ling rolled his eyes. The characteristics of the energy of chaos were, of course, ruthless in the face of order. Perhaps the first half of the history of this world had been burned clean by the energy of chaos. The second half of the history was fragmented, and that had something to do with the energy of chaos. Well, I saw those infected with what is it called? Demonic energy, right? Those bad children who were infected with the energy of chaos because the power of order neutralized part of the energy of chaos. That was why they withstood the corruption and did not lose their rationality. They just became different people. Luoing shook her head and sighed. Actually, they had been wreaking havoc in this world since the very beginning. But the energy of chaos was more concentrated in the beginning, so they, including the demonic beings, were actually pure chaos spawns. It was only after a long time that I finally could not hold on any longer, that the concept body of chaos could not hold on any longer. The power of order then gained the upper hand, and the demonic energy changed. So it's actually a simple, violent, and direct battle history between order and chaos. Feng Ling sighed. It was still a rather simple matter. The relationship between order and chaos is the purest and the most unbearable. Luoing heaved a heavy sigh. Chapter 2020. In the end, everything in this world was still a mess between order and chaos. It was just that both of them had changed their identities, so none of them could recognize them. After all, the most direct way to determine the mess between the origin of chaos and origin of chaos was to see if there were any traces of their energy left behind. It was understandable that they couldn't recognize the origin of chaos and origin of chaos. It was very normal. The matter here was over, but it was not over either. It was just that their visit had ended, but for Luo Ying and the others, the eternal waiting and torment had just begun. The next 80 epochs were still long, and there was no end in sight. At that thought, he looked at her pure and innocent smile and felt a little uncomfortable. The journey of reincarnation that he was about to embark on had already tormented him to the brink of death. Although the main reason was that he did not know what he had provoked and was chased into the reincarnation cycle and beaten up again and again, for Luo Ying, AI Honyun, and the others who were maintaining the seal, how did they survive the 80 epochs? He did not know. He could not imagine how they survived that endless period of time, nor did he know what would happen to them in the end. Perhaps he did not even need to think about it. No matter how strong the shackles and cages were, they would have enough time to erode and disintegrate. Although the chaos concept body had not come out in the 139th epoch, who knew what had happened inside the sealed domain? Perhaps they were already, what's wrong? Suddenly unhappy? Luo Ying suddenly lowered her head and touched his forehead with her nose. Her silvery white eyes were so close that he was startled. He subconsciously wanted to look away, but when he thought about how close they were, he couldn't avoid her gaze no matter how hard he tried. He looked in her eyes and said softly, "Nothing, I just thought of something. I thought of something unhappy." Tell me about it. You might be happy if you tell me. Well, if he said this, she might be even more unhappy, and everyone would be unhappy. Right now, they were still reminiscing about the past. If possible, he did not want to interrupt them as much as possible. However, those silver white eyes were sending him an urging and unquestionable message, causing him to sigh in his heart. Because it was a formal topic, he wanted to sit up, but as soon as he was about to sit up, he was pressed down by her. He was speechless. So is there a special meaning to this posture? So yes or no? Luo Ying smiled and pinched his cheeks. Tell me. All right, I'll tell you then. Yin Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief and put on a very serious and even somewhat stern expression. Do you have any plans for the future? As expected, the effect was immediate. The atmosphere in the room froze, and even the smiling Luo Ying's expression froze. Her silvery white eyes flickered, and he shrugged helplessly. So, I don't want to talk about it, but this is indeed a topic we have to face. Luo Ying slowly straightened up. She stared at the sun with a deep and hollow look in her eyes. From now on, the atmosphere froze, becoming gloomy and solemn. But she still didn't let go of him. Was this some kind of instinct? This is so awkward. He wanted to sit up. 2 minutes later, Luo Ying let out a long sigh. Her voice was filled with countless complicated thoughts, but also confusion and confusion. I don't know what to do from now on. I just have to endure here, endure, and wait for the future to announce the arrival of the day when everything will end. But how long will I have to wait? I don't know. The venerables have passed away, and no one can tell us the answer. Guarding the order, the cage made by ourselves. Yes, it's our choice. It has nothing to do with right or wrong or anything else. She let out a long sigh, and her expression was a little sad. Even if she didn't elaborate, she could imagine what her future would be like. More than a dozen eras had passed. Even if another dozen eras passed, she was confident that she could suppress the seal here. But what about the future? What about the future? She could almost see the scene of her being eroded by the chaotic concept body in the distant future. The end? The end that she would definitely wait for? Who announced it? Who made the judgment? Who thought that things here would definitely come to an end? Like a beautiful fairy tale, there would definitely be a beautiful ending in the end? That was just a fairy tale and a story. The truth was, from the moment they locked themselves in the cage, they knew that this was just a one-way journey, and it would never end. I don't know. Luo Ying suddenly chuckled and swept away the gloomy atmosphere, startling Shi Xiao and Sui Qing. Yin Nuoxing looked at Luo Ying's barely concealed smile, but he closed his eyes and sighed. She was just trying to smooth things over. She pretended to be relaxed so that everyone wouldn't have to worry. She would deal with everyone, and then she would lick her wounds afterwards. Or she would take the opportunity, when no one was paying attention to her, to walk on the path of no return. He was very familiar with this. Forget it, there was nothing he could say. When he opened his eyes, he happened to meet her smiling eyes again, although there was still some helplessness and confusion hidden in the depths of her eyes. She asked herself softly, "When you saw AI Hong Yun, did he say anything about this to you?" Oh, him. The last figure of the inheritor flashed across his mind, and he said without hesitation, "If the gods don't come back in time, if you reach this level one day, remember to get me out. I don't want to sleep in this godforsaken place with this blob of ink until the end of time." I see. Luo Ying heard him and let out a long oh. Then, under his ominous gaze, she suddenly held his face with both hands and smiled at him. "If that's the case, you have to give me a hand in the future." Yin Nuoxing. He knew when she said that sentence. A headache, so much pressure. He sighed helplessly. Looking into her eyes, he said seriously, "One day, this is a very long time in the future. I don't dare to pat my chest and rashly give you guys an unrealistic hope. That's right, it was quite a long time ago. At the very least, he didn't have the ability to solve this matter in the 139th era. He might even have to push the time back. However, if there's a day when I can do it, I will come as promised. The prerequisite is that you can wait." Haha, look at your serious face. She suddenly smiled sweetly and pinched his nose, making Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitch. "You asked me to say that, and you are laughing at me. I won't compromise so easily. In the end, I'll just fight to the death and let it sleep again. What am I afraid of? But since you've said so, I'll do my best to wait. 10 eras, 20 eras, or even 100 eras." She shrugged. "I have endured more than 10 eras. I just have to repeat the process a few more times. I will be able to endure it. You are the one who should cherish yourself a little. Don't always throw yourself out there to measure the price." Luo Ying pinched his face and said, "Like I said just now, I have known you for a long time. You're a little idiot who always forces yourself." Yin Nuoxing sighed helplessly. "I can't help it. Some things can't be forced just because I don't want to. You just said that you want to wait for me to get you out. The normal level can't reach here no matter what. It can't be helped. Whether it is you or us, we have always been placed in front of a single choice question. It is a multiple choice question that can only be accepted or doubled. Luo Ying was stunned for a moment. She stuck her tongue out and pulled her long hair, a little embarrassed. Yes, I am really a bad person. I asked you not to force yourself, but I also hope that you can. That's enough. Don't think too much about these things. Listen to the demands and respond, is what your sister said. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up, his back facing the sunlight as he looked down at her with one hand on his waist. He had a calm expression on his face as he said, "Forcing myself is my own choice. From the moment I stepped onto this path, I knew that there was no way for me to be kind. One or two more things are just one or two more things. As long as I can continue on this path and my soul is not destroyed, I will come here again sooner or later. No matter how much time it takes, no matter what I have become, I promise you in the name of Origin. So, you have to try your best to endure it. My promise is very heavy." Luo Ying stared blankly at his colorful eyes. His eyes were heavy and unwavering, and his beautiful face had an incomparably serious and determined expression. Just the right amount of light sprinkled on the side of his face, as if coating him with a hazy layer of holy light. Luo Ying couldn't help but stare blankly at him. After a long while, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Puffed. You look, puffed, pretty handsome. The slightly gloomy and dazed aura that surrounded her just now also disappeared with the chuckle, as if she had put down her heart that had been hanging high for more than a dozen eras. Her laughter kept echoing here, making him unable to maintain a serious expression. He scratched his head and mumbled that she did not intend to stop. He could not help but mumble, "What are you laughing at? I made a promise very seriously. This is a very serious matter. I don't even know how many years ago my last promise was. You have to cherish." I just want to laugh." The chuckle became louder and louder. She seemed to want to use all her strength to laugh without restraint. She let out all the emotions that had been dormant for more than a dozen eras with her laughter. It was not something funny, but she kept laughing until she was a little tired. Her laughter gradually weakened. She gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and looked at the little executor. She said softly, "Then, I will keep my promise. No matter how much time has passed, no matter how many eras have passed, no matter how many years have passed, I will always wait until you bring the end. Before that, I will never give up on myself. Never, never. Promise." That's right. The end that would never come was just her unrealistic dream. It was originally just a dream, but now she seemed to be able to continue waiting in her dream. No matter how much time had passed, no matter whether she was still herself at that time, she would continue to wait forever. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and mumbled for a while. He waved his hand and changed the topic. "Oh, and about this world, do you plan to—" Luo Ying patted her thigh and winked at him. He grimaced and said, "Why must I? Don't move. I'll do it myself." Seeing that she was about to stand up with a smile, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly waved his hand and muttered. He reluctantly leaned over and reluctantly turned around to lie on the grass with his head on her thighs. She immediately held his face with both hands, making him smile bitterly in his heart. What kind of ritual was this? This was definitely some kind of ritual, right? She just looked at it and thought it was fun, right? That must be it, right? Forget it, he continued. So, you need help with the matters in this world. There doesn't seem to be anything you need help with. The things that should be done are more or less done. They can handle the rest by themselves. No, I want to say, do you need me to move this world somewhere else? Luo Ying shook her head. Just let it float in the void. I can handle the matters in this world myself. Don't think that I can't affect anything by locking myself in here. This world was created by me, although I accidentally gave birth to life because of my carelessness. No matter what, there's still lives born from my rules, energy, and order. Let me handle the matters here. Treat it as my compensation for not caring for them in the past. The chaotic energy that has been wandering in the concept layer is the main reason why I can't deal with it. Now that it's almost cleaned up, I can start to repair the concept layer. It won't take much effort, so don't worry. When I accidentally gave birth to life, it felt really weird. I was hesitant for a while until Sister Bing told me that it was the same feeling as becoming a mother. Only then did I straighten out my attitude. My worldview was almost crooked. Yin Nuoxing slapped herself in the mouth. Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing's pretty faces trembled as well. They were speechless and helpless. Their worldview had almost collapsed. For the rest of the time, he was basically listening to the three girls reminiscing about the past. He really wanted to escape, but he could not. Fortunately, they did not talk about anything weird, or he would have awkwardly jumped into the primordial environment. They talked about things that happened in the primordial continent and about the gods. Just by listening to them, he knew that, the primordial gods were a bunch of happy-go-lucky fellows. He had this feeling from a long time ago, and the more he listened to them talk, the clearer it became. Actually, we don't know much about the god of destruction. Luo Ying's tone suddenly changed, and her words startled Yin Nuoxing. She did not know why the topic took an 1800-degree turn. She looked up and saw Luo Ying smiling at her, and knew that the topic was deliberately brought up. When we knew her, she was not very active. I heard from the other gods that during the Chaos Era... you guys know about the Chaos Era, right? You know, that's enough. Her eminence was quite active during the Chaos Era. At least, she was not like when we knew her. She was indifferent to all things of order and the void. Nothing in this world could attract her attention, and it has been like that for dozens of eras. Yin Nuoxing turned her eyes away, her eyelids drooping. I don't want to know about her. Yes, I don't want to know. After half a minute of silence, he could not help but ask, why? We're not too sure about that, and we're even less sure about what your eminence isn't aware of. According to your eminence, when she was active, well, she wasn't exactly active, but at least it was much better than being immobile for an entire day. According to her eminence, it was as if she had lost her soul. She didn't seem to be too sure about that either, and only said that after the end of the Chaos Era, she suddenly didn't care about anything other than the things in the Chaos Void. Luo Ying's smile widened as she pinched Hao Ren's cheeks and continued. So, when she knew that there would be a successor, I know. I've been excited for 3 or 2 days, and now I even know that she's been staring at me nonstop. Yin Nuoxing shuddered and hugged himself tightly. Damn it, I'm haunted. I've been haunted by the deadliest ghost in the void of order. What do you think about her situation? Are you sure it's not because the Chaos Era has ended, and she's thinking of retiring, so she's free now? Well, since the void of chaos did not collapse, I don't think she wants to retire. Luo Ying covered her mouth and giggled as she listened to Hao Ren mumbling to himself. She looked up at the sky. Her eminence has been waiting for you. In fact, it's not just her. Everyone was looking forward to the day when you would meet her again. However, none of us were able to grasp the fading future. As we waited, the world unknowingly became like this. In the end, we did not manage to wait for you to come. The scene when we meet now is far from what I imagined. You thought about this? Yes. Luo Ying nodded gently as she stroked Hao Ren's long hair. I once thought that you would be led into the continent of origin by the god of destruction. Then, you would be surrounded by all the gods. We would all come to see what you look like. How could you be targeted by her eminence? It would be as lively as a party. Yin Nuoxing, this is so noisy. I'll definitely put on a perfunctory smile until my face stiffens or cramps. Please don't pay so much attention to me, okay? Please treat me as if I'm transparent, soluble in water, and soluble in air with a sprinkle of salt. At this time, I really want to ask Qin Yin how she can reduce her presence so much. By the way, the continent of origin. I have something to ask. Yin Nuoxing suddenly looked up and saw Luo Ying's silver-white eyes staring at him. He saw Luo Ying winking at him. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Do you know Xianin? Sister Xianin? That's a name from a long time ago. She should still be alive. Luo Ying's face was filled with nostalgia. She could not help but think of that person. She sighed softly. We did not spend as much time with the gods. When she came, it was already quite late. We did not have much time to spend together. Well, I guess you can say that. Why did you suddenly mention Xianyin? Well, if you know her, you should know that Xianyin has been looking for someone, right? Oh, her brother. Although, Luo Ying paused for a moment and widened her silvery white eyes. Could it be that you are... Yin Nuoxing rubbed his forehead and briefly recounted the conversation with the god of origin the other day. Well, that's the situation. Things in this world are really quite mysterious. Luo Ying was stunned. After a while, she could not help but laugh. But it's interesting. I didn't expect. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Things in this world were so ridiculous and ridiculous. How was she all those years? I'm all right, although I occasionally show a troubled expression. Something is bothering me. Luo Ying pinched his face as she said that. He could not help but smile bitterly. He really cannot help it. He had already died. What else could he do? I can only say that she was happy. Although it was not a very suitable time and not a good time for peace, she lived peacefully on the continent of origin for a while. After that, the gods sent her and some other children who had the potential to be inheritors to a residence so that they could stay away from the battlefield. From what you said, they are still alive and well. I'm relieved. There are many things in this world that I can relax about. Even if I know that there are good and bad things, I can only relax. Seeing that you all are still guarding the void of order, I can also relax a little. Luo Ying sighed softly and looked down at his colorful eyes. She smiled faintly. I'll leave my siblings to you, little executor. Although I always feel that these things should be reversed. Yin Nuoxing tilted his gaze and twitched the corner of his mouth, putting on an expression of slight headache and distress. However, I will try my best in this matter, even if the outcome is unpredictable. All right, you don't have to look like that every time you mention it. Luo Ying reached out and covered his eyes. The end that we can reach with all our might is the end that we can reach now. Even if it is not satisfactory, we can only accept it for now. If there is a future, we can entrust many things to the distant future. Because at this moment, we can't go any further even if we try our best. Isn't that right? She looked up at the sun and the sky that did not move. After a moment, she said softly, if only this leisurely time could continue. Haha, I'm a little greedy. I'm very happy today. Thank you. Perhaps this was the last happy time in this eternal time. Yin Nuoxing slowly sat up and tidied his messy hair and clothes. He could not help but mutter, although he wanted to complain, but he decided not to. He quietly looked at the dreamy face in front of him. However, her personality was a little bad. She was frank and honest. He said softly, do you want us to leave? Oh, don't make it sound like I'm chasing you all out. Luo Ying smiled and waved her hand. She turned her head and looked at the sea of clouds at the edge of the floating island. I can't keep you all here. It's not good for anything. A good woman needs to let go at the right time. Yin Nuoxing, Xiao Shi, and Sui Qing were speechless. Looking at her with her hands on her hips as she said that, forget it. Let's not complain. As long as she is happy. Anyway, thanks to you all, I have the confidence to persevere in the coming eternal time. I won't put giving up on myself as the first option. Luo Ying patted her long skirt and stood up. She suddenly walked forward and held his hands. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he thought that she was going to do something, he saw her looking at him very seriously. Then, I'll leave the void of order to you, little executor. No, little phoneling. I will keep my promise. I will always persevere. So, one day you must come again. I will always be here waiting for you. All of us will be waiting for you there. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly in his heart. He also returned a bright smile. Don't worry. One day, we will definitely, in that distant, very distant future, the long and distant time will eventually pass. We will eventually meet again at the end of the eternal time. Even if things are still the same and people are no longer the same, only the immortal souls in this place will be the eternal proof that we once met here and that we once made a promise here. The teleportation door in their sight slowly closed. Luo Ying stood on the other side of the sea of clouds and smiled sweetly. She waved her hand to bid them farewell. They stared at this scene without daring to blink until the teleportation door closed and separated them into two different spaces. They all knew that this door would close and open again. It was impossible to predict when it would open again. Yin Nuoxing raised his hand and looked at the silver-white cloud pattern left in the palm of his hand. There was a pattern of a girl lying on her stomach in the cloud pattern. It was just like when he first saw her. Looking at this pattern, he had a strange expression in his heart. Ah, that guy? Yes, he was fooled by her holy and dreamy appearance at first sight. Where's the magical first-generation inheritor? Hui held the back of his head with both hands and looked at Foam. It's rare to see you being completely dominated by someone. How does it feel, Lord Observer? Is it enjoyment or... Oh, needless to say, looking at your expression, I don't even need to think to know that it must be very awkward. You're enjoying it while feeling awkward, right? See, you moved closer to Little Star and said, feeling pain and happiness? Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched a few times. He rolled his eyes at the girl and turned to lead everyone toward the passage of the painting made of paint. I'm not thinking about anything. I just feel awkward. I've already dug out a continent of origin and two fortresses of origin for my soul. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was awkwardness and awkwardness. He was desperately digging for things to divert attention. We looked back at the closed door that was about to disappear into the distance. So what does she think you are? I feel that the atmosphere is strange. I don't even dare to go over. Think what? Yin Nuoxing's footsteps paused for half a second. His cheeks twitched. He turned his head and snorted. Oomph, how would I know what she thinks of me? She just treats me like an idiot. That character is bad. I don't have feelings for her. I don't care at all. Everyone. Feng's arrogance. It's been a long time. Sister Luo Ying is really powerful to be able to force this side of him out. I Ching and the others, who were waiting in the realm of consciousness, suddenly saw the small mountain of white crystals light up. They immediately stood up and turned their heads. When they saw Lord Feng and Lord Hui walking out, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and quickly went up to greet them. Thank goodness you all returned safely. The five consciousnesses, Lu Xiaoqiu and Li De, who were still waiting in the realm of consciousness, quickly rushed up. The first consciousnesses to speak was now a little hurried. How's the situation? The Supreme will... As for your family's creator, there's no problem for now. Don't worry. Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms and sighed. It's just that, he thought for a moment and picked out the important parts about this world that Luo Ying had told him. That's the situation. Although she can't leave that space, she will still help to repair this world. You can study the circles of seals underground. Maybe you can make a breakthrough. As long as you don't destroy them, it'll be fine. As for this matter, the fewer people who know about it, the better. You should be able to handle it. As for the rest, there's no need to trouble the Supreme Will. It softly opened its mouth and spoke in a dull voice. We will do our best to deal with them. For our world, then, this matter is almost over. Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief and raised his head slightly. The matter here can be considered to be over. After finishing some of the loose ends, it's about time for us to leave. I'll leave the matters of this world to you all to deal with. He nodded slightly. No matter what, thank you for your help. Another consciousness condensation that was conversing with Yin Nuoxing and the others suddenly said, Oh, I suddenly remembered that there are thousands of people imprisoned here. They came in at the same time as you all, and when they came, they ran amok and affected us who were still consciousness puppets. Since we determined that they were not demonized beings, we captured them and locked them up. However, we were in a daze for a long time, and the time when we were awake was intermittent. We did not judge their situation and stayed here all the time. Look, it opened a projection, and in the projection was another radiant hall made of crystals. It was much more spacious than this one, and there were thousands of people nesting in two camps. Other than being a little dispirited, there seemed to be nothing wrong with them. Yin Nuoxing and the others. Those were the people from the Long Yuan realm and the Holy Spirit realm. Not only that, there were also some people from the primordial realm. Almost 10,000 people were so unlucky. They were thrown here as soon as they arrived. They were wondering why they couldn't see them. It turned out that they were imprisoned at the beginning. Speaking of which, the teleportation of this world was quite interesting. Huey's face twitched. Let's take them when we leave. This is really funny. Chapter 2021. Saying goodbye was actually quite serious, especially this kind of goodbye that was linked to eternity. This time, when they met again, they would have crossed over an eternity of time. At that time, they would not know what they had become. Therefore, every time they said goodbye, they would have to use all their strength. Perhaps this might be the only time they would say goodbye. Still, there would be the occasional awkward situation where he would use too much force and forget some important things. Still, it was just as good as it was when he remembered. Before he charged into that space again, he first gathered the little green ones and temporarily stripped them of their military power. He was talking about those crazy things. He packed them all up and took them away since they were mass-produced anyway and could be replenished in a little time. Moreover, there was nothing that required his full strength at the moment, so it did not matter. I Ching scratched his head in confusion as he watched Lord Feng hastily enter the door once more. Lord Feng, what did you forget? You left with a bunch of, all the energy towers. We did not need to think too much to know what he was going to do. Oh, he's sending armed reinforcements. After all, we have to guard a chaos concept body, and the more power, the better. By the way, all of your energy towers have been taken away, right? How many of them are there? I Ching's forehead broke out in cold sweat at the mention of the chaos concept body, and it took a while before he calmly said, "Oh, a full squad of them, and we worked overtime to make them after we came to this world. After all, we were preparing for the final confrontation with the chaos concept body, and so we prepared according to that scale. We didn't count the exact number, but there should be 100 billion, I think. The level 1 energy towers account for about 1,000th of the total, and they are all new generation energy towers. Lord Feng's various magic arrays are also at the level of 100 billion, and if all of them are deployed, it would be multiplied by another 100,000 or so. Everyone, could they be any more insane? Oh, it seems like they have always been this crazy. Then it's fine. Seeing that everyone's eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost, I Ching thought that they had mobilized too many forces and quickly waved his hand to explain. It sounds like a lot, but in fact, it's just the armed forces of a small squad. Well, it's just a little more than the standard. Ever since Lord Maple's chaos transformation, frontline logistics have been strengthened and risked their lives. You can see how crazy they are from the small creation room they created. They've repeatedly adjusted the creation room and sped it up a lot, while we're dealing with chaos concept bodies after all. Lord Maple said it well. When the entire void is covered in the light of truth of order, we can fight with more dignity. In Lord Maple's name, for origins and order. Everyone. It's because we were beaten up last time. No, that's not the point. The point is that you can't learn from that lunatic. The front line of the void did not have many normal people in the first place, and there would be even less normal people in the void if he was transformed. Running all the way to the portal, Yin Nuashing tried to knock on it twice. When he realized that it could not be opened, he was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the pattern on his right palm. He quickly manifested it and stuck it on the closed door. Seeing that the latter suddenly lit up, he immediately pushed the door and entered. The orange sky and the sea of clouds appeared in front of him again. The dazzling light made him dizzy for a moment. However, this time, when he ran to the big bed again, he did not see anyone. This made him slightly stunned. Just as he was about to shout her name, a female voice with a sweet smile suddenly sounded behind him. "Oh, why are you back so soon? Can't bear to see me go?" As soon as he turned his head, he saw an orange-pink dress and long hair that could almost bury him alive falling from the sky. A pair of hands reached for his face and immediately pulled his shoulders to the ground. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait! I have something to add." Yes, I know. Just say it like that." Luoying giggled and pulled him to sit down. She pressed his head on her thigh and smiled sweetly as she stroked his long hair. "All right, say it. I'm listening. Yin Nuashing wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt a little awkward when there was someone around, but now that there was no one around, he felt even more awkward. Ahem, I'm here to deliver a package. He cleared his throat and ignored the awkwardness for the time being. He took out a storage world and placed it in her hand. Here, take a look at it yourself. These are the things that we use to fight against chaos in this era. Although these things may not be as advanced as the things that you use in your era, they're still quite powerful when put together. If you use them, your upper limit should be much higher. Luoying took it and looked inside. She could not help but be surprised. Wow, you guys also like to use these densely packed order creations to guard the defense line. I can't help it. It's a matter of this era, and I guess this is a good tradition of order. Yin Nuashing scratched his cheeks and began to explain the usage of the massive amount of weapons. Those creations of order are all mass-produced, so don't worry about us. This small portion can be replenished very quickly. Their structure isn't that complicated, so you should be able to analyze it very quickly. You can modify it as you see fit. Also, those magic circles, there are many types of them. He explained in detail the usage, function, and modifications of those things used to construct the defense line of the void. Luoying smiled and looked at him as her cool little hand stroked his face. The cloud patterns in her silver-white eyes flowed with the light in her eyes. Phew, that's it. It had been more than a quarter of an hour since he finished talking. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. The thoughtful expression on Luoyin's face made him heave a sigh of relief again. She was thinking about whether these things were useful and what they could be used for. Instead of turning around and teasing him, it seemed that they could come in handy. To be honest, he still did not know that if he had to face this near-eternal time, he would. No, he did not even need to think about it. He would burn everything he had and fight the chaos concept body to the death. It was either he lived or he died. If he died, he would die happily and quickly reincarnate. It was because he knew that he could not withstand the seal for dozens of eras that he felt admiration for them. So he also made a long-awaited promise, hoping that one day he could do his best to free them. It would be even better if she did not tease him. It's very interesting. You can use your limits as a foundation to level up. Using your limits as a foundation to build a higher platform, but it will not crumble. Luoying said as she reached out and tapped him on his forehead. This is a very difficult path. I think I understand what Xiao Xiao said about resisting the fortress built by the Shattered Dream. Yin Nuashing scratched his ear, his face sad and weak. Well, I'm just a weak origin. Luoying also felt helpless when she heard that. She poked him on the forehead a few times. You are too unlucky. Looking at the history of the Order Void, I don't think I can find anyone more unlucky than you. Yeah, I'm very unlucky, right? I'm already unlucky enough. Maybe it's because I left my luck in the Source environment after the arrival of the Source. After encountering the mess of the Source, I was so unlucky that the Void could not stand it anymore. Then it brought me the mess of the chaos. Damn, that bastard is trying to kill me. Every time I see a chaos concept body, it's like I'm going through a grand Yuan realm explosion. Listening to those ink monsters saying interesting and not bad stuff, bring it back to the chaos void, let you destroy order with your own hands. Damn, I was an unlucky guy who was accidentally killed in my previous life. Why am I even more unlucky in this life? Can my bad luck be inherited from the previous life, or can it be stacked? As soon as the topic was brought up, he couldn't help but grumble and complain. Luoying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When everyone was around, he didn't have such a big reaction when this topic was not brought up. Now that it was brought up, there was only resentment left in his words. Look at how long he had accumulated resentment. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for everyone. Ahem. Yin Nuashing saw her helpless expression and hurriedly held back the pail of bitterness in his stomach. He coughed softly and slowly sat up, scratching his head sideways at Luoying. Well, I came back to bring this to you. Well, it would be great if it could be of use. Although this low-level creation might not be able to do anything to the chaos concept body, well, it would be great if it could be of use. I hope it could be of use. Well, it would be great if it could be of use. Well, I hope it could be of use. Luo uncovered her mouth and giggled. She rubbed his head and said, "You've made me happier." "Thank you. If that's the case, I'll have to prepare a gift in return." "Ah, I forgot something too. It's all because I was so happy that I forgot. Wait for me." Well, actually, before he could say anything, Luo Ing floated to the side of the bed like a cloud and flipped around. He could not help but smile bitterly. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Luo Ing came back with a small gray ball. It was about a foot in diameter and looked very old. If one looked closer, one would find that the gray color was just the texture of the light it emitted. Its body should be a smooth, energy crystal that contained a very large amount of willpower. I see that you guys don't seem to use willpower much. It's the same in your creations. I'm afraid that you're, well, the Void Frontline, right? That place should be lacking willpower, right? Luo Ing put the gray ball in his hand. This is a willpower crystal formed from my structural source and my power. It's very simple to use. It can be used as a pure order creation. If you want to learn how to use willpower, you can also use it to inherit part of it. He carefully put away the willpower crystal. Yin Nuoxing also had a small question. Speaking of which, in the inheritance of the heavenly god of origin, is there any inheritance related to willpower? Of course there is. My origin energy belongs to this category, and you didn't inherit all of it. Luo Ing subconsciously replied. She felt that something was wrong and shut her mouth. She stretched out her hands and put them on his face and shoulders. She slightly widened her pair of cloud-patterned silver eyes. Huh. Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing was pinched by her hands. His body suddenly stiffened. He felt uncomfortable all over. If it were not for her serious expression, as if she was checking something carefully, he would have screamed. Well, there was no one else here. It was useless even if he screamed until his throat was broken. After carefully examining little Feng Ling for a while, Luo Ing slightly lowered her head. She held her chin with her right hand and thought for a while. Is your inheritance not complete? There is no complete inheritance. At the mention of this topic, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. I didn't receive any inheritance at all. Even I. Her power was divided into 3 or 4 parts. I don't even know if it's considered an inheritance. Luo Ing gently shook her head, but before she continued the topic, she pulled his head and pressed it on her lap. You have indeed inherited the origin energy, but there seems to be a flaw. Among the existing origin energies, only the power of the god of destruction is complete. The other origin energies seem to only have surface characteristics. That is to say, the power itself is not complete. Wait, that's not right. It's not just surface characteristics, but each origin energy only has a part of its original characteristics. Even if you have completed 80% of the transformation of all origin energies, only the power of destruction really has 80% of its power. The other origin energies can't unleash their true power at all. When a successor inherits the origin energy from the god of destruction, what they get is an entire world. And you, Luo Ing thought for a while and turned her head away. She could not bear to look at it directly. Just a place. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. Although I know that what I got is the emasculated version, isn't it a little too shabby and pitiful for you to put it that way? To put it simply, characteristics were the soul of a power. A soul. He probably inherited the origin energy that was related to will, but he did not activate the power of will it contained. That was its characteristic. It was like inheriting an ocean, but the ocean had evaporated, leaving only a hole where it used to be. It was more or less the same. It was enough to understand. But that's the truth. Luo Ing stuck her tongue out. Actually, oh wait, speaking of which, do you know what the guardian of will that your children talked about is? Yin Nuoxing threw out a question that interrupted them halfway. It's actually very simple. It's the power of will that is similar to mine. This world was born from my rules, order, and energy. The children more or less have the same presence as me. The lower limit is 20 to 30%, and the upper limit is 50 to 60%. Luo Ying explained softly and flicked his forehead. You, on the other hand, inherited all the origin energy. Naturally, there's the same origin energy as mine. It's the origin energy that's related to the power of will. Although the characteristics of the power of will are not activated and you can't use it, it still has this part of power. That's why they treat you as the guardian of will. That's because of the same origin energy. Yin Nuoxing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because the origin energy did not react, I thought that it had nothing to do with this world. But in the end, it's all the origin energy's fault. He coughed dryly and changed the topic. My origin energy is just like what I said just now. There's no such thing as an inheritance. Actually, the whole story is very simple. You know the realm of gods, right? They left their power there. Now that I think about it, that part of power should be left behind to maintain some kind of defense and seal in the realm of gods. I was just accidentally tortured by the energy they left behind, leaving marks all over my body. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he smiled bitterly. After explaining the situation in more detail, he helplessly covered his face. That's how it is. I'm just a guy who didn't learn much and didn't receive any proper inheritance. My proficiency in using origin energy was something I had to endure. The reason I was able to forcefully pull my origin to 80% was because I came into contact with too many fragments. He pulled his hair and fiddled with it for a while before frowning again. But I'm in the shattered continent of origins with them. I have to explain the shattered continent of origins first. After spending 2 to 3 minutes explaining, Yin Nuoxing continued. That's it. When I met with your goddess, they did not mention it. You can still meet the goddess. Luo Ying looked a little envious and poked his face. After a while, she continued the topic. Your situation is very complicated. But don't worry, the goddess knows. Since they have met you, they already know everything about you. As for why they didn't mention it, they must have their own considerations. Maybe, based on my guess, Luo Ying pondered for a moment before continuing. Maybe it's deliberately controlled. That is, the destruction energy is the main power, and the other goddess power is the support. Why don't you go in and ask the goddess next time? That's the only way. Yin Nuoxing responded with a wry smile, but he agreed with what she said. Maybe she really did deliberately control the situation to be like this. It was certainly possible. He had to use all his strength just to deal with her power, and could only use all his remaining strength to deal with the other primordial energies. Even if his talent of multitasking was maxed out, he was almost unable to cope. With so many trivial matters to attend to, he could not do anything else. At this moment, if there were 147 paths to the heavens in front of him, he could only choose one and take a look at the other paths while he was at it. Just like now, the destruction energy was the main path, and the others were complementing it. The power of a certain creation god was trembling because of excessive fear. Damn, what a confusing primordial god. Yin Nuoxing suddenly stood up and scratched his head. It's getting late. I have to go. Luo Ying also stood up and waved at him a little reluctantly. Well, I wish you all the best. Yin Nuoxing looked at her a few more times, nodded slightly, and said goodbye. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look. After a while, he walked out of the portal. The girl watched him leave and sighed a little. Looking at the storage world orb in her hand, she murmured softly, Little Feng Ling gave me this gift. I have to use it well. It's really good stuff. Its overall level is actually comparable to the order creations used in our era. It can help me relieve a lot of pressure in the future. Little idiot, thank you. She sighed softly and kept the item carefully. Then, she gently pushed open the door to the concept level of the rules. But before she walked in, the door that was not closed suddenly opened again. Little Feng Ling rushed out from it and looked anxious. Luo Ying, wait, there's something else. Luo Ying said, why don't you stay for the night? Have a meal and sleep before you leave? We can talk through the night and see if there's anything we need to talk about in one go. This. Yin Nuoxing's face was full of awkwardness. He started to pick things in his soul again. He hurriedly threw out all the world orbs in his soul. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they were all piled on her bed. These are specially made world orbs. They're all filled with origin energy. Your Qing Qing and Shi Xiao said that the capacity is very large. They should be able to help you. Specially made? Luoying finally could not stay calm after hearing this. She walked over and picked up a world orb to take a look. She could not help but take a deep breath and exclaim, "What did you go through to do such a crazy thing? If the few of us worked together to use such dense energy back then, we would be able to throw a chaotic concept body back into the chaotic void. It's all kinds of unlucky. Look at my unlucky origin realm. These specially made world orbs are all special in their own way. Let me tell you more about them." Luo Ying shook her head. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. She seemed to understand what Shi Xiao and Qing Qing meant. She had underestimated Xiao Fengling's determination and insanity. This was twisting himself from the peak of origin realm to the origin realm. His mind, soul, and structure were all twisted into that state. Even if his body was completely restricted and left behind, he would never give up. Even if he had to tear himself into pieces, he would still set foot in that realm. In fact, he really did that. Phew, as expected of the successor of the god of destruction. Luo Ying asked herself if she could be like him. The answer was no. Even they could not do that. Perhaps the gods were also shocked when they saw Xiao Fengling. It must have been a very interesting scene. This crazy little idiot. The world quieted down completely, and she was the only one left. Looking at the light and clouds in the sky, she felt as if she was missing something. She let out a long sigh and looked at the large pile of things on the bed and the floor next to the bed. There were many more than when she piled up the world orbs just now. Little Feng Ling probably took out all her belongings. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her heart felt warm. She felt melancholy for a while and returned to the table. She began to tidy up the pastry plate, dessert bag, watermelon peel, orange peel, durian shell, used pots and pans, and 2 toys created by order, specially made by the gods. As she tidied up, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Fengling really stayed to have a meal with her. That's right. This feeling of trying my best to reach out and grab someone, wanting to touch something, she sighed softly. It was as if she, who had once been a shadow, had tried her best to touch the reality of the real world, but could only feel the torrent of reality mercilessly washing past her. So many years had passed that she couldn't even count how many years had passed. Little idiot, if there is a future, then let me understand you better. After all, understanding him in the future was not as realistic as the reality. Hui and the others, who had been waiting outside the door for 3 to 4 hours, were starting to let their imaginations run wild with anxiety. A lot of bizarre thoughts were running around in their minds. Little Qing Zi was already hurriedly building an energy tower in case something happened. After all, it was his Lord Feng, right? It was entirely possible that something might happen if he was not careful. They should have followed him just now and not let him go alone. Just as everyone thought that an observer might be fighting the chaos concept body inside and was about to switch to combat mode and charge in, the sound of the door suddenly opening woke them up. They turned their heads in unison and saw a certain person walking out with a yawn, looking slightly tired. Seeing this, they couldn't help but have more thoughts in their minds. Yin Nuashing had just rubbed her eyes and came back to her senses when she saw everyone's weird expressions. She could not help but be startled. What's with that expression? I thought that you were being eaten inside, eaten in every sense of the word. We cannot help but say. I even thought that you were fighting the chaos concept body and was about to rush in to help. Well, it's nothing like that. Her seal has been suppressed quite well, and there shouldn't be any problems in the next few years. It's just that when we were talking, we realized that there were a lot of things that we missed out on and accidentally took a little too much time. Yin Nuashing's shoulders drooped as he walked out listlessly. His expression was terrible. If I talk too much now, my brain will turn into paste. You all know my situation. The more I explore, the more confused I become. By the time a topic ends, I'll realize that I've already changed 70 to 80 topics. I've gone off topic to an outrageous extent. Everyone, that's right. They were quite clear that it was especially so when no one was tying them down. They could go off topic into the chaotic void and could not be pulled back. There were even times when some people could not be tied down. So what did you say? We could not help asking. What else could it be? It's about the origin energy about myself, and some things about the power of will, the creation of order. I want to die. Yin Nuashing rubbed her hair hard and shook her head with a bitter smile. I have to sort that out. What's with that expression? Hui, Ning Fei and the others saw her bangs fluttering and stared hard, pressing their thumbs against their foreheads and winking at her. While they were frantically gesturing, the little angel had already stepped forward and condensed a silk handkerchief with energy. When Little Star was at a loss, she pressed his head and gently wiped his forehead. She smiled and put the red silk handkerchief in front of him. Yin Nuashing looked at the red silk handkerchief and thought for a while. Then, she rolled her eyes and stopped breathing. She felt that half of her remaining energy had been sucked away. Seeing this, the little angel could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Sister Luoyin is quite enthusiastic. Siyu rolled her eyes and suddenly pulled Blue Phoenix and Shuang Shuang together. She bent her slender fingers and whispered in a low voice, "Generations inherit her single, beautiful big sister, and has an agreement with Little Star. Blue Phoenix, Shuang Shuang, a threat, a very strong opponent." Yin Nuashing's face twitched when she heard this. She rolled her eyes and almost died from exhaustion. Ah, that bad guy. Hui slapped his forehead and did not know whether to laugh or cry. So, I'm really surprised that you were not eaten in there. Amazing your head. You're obviously messing with me. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and sighed weakly. Forget it, forget it. Let's talk about it after a few dozen eras. Everyone, a gentleman's revenge, a few dozen eras. Even the void has expired. Hui came to his side and put his arm on his shoulder. He coughed dryly and said, "A long time ago, there was someone who was too immersed in acting and accidentally played himself into it. As a result, don't worry. That evil. She wasn't acting. Her nature is different. Besides, we've only just met. What she saw before was just my ghostly shadow. She's not a child anymore. How could she possibly be interested in a ghostly shadow? She just wanted to torture me. Although I don't know why she wanted to torture me. That is what happened." Yin Nuashing crossed her arms and continued to walk out. I have experience. Phew, it is not the first time I've been tortured, although I still can't handle it. Where did this kind of magical experience come from? Why don't I know anything about it? A long time ago. It has been a long time. Anyway, this kind of thing happened. Don't worry about these details. Oh, then let's change the topic. Hui immediately put on a serious expression. Is there really nothing else to say? Do you want to think about it again? The land of origin, the power of origin, the chaos concept body, the underworld, that person, the chaos, and so on. Think carefully and say it all at once, in case you run in and out again later. Do you think this is sit-ups in a coffin? Chapter 2022. As the portal to the space between consciousness closed, everyone who had just emerged from the portal had their own subtle and complicated emotions. They sighed, and then looked up at the flat space after the portal closed, and continued to sigh. This blue sky, white clouds, and grassland. Where are they? Oh, I know this place. Let's go this way. Lita took a few glances and clapped his hands. The old horse knew the way and led the way forward, leading the 5 shiny consciousness condensations and Feng Ling and the others in an unknown direction. In any case, they arrived at the battlefront between the eastern and northern regions without any problems. The long war had ended, but the towering battlefront was still standing. Countless warriors were still flying in and out of the battlefront. With the battlefront as the center, the land was recovering from its scorched state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to when they left in a hurry, this place now looked a little more pleasing to the eye. At least, it was no longer just a gray and pitch-black land that was polluted by the demonic energy. Although the purification speed was quite fast, It would take a little bit of time for them to completely purify this vast land. God knows how long it would take for them to completely purify this battlefield. This scene really feels like everything is over and the future is looking forward to. See, you whispered in his ear. Yin Nuashing covered half of his face and smiled bitterly. It's just a short period of time. No, it's just that the battle here is over. The battle that spread throughout the world is not over yet. However, he didn't need to worry about that. He believed that Luo Ying would find some way to help. The battle in this world was still far from over. It would take some effort to clean up these creatures that were distorted and condensed by the chaotic energy. They weren't easy to deal with, and just tearing them apart wasn't enough. Just look at the chaos that spread across the entire world and divided the human territory into isolated islands. Tearing apart all the demonized creatures wasn't enough. They had to be cleansed of the chaos left behind by their Yanko, singing, and dancing. TSK, look at how many people there are. That grand and majestic movement doesn't match the atmosphere and momentum of the Yanko dance. Then, let's put it another way. How about Onsai Waist Drum? Next topic. So the end hasn't come yet, but at least there's hope now. There's no need to rush. The coming of the end, those, consciousness condensations, right? That's what they told me. Standing at the top of the great shrine and overlooking the land, Lu Xiaoqiu suddenly walked to his side and stared at the land with him. She shrugged cutely and said, although it doesn't feel too real. In the future, the chaotic demonic wilderness will no longer be a barrier that divides the land. All life forms in the region will unite under the organization of the Great Shrine and work together to complete the remaining goal of this world. Yin Nuashing glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and shrugged. This is what you wanted to see before, a goal you wanted to achieve but couldn't act on, isn't it? Lu Xiaoqiu stroked the gray hair by her ear. That's right. When I was trapped in this area, I always wanted to break through this layer of blockade and fantasized about sweeping through the chaos devil wilderness. I thought that was just my own fantasy, but I didn't expect. There's nothing special to think about. Things in this world are always joking, and it's normal for unexpected things to happen. You just need to adapt to the situation and face everything that's going to happen. The gray-haired girl chuckled when she heard that. Then, as if she remembered something, her pretty face stiffened as she subconsciously covered her stomach with her palm. That's right. I hope there won't be something so scary and sudden next time. My stomach can't take it. That Yin Nuashing turned her head and spat out a mouthful of water, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This girl had been running around with them from a small corner all the way to this place. Along the way, there were scares but no mishaps. Every time there was an accident, this girl would be scared out of her wits, as if her soul had flown out of her body. Well, they were used to accidents. After all, the number one thing in the void, the number one Oracle Emperor in the void, it was a little difficult for them to not get into trouble by relying on these two things. Those are actually things that we can't resist. It's not that we can't avoid accidents just because we don't want to. Accidents happen everywhere we go. We really can't help it. For example, when they first came in and found that there was a yuanshi in this world, they were stunned for a moment. Then they observed and determined that the top combat power in this world was at the peak of the beginner yuanshi. They did not expect that there would be a mid-level yuanshi. However, they did not expect that after coming to this large area, those crazy guys in the northern region would bring out a high-level yuanshi who was close to the peak of the yuanshi. In the end, it even involved a peak yuanshi and some terrible things. They did not know where to find reason for this matter. Seeing Yin Nuashing explaining in a hurry, Lu Xiaoqiu could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Her long gray hair and white robe swayed in the wind, casting a bright scene out of thin air. Yin Nuashing calmed down a little and sighed helplessly. When he first saw her, she only had a belief and a persistence to do something. However, she could not do anything because of the pressure brought by the big wall of reality. From her eyes, he could see the fighting spirit, infinite energy, and overflowing confidence that once existed. The spirit that was built on that belief was actually as shaky as the belief itself. Perhaps it would collapse with a gentle push. Faith was something that could be easily worn down by time. But fortunately, she was not an impulsive person. Although she was a young, high-level life form, she was not a rash person who would bury her head and rush forward with passion and ideals. Therefore, at that time, she did not do anything. Although she was constrained by the pressure of reality, she did not give in. She had been moving forward silently and waiting. Even if she took the initiative to wear down her belief bit by bit, she preserved it very well and never let it extinguish. Until finally, this moment came. She waited for the person who could really tear this frozen world apart. She waited for the day when the sky suddenly appeared and the dense clouds dissipated. It wasn't hard to guess what would happen in the future. She would probably be active in the upcoming battles, and people like her would probably experience a rapid growth in the coming days. In this world without any restrictions, growth was very Yin Oshing suddenly screamed, scaring everyone to the point that their necks shrunk and shoulders trembled. The 20 to 30 people in this place all turned their heads in confusion, only to see the former holding his forehead with one hand as if he had a headache. Hui sighed in advance and shouted at Feng, "Tell me, what did you forget?" "There's something I forgot to say. Everyone, this guy really wants to go in and out. Why did he really forget about something? Didn't we already remind him?" "Aya, what reminders?" "It's normal that I can't remember at the moment. The things we're discussing are taking up too much of my brain space. It's too taxing on my brain. After one round of rolling, my brain didn't turn into paste because I had a good rest today. After 2 rounds, I can still stand because my legs are stiff. After 3 rounds, cough, cough. Anyway, it might be something important, but..." Seeing that everyone was sighing and turning their heads away to avoid looking at him, Yin Oshing grinned bitterly. "It's just a little awkward. Wow, if I go over again like this, would she laugh to death?" Hui smiled bitterly and put his hands on his hips. "What did you forget? How important is quite? Or is it about the origins?" No, no, no. Yin Oshing shook her head vigorously. "It's about the fact that there are no restrictions in this world. If we can find a reason, maybe we can..." Hui and the others were stunned. His jaw was suddenly dislocated. This is indeed a very important thing. Speaking of which, they really don't remember much about this matter. It's just ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. Yin Oshing scratched her head and hesitated for a while. Gritting her teeth, she used the thing that Luo Ying left for her to open the portal to the concept level of the rules, and hurriedly said, I'll be back soon. Don't get eaten. She runs so fast." Hui sighed, shook his head, and waved to everyone. "It's okay. Don't worry about her. She's just having a spasm. She'll be back in a while. If she can't come back..." He was silent for a while and looked up at the sky. "Are we going to have a big feast in this world? Speaking of which, the war hasn't ended yet. Isn't it not good to have a celebration?" Everyone smiled bitterly. "Well, it's just a joke. The war hasn't ended yet, so there's no need to do those things. Still, we've pretty much talked about what's next and the rest." We turned to the 5 consciousnesses. "Well, you're all veterans of order and have fought against the forces of chaos. You're all warriors of order, so I don't have to worry about cleaning up this world. But more importantly, little Qing, do you have any energy towers for purification?" I Ching's breathing stagnated, and he hurriedly searched his body. His face twitched, and he quickly shouted to everyone through their soul communication. "Guys, are there any energy towers for purification of chaos?" "Your Excellency, I Ching, we've just been scoured clean by Lord Maple. There's really not a single one left." Yeah. I heard that to maintain the suppression of the chaos concept body, it feels like we're hiding something. There's no energy towers left." "Wow, not a single one. Just one. There's really none. Well, if you're in a hurry, why don't we start work right now?" We did not know whether to laugh or cry as he held back the anxious little Qing and replied through the soul communication. "The previous generation is fine. The previous generation is fine. I don't have the previous generation's energy towers with me, so I'll ask you guys for some." I Ching, who almost wanted to take out the small creation space to build an energy tower on the spot, quickly calmed down and hurriedly took out the previous generation's energy towers from his storage space. The Order warriors who were wandering around, helping or being a hindrance were also hurriedly taking out energy towers. They all knew what to do next, and had already subconsciously replaced the energy towers with larger and more durable energy cores. It was an old occupational disease, and it was all subconscious. Lida and the others looked at the tens of thousands of towers that suddenly appeared in the area. Soon, the number of towers increased to hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions. In less than 2 minutes, a forest of towers appeared in front of them. Lida couldn't help but stare. Are these the weapons that you used? Seems like they're one size smaller. Huey's eyes also widened. They had just cleared the inventory last time. So how could they still take out the previous generation's energy towers that were worth tens of millions? Could it be that they added some emergency supplies later? Ahem. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Hui coughed dryly and pointed at the thing that Qing Zi took out. Oh, it is indeed something that we can use. This thing is a creation of order. It can effectively purify the remaining chaos energy, that is, the demonic energy. That part of the chaos energy is quite lazy. It is so lazy that you can effectively deal with it if you put in more effort. Pull up a more advanced purification energy tower, and you should be able to disintegrate it without much effort. Oh, right, don't use it to attack the demonized beings. These models are not for attacking. Hui paused, and his face twitched. Of course, if it's accidentally broken, and you have the leisure to do so, it's not impossible to use it as an extra-large blunt weapon to open the girls' heads. This thing is quite hard, and if you throw it out in a circle, no one within 100 miles will be able to survive. If you carry it to smash the brains of a mid-tier premier, there's a 70 to 80% chance of breaking the defense. Uncle Bird and the others were speechless. They raised their heads to look at the energy tower that was 10 to 1,000 feet tall. Then they looked at the thickness of the tower and imagined how it would look like to swing such a big stick like a windmill. They all fell silent. For some reason, they thought of the battle not long ago. There was a warrior who had smashed the entire battlefield into smithereens while laughing maniacally while swinging 2 towering pillars. That must be someone from their family, right? In short, they kept the thing with subtle expressions. They knew the power of this thing and would definitely use it properly, but as for swinging it, forget it. After the conversation ended, everyone stood still and waited for a while. About a quarter of an hour after someone left, he opened the portal again and walked out. Before Maple could say anything and close the portal, Hui immediately shouted, "Wait, are you sure you don't have anything to say? Once we leave, the mountains and rivers will be long, the earth will grow old, and the void will collapse." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched for a while. She looked at the portal hesitantly. "It should be gone. No. It's definitely gone. Definitely. Definitely." Everyone was stunned by her frightened expression. We couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you now? Why are you so scared? If you have something to say it clearly. What are you afraid of?" "I'm really scared. I have nothing to say. Even if I have something to say, I have nothing to say." Yin Nuoxing shivered and hugged herself tightly. Her face was dark blue and black, as if she had frostbite. "If I go in again, you won't see me again until tomorrow morning. In fact, I almost couldn't get out just now. This can't do. This can't do. This can't do. If you don't work hard, you'll become someone's plaything. This really can't do. This really can't do. Girl, come and help me wipe my back from my neck down." Everyone was speechless. Wow, what kind of treatment did he receive in there? "Ow, don't touch that bite mark. It hurts. It hurts." Everyone was speechless. I can't bear to look anymore. Cough, 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 cough. Pay attention to your image. After the little angel cleaned up foam, we coughed dryly and leaned forward. "So what's the conclusion?" "The forbidden seal is..." "The conclusion is that there's no way around it." Yin Nuoxing shook her head. Luo Ying herself doesn't know what happened to cause this result. Well, it could be that when the origin energy and the chaos energy were entangled, it could be related to the Dark Nightmare poem, or it could be that when the 3 were dancing together, something happened. Anyway, there's no way around it. By the time she knew about it, the result was already like this. Also, after some discussion, we realized that this kind of high-level life form that doesn't need to go through the Forbidden Zone would still require a lot of time to deal with things like order and whatnot. After considering it from top to bottom, this isn't much different from having a Forbidden Zone. At most, the main road would be clear, and we would be able to leave whenever we want. It wouldn't be like before, where we would be blocked when we want to leave. In short, there's no need to dwell on this matter. Huey's face twitched when he heard the conclusion. Then, didn't you get tormented for nothing? Yin Nuashing was silent for 2 seconds, her face twitching wildly. Don't say any more. After finishing the discussion about the follow-up arrangements for this world, they asked I Ching to clean up a large group of people. They ran to the temple next door and found Shu Qing and the others who were resting after finishing their hard work. After the battle, everyone in the mystical world helped to clean up the battlefield. At that time, it was not time to leave yet, and they didn't want to go around the world to pick up people, so they left them here first. They were also frightened by the repeated bumping into walls when they came to this world. It seemed that for the time being, they didn't intend to run around and jump around randomly. They also stayed here peacefully, which saved them a lot of worry. Now, it was almost time to slip away. They had to bring them along, although it was a little different from the original idea of staying here to fight for 15 years. Well, after the concept layer of this world's rules was repaired, the small entrance would be closed forever. It was originally a cage world of chaotic concept bodies, and it was not suitable for people to come in and out. It was better for unrelated people to leave honestly. Well, there were also unrelated people, and now they were ready to slip away. Shu Qing and the others, who were sitting on the floor outside the temple and resting, suddenly heard a series of neat footsteps. They turned their heads and saw Feng Ling and the others walking together. They quickly patted their dusty robes and armor and stood up. Monitor straightforwardly greeted them. "Oh, you're done? How was it? What's next?" "Next." Yin Noashing moved her right shoulder. "Next, we're going to deal with another matter that you've been waiting for a long time." Shu Qing was slightly startled, and the hand that was tying up her hair trembled. "Now, didn't you say that everyone is missing?" "Yes, now. If everyone is missing, then we'll go gather them." Yin Noashing nodded slightly. His gaze landed on the blue sky. Looking at it slightly, for some reason, he thought of that orange-pink space. His face twitched. It's time to leave this world. Oh, I don't know how to tell you. In short, this is a world with a special existence. We outsiders should not disturb the peace here from the beginning to the end. We should not. Now it's time to leave. It's time to leave. The people from a mystical world who were waiting here were startled. Someone couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say it would take 15 years or something?" We tried to leave before, but there was no way to leave this world. It seems that we can't touch the world barrier." "Oh, that was the situation in the past. Now, oh, it's not possible now. It seems that only I can open the door." Yin Nuashing looked at the sky and couldn't help but scratch his head after seeing the situation. The mark left by Luo Ying was probably the key, making it convenient for him to run around. "In short, we should leave. The matter here has been settled, and the people from the two families are now in our hands. We don't have to care about those things anymore, right? You saw the people from the Changyuan and Holy Spirit realms." Shu Qing was startled again, and her eyes that had lost their brilliance couldn't help but fluctuate. If the two families are controlled, well, the matter of the past 15 years is over. This is probably the first time in history that it ended so early. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the sky. It's time to end it. Yes. Yin Nuashing nodded slightly, and his colorful eyes revealed a deep and complicated light. Yes, it's time to end it. The matter here should also come to an end. Looking at Maple, who only murmured and didn't act too rashly, Hui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had survived the outbreak of the war fever syndrome. There was no need to worry about him not being able to hold back and striking the order void in the next second. Of course, it was still necessary to pay a little attention. The prognosis. Ahem. It was hard to guarantee that when he returned to the outside world, he wouldn't encounter some lunatic who would reignite the fire he had just extinguished. That wouldn't be fun. That wouldn't do. By the way, if we need the 3 parties to sit together for a discussion, how do we do it? We couldn't help but murmur. What he said surprised the people around him. Shu Qing looked at them meaningfully, stroked the long spear in her hand, and shook her head. It's hard to imagine. In a three-party war, one party is the invader, the other party is the victim, and the other party is a bystander. He can be regarded as an accomplice. It's very difficult to get the three parties to sit together and talk peacefully. Who wants them to be peacefully? Hui shrugged. I just want them to get together. If I can do it, it will save me some trouble. If I can't, then, seeing that he suddenly showed a thoughtful look, Monitor couldn't help but ask, then what? Then, they may die. Everyone, either sit down and talk or die at the speed of light. They believed that this group of people in front of them definitely had such power. They had personally experienced it on this side of the battlefield. The corner of Shu Qing's eyes twitched twice, and she said calmly, "You can try to talk to the domain master of the Tianxian world. Maybe, well, if it's her, maybe it can be done. This time we went back early and brought a big victory. I think she will also listen to your conditions. I just don't know if the important thing to discuss can be done with this kind of bargaining chip. Phew, maybe it's very difficult. Let's try, but it may be faster." We turned his head to look at Feng, who was talking to Lu Xiaoqiu. That guy who is afraid of trouble has finally suppressed his morbid mentality. If we don't take advantage of this time to settle the matter steadily, it will be difficult to deal with when someone makes him angry. Oh, Monitor covered his chest and took a deep breath. What will happen? You saw the scene on the battlefield that day, right? Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. Seeing that they all showed a lingering fear, he continued, 2 or 3 rounds in a minute, each round lasting 10 seconds, lasting for half an hour. Huh? You don't understand? You can't tell? It's okay. I'll make it clear. Each round can magnify the disaster you saw on that day by 100 million times. Ah, you understand. Everyone, that half an hour had passed, and the void had been sunk. After checking the things in this world and confirming that there should be no mess left for them to solve, everyone tidied up and prepared to... there's one last thing. Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands, and everyone's faces immediately darkened as they stared at him as if they were looking at something indescribable. He quickly laughed dryly and waved his hands. No, it's not what you think. He turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoqiu. I have to send you back first. The gray-haired girl blinked her green eyes. Almost forgot. It's time to go home. After crossing the territory, I haven't been in contact with him for a long time. If I don't contact him soon, my father may drive a fleet all over the world to find where the hell I am. Everyone, this girl must have been shocked silly. Since it was a solo event, Yin Nuoxing took Lu Xiaoqiu on his own, set off. Hui and the others also remembered that they should go and look for Mu Songyuan and the others to inform them. After all, they would be gone for who knew how many years. If they left, there would be no after. The probability of this happening was very high. Therefore, they still had to say goodbye seriously. The concept layer that had been slightly restored allowed them to use the teleportation portals to jump around at will, saving them the effort of going back and forth. They only needed to open a few portals and walk 2 segments to send the gray-haired girl back to Abyss Moon City. We're here. After putting Lu Xiaoqiu on the city wall of Abyss Moon City, Yun Nuoxing stretched and looked outside the northwest city wall. The big pit that Tianhui blew up had not been filled yet. He also judged from the pit that this was indeed Abyss Moon City. The surrounding atmosphere was normal, and there were no blind, demonized creatures attacking the city at this time, which made him feel more at ease. Looking at the familiar Abyss Moon City appearing in her sight, Lu Xiaoqiu was a little sluggish. Her mind quickly flashed through the things she had experienced during this period of time. She couldn't help but touch her eyes. It really doesn't feel real. I've experienced a lot in a short period of time. Well, just sort it out slowly and deal with it slowly. There's still many things to do next. Yin Nuoxing leaned back on the city wall, raised his head, and let out a long sigh of relief. The future. This world still has a long time. There's still many things to do, and many things worth doing. Compared to the outside world that seems to be a death sentence, this world still has a lot of time. Difficult to deal with? The outside world? She tilted her head curiously. Well, that's how it is. However, we still have to grit our teeth and deal with it. Those are the things that we need to do. Just like how you have things to deal with in your world, we are the same. There are many things that we have to face and do in this world. Yin Washing let out a long sigh, straightened up, and patted her shoulder. Then, I'll send you here. This time, there weren't any accidents, and there weren't any strange things in. We arrived smoothly. Lu Xiaoqiu couldn't help but chuckle. It's so formal. It's because you said you were afraid of accidents or something. I didn't dare to delay and chose the most normal and quiet place to teleport all the way. Yin Washing scratched his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He would be ridiculed again if he accidentally jumped to a strange place. She smiled even more happily when she heard that. After a while, she reached out her hand to him. I should have treated you well, but looking at how busy you are, maybe I won't have a chance. Yin Washing shrugged and reached out to shake her soft and delicate hand. There's no other way. However, if you, or your soul, are still around in the distant future, it's not impossible for you to have this chance. How distant is very distant. Eternity. It's so far away that time will fade away. So, you don't have to worry about us. Perhaps if we turn around and jump out, we'll run into some troublesome accident. If we're too busy, we'll beat ourselves into idiots and accidentally kill ourselves. Lu Xiaoqiu agreed. With their ability to encounter problems, it was very easy for them to encounter some strange and troublesome things. After spending a short time together, she was already used to these things. It was just that her stomach hurt a little. I hope that in this life and in the next life, you can follow your heart and move forward without fear. Yin Washing said softly and smiled at her. Goodbye, Xiaoqiu. She stuck out her tongue cutely. Didn't you say that it's very, very far away? Yes, so that's just my one-sided wish. After all, who doesn't want to see friends with good personalities who can talk well and live well? Yin Washing shrugged and let go of her hand. Then, he turned around and opened the teleportation door. He waved his arm and walked in slowly. I can't say those words. So, I hope that every time we say goodbye, there will be a next time. Yes, goodbye. Fengling Lu Xiaoqiu chuckled. I can't think of anything special to say. Then I wish you all the best. Oh, thank you. Chapter 2023. After finishing their business in this cage, they packed up their things and left this place smoothly. They left this world and came back to their senses in the void. However, it was no longer the bottom-level void that they saw when they first entered. From their current position, they could directly see hundreds of world-light orbs floating in the void. The largest one in the middle was the battlefield where the three families fought each other. After ascertaining their direction, they teleported once more and promptly returned to the sacred city of profound heaven. However, before they could steady themselves, a tidal wave of demonic sound hummed and crashed into their ears, causing them to shudder and laugh bitterly while covering their ears. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the familiar sight. It was still more comfortable in this place. That world, they had never had a good night's sleep ever since they went there, and fighting nonstop against demonized life forms was truly inhumane. Yin Washing kept quiet for a moment after taking a look at the sacred city of profound heaven, before suddenly turning to Hui and the others. Come to think of it, do you remember that light chaser we saw in the sacred city? Oh yes, that light chaser who was left alone and kept mumbling gate and leave. What about it? Hui Gang stretched lazily as he spoke subconsciously, only to realize that something was not right when he was done and turned to his old friend in shock. Don't tell me you still have something to say. We've already come out, and if you still want to go back, wouldn't you get yourself in trouble if you make 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Others would make 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite someone to leave, but you're getting yourself in trouble. I'm going to laugh myself to death. That's not it. Yin Washing smiled bitterly, shaking her head and explaining, I've already told Luo Ying about the light chaser, but I didn't tell you guys about it. It's actually a light chaser that Luo Ying created herself and placed in this region of the void like a beacon, with the intention of driving away all who approach this region, so that the chaos concept body wouldn't suddenly break out of its cage and drag in a bunch of clueless children who were watching the show. I see. Then why did it blow up? Yin Oshing crossed her arms and said with a serious expression, "Read it out loud. Everyone." Huh? No, wasn't that just a joke? Why did he suddenly take it seriously? Ahem, to be honest, because my consciousness and willpower are mixed with weak origin energy. That energy beacon has two functions. The first is to forcibly throw out all unlucky fellows when the situation is at its most critical, and then impose a seal in the void to prevent any unlucky fellows from being sucked in. The second is to detect the arrival of those from the origin system. And if something has happened inside, but the chaos concept body has yet to successfully escape, the beacon will inform those from the origin system, explode, and return to the main body. It can even allow her to pull part of her consciousness back. And with the cooperation of both inside and outside, they can either suppress that damn thing or directly kill it and throw it back into the void. That's the measure. Measure. It seems that those from the origin system are very good at holding back. And look at that. TSK. We felt that he had missed something. What if it's a second case and nothing has happened inside? Yin Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. That's our current situation. Something's not right. It didn't inform me. Yes, it didn't tell me what it was going to do before it blew up, but I went to inform her. Luoing also said that there was a design flaw, and in a hurry, she forgot. Oh, yes, she didn't even open the door for us. If it wasn't for the 15 years, we wouldn't even know what was hidden inside. You people from the origin system, are too happy. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. You're from the origin system now, too. Hui patted his forehead and sighed. I'm happy too, really. What they had experienced in that world was obvious to all. At this time, they were too lazy to talk about it through soul communication, so they simply talked like normal. Shu Qing and Monitor, who were listening on the side, were stunned. Although they didn't quite understand, they always felt that it involved something terrible. In short, they didn't understand, but they were shocked, but they couldn't tell why. We looked back at them and saw their stunned reactions. He was a little helpless. Although it was true that he was about to reveal his cards, he also wanted to see how they would react to the word origins. But according to their situation, they probably didn't have much of a reaction. Sure enough, the impression of the origin system in this era had been blurred to a certain extent. Not to say that it was completely erased, but the people in the Order Void should not be more than 10%. Taking the realm of the gods separately, the realm of the gods itself was created by the gods of origin. There were things about the gods of origin in the legend of creation. They knew from the beginning, but all kinds of strange names. It was only after they really came into contact with the system that they understood a lot of very important things. Oh, in this case, the Void frontline also had to be taken out. It was because they came into contact with them that they came into contact with the origin system. In that case, the Order Void only knew about the war between order and chaos on the front lines of the Void. They only knew about it, not understood it. The only reason they knew about it was because that fellow from 5 years ago came out and made a ruckus, which was why they knew about it. Aren't you going back? Shu Qing saw that their conversation had come to an end and came forward. Those things, oh, if it's possible, can you do me a favor? Hui snapped his fingers and put a solidified square dimensional storage in his hand. He smiled and said, do me a favor. I'll leave the matter of the report to you. As for us, we'll just stroll around profound Heaven Holy City and relax a little. After you're done talking, let us know when we'll gather for the meeting. Of course, if it doesn't work out, just let us know and we'll make other plans. Shu Qing looked at the square dimensional storage in a daze. He glanced inside and saw almost 10,000 people huddled inside. He immediately understood what the dimensional storage was for. It was the spoils of war. If he took this group of people back, he honestly did not think that the other two factions would make a big fuss over it. Shu Qing looked at them and sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll try my best to fight for the situation you want. Okay, I'll try my best to fight for it. Then I'll leave it to you. Of course, resting was just an excuse. They were not so tired that they would collapse on the bed after taking a stroll in that world. It was not as if they were boxing with the chaos concept entity, so it was not that serious. They were just leaving for a period of time to see the situation at the front line of the void. You only remember to ask about the situation at the void front line now? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked at him. I've already reported to Yuan Ji that I'm safe and asked about the situation. Everything is normal and nothing happened. The underworld did not come out to cause trouble, and the abyss death mist did not mutate 7 or 8 levels. Everything is going well. It's just that, Hui listened blankly and was about to explain that his brain was not that good. Then perhaps it was really not that good. His brain suddenly stopped working, and he changed his words. Words that did not go through his brain popped out of his mouth. Why does it sound like you're telling your family that you're not dead after losing contact and telling them what happened? Aren't you just telling your wife that you're safe? Feng immediately stared at him with an expression of extreme horror, causing him to sweat profusely. But thinking about it carefully, this place was profound, heaven's sacred city, and there were too many unrelated people. Feng could not possibly send him flying with a firework. Then, he immediately patted Feng's shoulder and used the words that had been processed by his brain without fear of death. Look at you, you've already gotten used to it. You've skipped the dating stage and directly become an old married couple. When are you going to have a wedding? When can I see your wedding? Everyone. This was taking advantage of the fact that this was not a good place to set off fireworks. This was an advanced version of welding detonators and sawing light bulbs. His desire to die had been maxed out to the point of breaking through the sky. We saw that someone was gnashing his teeth, but couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he felt relieved. As he walked forward, he put his arm on Maple's shoulder and sighed. You see, she has been with you for more than a dozen eras. Although you have a personality disorder and crush your emotions into pieces only knew about her 5 years ago, you can't deny the fact that she has existed for more than a dozen eras. Don't you have a little bit of that? As he spoke, he gently shook Feng. Feng would not reject this kind of slow-paced harassment. Yes, he was very clear. More than 10 epochs. It's almost half the time of the previous epoch. I know it's been a long time. I know. Yin Nuashing sighed softly. At this time, he did not want to deal with the matter that he joked about earlier. This was because he was having a headache now. It was not the topic itself that gave him a headache, but a headache. Forget it. It was too far to talk about more complicated things. It was better to have a headache about the topic itself. Seeing that Feng did not have any intention to say anything else for a long time, Hui turned his head and saw that Feng's face was full of confusion, distress, and a little bit of a breakdown. It was not good to say anything more. This place was not a good place to talk about these topics, so there was no need to say more for the time being. Anyway, he did not intend to let this topic go. He would talk about it for 1 epoch, 2 epochs, and even if more than 10 or 20 epochs had passed, he would still nag about it until this guy was willing to do it. If it was useless no matter how much he nagged. He thought for a moment and looked back at the little angel, CU, and the others were shopping hand in hand. He measured their combat strength and secretly nodded. There were 4 or 5 of them here, and there was one in the void front line. There might be a few more. If they could gather 1 or 2 more, they would be able to forcefully tie Feng up. Anyway, he knew that this guy, yes, he knew very well that as long as he could tie Feng up, success would follow naturally. After all, that guy was not afraid of changes. When he thought about things, he would always have a fait accompli. No need to think too much problem in it. So, he just needed to make something a fait accompli, and sooner or later, he would let those girls from Feng's family tie him up. Well, he might have to let them be prepared. Anyway, he was only 1 or 2 steps away from them, and he himself would not resist, or perhaps a little, or something. He could not explain it for now, but he would find time to tell him. Let's put Feng's distress aside for now and let him fret over it. Let's just sort out the situation of this trip a little. We obtained the Dark Scorpion poem and seemed to have touched a willpower crystal, which could make up for the willpower that was lacking in the void frontline. Speaking of which, it was helpless. The willpower crystal was actually on par with other powers and forms of power. It was even more prominent in certain stubborn places. After all, it was all about willpower. Those who did not have stubbornness would use the willpower crystal as normal, and it was not much different from other powers. With an additional power, more tricks could be played, and various types of replenishment could be carried out. In short, it was a good thing. If it was someone with extreme stubbornness, he was talking about Feng. Using the willpower crystal would be a little out of the ordinary, and it would definitely cause a major collapse of the void. Then, there was such a power, and they did not have it at the void frontline. After fighting for 5 epochs, they realized that they did not have it. That was strange. The willpower crystal is rarely used, be it in this era or our own, Little Xiao explained. Moreover, while there is nothing wrong with what you said about equal status, there is a prerequisite. The willpower crystal is strenuous and unrewarding in its early stages, and would only be equal in its later stages when it matures. The second reason depends on the individual situation. Whether the willpower crystal is strong or weak, each person's position would be different, and there would be great disparity in their power. The third reason involves the rules of composition. Material life forms that are restricted by race and composition rules have much weaker willpower compared to energy life forms and quasi-energy life forms. That's a problem that can't be helped. We did not know whether to laugh or cry as he slapped the side of his face. That was indeed the case for normal races and material life forms. After all, they were restricted by their bodies and the rules of composition that weave their bodies. Energy life forms did not have such restrictions and could instead strengthen the willpower crystal. After all, energy life forms, self-awareness, and composition all originated from their soul and consciousness and were considerably powerful in themselves. It was a natural gift of life forms and races. All right, that was the problem. Leaving aside the first and second reasons, let's talk about the third reason. The Void frontline had few energy life forms in the first place, and most of them were busy figuring out their own essence, exploring their path, and continuing on their path to the end. They also had to strengthen the use of various order creations on the front line. Their mission was maxed out, and they did not have much time to add another type of power. Then, the core of them. They were busy with the origin energy, especially Feng, who was super multiplied, and did not have much time to mess around with the willpower crystal. Therefore, we need the cooperation of another life form that has been using the willpower all along, Little Xiao said. In the past, the Void frontline had been so cooperative. After all, time was limited from the start, and they could not move freely. They just had to do their best to ensure that their path could reach its limit, and they could not even change paths midway. That's right, time is really troublesome. Hui crossed his arms and looked troubled. Then there's a big problem now. This willpower crystal must be used, and the analysis of the order creations should be left to Feng. There is no need for us to get involved. Then, the other problem is, if we want to get someone to use it, we have to learn how to use the willpower crystal. Who is the most suitable person? Ling? Oh, that answer is fixed, so is there nothing else? I think if I rush up now. Hui glanced at Feng, who was shopping with the girls of his family. After a day, he finally did not dwell on the matter he mentioned yesterday. Let's not disturb him, not now. So is there nothing else? There is. Little Xiao nodded slightly, and her gray eyes moved away from Ling. She looked at the girl beside him, who was as cold as ice and snow. Frost. Origin life form. As expected, she is the highest existence among energy life forms. It is normal for her to be among them. By the way, Feng told me that he did not know what to do with the Requiem poem. He could not carry 3 swords, the Staff of Origin and the Staff of Creation. So, is there anyone among the second-generation inheritors who is suitable to use the Requiem poem? Little Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, but they can't use it. Wei, who had just come to his senses, was stunned. Huh? Why? Sister Luo Ying's sword and brother Ai's sword are both in a soul-damaged state. The second-generation inheritors can't use them. The burden is too great, and they can't bear it. Only Ling, who is an anomaly, has a higher level of origin energy. His energy is close to limitless, and he has the support of the origin energy. Therefore, even if they are soul damaged and can't resonate, he can still wield them freely without any restrictions. Hui was stunned. But why can Little Phoenix use the Netherworld Ruin Sword? Because Blue Phoenix obtained part of the resonate power from Ling. You can think of it as Ling lending his power to Blue Phoenix so that the Netherworld Ruin Sword can cooperate with Blue Phoenix's attack. I heard that you used the Netherworld Ruin Sword before, so you should know. You have interacted with Ling a lot, and the Netherworld Ruin Sword will respond to you in the same way. Little Xiao fixed her gaze on Ling as she spoke, and some confusion flashed across her face. I don't understand. The Netherworld Ruin Sword is the same as the Rhythm of Light and the Requiem poem. They are all soul-damaged. So, why can the Netherworld Ruin Sword still resonate with Ling? It is as if the Netherworld Ruin Sword is subconsciously responding to him even when it is asleep. Oh, because Feng is an anomaly. He answered without thinking. He didn't know why the Netherworld Ruin Sword was different from the other two. The Rhythm of Light and the Requiem poem required many conditions to obtain the right to use them, but the Netherworld Ruin Sword didn't seem to have such conditions in the first place. He didn't know why, and he didn't want to think about it. If he thought too much about it, it would be easy to get himself involved. Little Xiao agreed. But it is more likely that the gods did something. Maybe he came into contact with too many fragments. Maybe it was because of this. No, it shouldn't be. He was already using the Netherworld Ruin Sword before he came into contact with the Origin Sword. So, I don't understand. Don't think about it. If you can't figure it out, he probably can't figure it out himself either. Let's put this matter aside for now. Hui shrugged and used his chin to point at Feng and the others who were squeezing through the crowd in front of them. By the way, aren't you going to squeeze through? Little Xiao glanced at Ling and Blue Phoenix beside him. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, "There's not enough space." What? We're being squeezed out. There are too many people. Hui, there were indeed a lot of people in profound Heaven Sacred City. Right now, they were walking shoulder to shoulder on the streets, cough, cough. But for some reason, her words made him want to laugh. After fishing in profound Heaven Sacred City for a day and a half, Hui thought that it should be about time. Just as he was about to go to the battlefield of the 3 families to see what was going on, Shu Qing finally arrived. She had a serious expression on her face as she found the place where they were staying in profound Heaven Sacred City. The matter has been taken care of. In the small living room where they were staying, Shu Qing looked at Feng Ling and Hui with her listless eyes. She said in a low voice, "However, it might be beyond your expectations." "What do you mean? Did they quarrel?" Hui immediately stood up from the sofa and patted his messy robes. "There's no need. There's no need. There's no need for them to quarrel. If they want to quarrel, they can wait until we get there." Shu Qing was stunned. She shook her head. "That's not the case. It's just that the 3 families are going to gather today, and immediately." Everyone in the living room. Yin Nuoxing picked her ears to make sure she wasn't hearing things. "It's really unexpected. It's too fast. It doesn't feel like they've thought it through. Did something happen? Or did the unimportant bargaining chip you brought back become the last straw? I'm not very clear about the details. Yesterday, the Realm Master and the others were discussing something. I guess that might be the real reason. When I saw the Realm Master today, I told her about it. She also told me about what was going to happen. She said, go and invite them. After all, the 3 families will bring people. It's safer with them around." And the original words. Shu Qing took a deep breath. "Anyway, that's the truth. It's going to start soon. Why do I feel like something's wrong?" Hui was a little stunned. "You didn't tell anyone about us? Didn't anyone ask you when you went back yesterday?" "That's impossible." "They did, but we don't know if they heard everything. Yesterday, when the team leaders gathered to report what happened during this period, they mentioned your matter. However, they were mocked by the military governor. He said, since you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, everyone has their own secrets. Anyway, it's fine as long as you can come back." He even caught people from both families and mocked them. And the original words. Yin Nuoxing and the others. Did no one listen to the truth these days? Shu Qing tilted her head and shrugged. "You hit it too well. It's normal that they don't believe it." "Well, anyway, we have to go to the meeting now, right?" Hui clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and put one hand on his waist. Then let's go. No matter what the situation is, it's fine as long as we achieve the effect we want. They can have their meeting. We'll do our own thing. Let's go. There was definitely something fishy going on when things were out of the ordinary. However, they were absent for a period of time, so they were not very sure what was going on. Anyway, they would know when they went over to take a look. In short, it was impossible that they suddenly gathered together. Everything had a cause and effect. Even if the group of people they brought back was a cause, it would not be a particularly strong cause. They were more convinced that something had been brewing to a certain extent before this incident was triggered. Well, there was no hurry. They did not know now, but they would know later. The location was still in the middle of the 3 battlefields. At the center of the 3 battlefields in the starry sky, a huge floating island had been moved here from somewhere in the starry sky that should have been pushed back and forth by various forces. A thin layer of energy barrier enveloped the floating island. The defense was not very strong, as if the energy barrier was placed here for show. The arrangement on the floating island was very simple. It was just a huge square. It was generous, as if to convey to everyone that saw it that we have not arranged anything, so you can be at ease. 2 chairs were placed in the square for the primordial world's realm master to sit on. Together with an Eru, they could sing an empty city strategy on the spot. In fact, who knew? The heaven mystic world's realm master and more than 10 military governors stood in the starry sky outside the floating island. Behind them stood several small teams that Yin Nuashing and the others had seen before. There were not many people, but from the looks of it, they should have sent out all their elites, regardless of whether the other side was an empty city or an ambush on all sides. They definitely had to bring enough manpower. The outstanding beauty with a pair of dead fish, or rather lifeless eyes, at the head of the group was a young girl. Today, she had changed her attire from the first time they saw her. She was wearing a light armor. The color was a combination of deep purple and black, revealing a faint demonic aura. It was not far from the style of the ghost-faced armor. At first glance, she looked like she was ready to go into battle with a sword. The young girl suddenly turned her gaze and said indifferently, "Everyone is here." The military governors behind her were stunned. Just as they turned their heads, they saw Shu Qing leading a group of people who had arrived late. It was only then that they knew who their boss was waiting for. They even specially set up a venue for this. Hui smacked his lips and looked at the floating island. Then, he used his shoulder to nudge Maple, who had chosen to be in a daze because of the crowd. "See if there's anything around. Do we need to arrange anything extra?" Hearing this, Yin Nuashing raised her eyes and looked ahead. Then, she said, "There's something, but this is normal. Little Qing and the others are all here, so there's no need to waste time." Shu Qing was stunned. She pointed at herself and asked, "Me?" No, it's another one. He has the same Qing in his name like you. He's a member of our family." We waved his hand and explained. Then, he turned to look at the floating island in the starry sky. The corner of his mouth twitched into a sinister smile. "A Hongmen banquet, right? I'm afraid you'll have to eat the banquet." The young girl walked over slowly and looked at Maple. "Can we depart?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. "Isn't this your meeting? We're just tagging along. You don't have to ask us." The young girl tilted her head slightly. There was a hint of doubt in her cold eyes. After a while, a look of realization appeared. She softly said, "Oh." Then, she turned to look at everyone and said softly, "Let's go." Looking at the young girl returning to her seat and leading the group to land on the floating island, Yin Nuashing and the others looked at each other for a while. In the end, they all shrugged. They felt that something was not right, but they could not put their finger on it. Chapter 2024. Holding a big meeting, holding a small meeting, repeating the same thing over and over again. In fact, he hated this kind of thing. It was a waste of saliva to talk about it. It was like a winding mountain road. No matter how long it took, the only thing that was hammered on the table was 2 sentences. One side was shouting, "Benefits, benefits, and F*King benefits. And they're all mine." The other side was shouting, F*CKU. Yes, a meeting that lasted 180 minutes was just these 2 sentences. He translated it and used proper, elegant, and formal words to say, we had a cordial and friendly conversation. We fully exchanged our views and improved our understanding of each other. However, we have reservations. He used the most common words to translate it again, scram. Therefore, it was better to flip the table. Looking at the venue, if he punched, the meeting that lasted 180 minutes would end in 180 seconds. There was no need to tidy up the speech of 30,000 to 50,000 words. He could wrap it up with 3 sentences. The war between order and chaos is imminent. Set fire to the house and sit in jail for a long time. If you're not decent, I will let you be decent. Yes, it was over. What? Elegant? Oh, forget it. He could be elegant and reserved at other times. Forget about the meeting. Of course, if it was a meeting to discuss the important matters of the future, he would be happy to sit down and chat. There was no need to talk about anything else. For example, right now, the 3 parties were entering the venue one after another. Before they all sat down, the atmosphere was already tense. They were in full combat state. Meeting? My ass. The square was open air, and the wind was leaking. Although the location was very solemn and grand, he felt that the location in the primordial world was 2 centimeters higher. Looking at the group of people he did not know from left to right, and their gloomy expressions, they did not look like they were here for a meeting. Since it was a temporary venue, they didn't pay much attention to the decorations. If there was a seat, they would sit. If there wasn't a seat, they would take out their own benches and squat on the ground. When the 3 parties finished entering the venue, a group of important people gathered in front of the table. The rest of the soldiers stood at the back, vigilantly glancing at the other 2 parties. In such a tense atmosphere, if there was any unusual movement, they would immediately explode. He raised his head and scanned the room. Even though he had already said it, he still had to say it again. They were those he did not know, 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 even those he did not know sitting next to him. TSK. He was not someone who would flip the table so quickly. He would have to wait for them to fart for a while. At the very least, he had to figure out what expired and fake medicine the people of the primordial realm were selling. That person is the peak of the early stage realm lord of the primordial realm. He is still 1 step away from the mid-stage, but it doesn't seem that easy to break through. The girl's voice sounded softly in his ears, startling Yin Nuashing. He turned around and looked at her sitting on his left. Speaking of which, this position was a little strange. He thought that he would be arranged to sit in a corner, but he did not expect to sit beside her. Even the military governors of the heaven mystic world were scratching their ears and cheeks in confusion. However, since their boss had spoken, they would not object. In any case, it was strange. Especially now that she had taken the initiative to talk to him, it was even more strange. Yin Nuashing looked at the people sitting at the table on their right. He looked at the person sitting in the center, who was wearing a golden battle robe. He squinted his eyes and ignored everyone around him. On the surface, he looked like a man who had just entered middle age. His hair had turned gray early, and his indifferent face had an abnormal thinness that had been washed away by time. His skin was unhealthy pale, as if he was already what? Could it be that his soul seemed to have entered the twilight years, or that his soul had withered? He should have been an immortal, but he seemed to have been continuously worn down by time. Yes, the erosion of time had left traces on his body. There was indeed a thick aura of time around him, and it was an aura that could not be concealed or suppressed at all. It was like a box full of holes that could not be sealed at all. He was a person from the previous era. There was no doubt about it, but he should not be as mature as Luo, Ying, and the others. He did not know why he was in such a broken state. He looked back at Shi Xiao and Sui Qing. They did not have any reaction. It seemed that they did not know each other. Then, there was nothing to worry about. We had been secretly looking at the Chanyuan and Holy Spirit realms. Coincidentally, there were people there who were also secretly looking at him. They swept their gazes over him, puzzled, frowning, and deep in thought, as if they were thinking about something they could not be sure of. This time, It's a bit hasty to invite all of you here. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us." The sudden voice made the three parties in the field quiet down. The tense atmosphere also subsided slightly. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man at the head of the primordial world. He put his hands on the table and put on a calm and serious expression. He said softly, "This time, we mainly want to discuss the matter between the three of us. We have been fighting in the void for several eras. We have fought countless times and suffered huge losses. It's just a waste of our strength. The void should be united. I'm sure all of you are aware of what happened 5 years ago. A powerful existence descended into the void and wanted to make the countless lives in the void submit to him. Now, that powerful existence has disappeared, but that doesn't mean that they have disappeared. In fact, I can tell all of you with certainty that they are still lurking, waiting for the right time to jump out and take over the entire void." Just listening to the first part of the speech, Yin Nuashing and Hui couldn't help but want to applaud. What he said was true. There was indeed something lurking in the void of order, waiting for an opportunity to take action. The void of order should be united. That was right. But he just put out a condition that he wanted to do something to persuade everyone. The important thing was not to listen to the condition, but to listen to what he wanted to do. Their strength is far beyond our imagination, and they don't care about the lives in the void. Now, the void has been greatly damaged by their attack. If they take action again in the future, no one in the void will be able to stop them. To be honest, if they appear in front of us now, I'm afraid they can only wait to be captured and killed. They are not existences that any of us can resist. Hui whispered to Feng. "Although this guy is telling the truth, I feel that the atmosphere is a little strange. What do you think?" "Not pure. Their purpose is not pure." Yin Nuashing picked her ears and whispered softly, "I'm tired of listening to it. I can already guess what he wants to say later. Hand in hand. However, it's just an excuse on the surface. In fact, it has other intentions." The people around were stunned. "Hand in hand? What's going on?" The girl glanced at them and looked at the middle-aged man. "Cut the crap. What do you want?" The middle-aged man took a light breath. When everyone's attention was on him again, he said softly, "We are now the most powerful collective in the void. However, no one can fight against them alone. Whether it is to protect ourselves or for this void, we have to abandon our prejudices and join forces to fight against the enemy." As soon as he said that, the scene froze. Everyone present, except for the people from the primordial world, widened their eyes and had strange expressions. They began to sneer and mock in their hearts. Abandon prejudices and fight against the enemy together. This is better said than sung. To hell with abandoning prejudices. The three families have been fighting here for countless years. There have been countless deaths and injuries, and they have exhausted countless resources. You want to let this matter go with just a simple sentence of abandoning prejudices? What? After being slapped by you, do I have to kneel and beg you to slap the other side of my face? To be honest, the people present today only had two identities. One was the invader, and the other two were the victims of the invasion. However, after the battle shifted to this place, one of the victims became the accomplice of the other two. The accomplice of the other two was also gnashing their teeth. Sooner or later, they would tear him apart and eat him. Then, the three families were entangled like this for a few eras. Of course, I know that this matter is of great importance, and I can't make a decision immediately. However, I have one more thing to remind everyone. He slowly leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, "They are about to take action. It might be in the near future. If you don't want to see them come to you, surrender, or you won't even have the chance to surrender." He revealed a contemptuous smile and slowly shook his head. His expression said what he wanted to say. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at everyone who was stunned. "Look at what I said, hand in hand. This is what he means. After beating you up, he still has the cheek to say, 'Oh, the enemy is now very dangerous. Let's reconcile and work together to deal with him first.' He even used such a posture. Can you bear it?" Someone couldn't help but frown. However, what he said is indeed the truth. That voice 5 years ago had a great impact on countless lives in the void. At that time, the void was in an uproar for a very long time. If this matter is really as he said, then that existence back then is going to take action again. I'm not excusing the primordial world. The fact that they attacked our world is something that can't be washed away and forgotten no matter what. I can't wait to tear them apart. However, if that existence is really... Oh, it was normal to be worried. In the face of a great enemy, they temporarily put aside their prejudices and settled the matter of living first. This was very reasonable, very reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. Internal strife was their internal strife. Family quarrels were also their family disputes. It had nothing to do with outsiders. However, they had a sullen face and an arrogant attitude of, "You might as well join us." They didn't look like they were here to discuss matters of life and death. Their attitude really made people have a bad impression of them. This matter is actually very easy to solve. Let me ask you, are you really worried that Ming, that fellow who was nagging in the void that day, will rush over and wash the void? Yin Nuashing asked indifferently. The people of the heaven mystic world looked at him strangely, but they all nodded. Indeed. However, we have been under pressure from the primordial world for the past few years. We have no time to think about this. If that's the case, Yin Nuashing made an "oh" sound at his heart. He tilted his head and glanced at Hui. Hui immediately revealed a bright smile in response. Then what? Are you done talking? Hui slowly stood up and broke the silence, causing everyone to be startled and cast their gazes on him. The primordial realm's realm lord also frowned slightly. That's what I mean. Do you have anything you want to ask? Yes, of course. Hui nodded and pointed at his feet. Why don't you explain the mass destruction energy hidden under the soles of our feet first? What do you plan to do with it? The expressions of the people of the primordial world all changed. Hui ignored them and continued. Tisk tisk, a high-level creation of order. Once the energy contained in it explodes, even a low-level primordial beginning will be heavily injured if there is no way to defend against it. Is this what you mean by abandoning prejudices and fighting against a great enemy together? Putting a knife to someone's neck first and then asking them to abandon their prejudices? I know how to do that too. You dare to scheme against us? Suddenly, someone from the two realms jumped up. Hui looked over with anticipation. It was the person he had mentioned before. After not seeing him for so many years, he didn't expect him to be at the peak of the primordial beginning realm. The primordial world realm master narrowed his eyes and glanced at Hui. Then he sneered. Yes, I'm scheming against you. What's wrong? Now that things have come to this, if you don't listen to my kind words and refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I will give you a hard order. He slowly stood up and looked down at everyone with his head slightly raised. His tone was cold. Now, I request that all of you immediately merge with our primordial world. If you can't do it, all of you and the people you brought here today can forget about returning. Are you joking? The person from the two realms couldn't help but sneered. The strength you have is at most equal to us, and you dare to talk nonsense here. At most, we will fight to the death. The middle-aged man shrugged and spread his hands. If that's the case, why didn't I see such a tough side of you when I stepped into the Saint Spirit realm and Changyuan realm last time? Well, there's no need to make the atmosphere so stiff. Hui raised his hand and waved it. We haven't said that we don't agree. Don't be so anxious. The primordial world realm master narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Who are you? Can you speak for the heaven mystic world? Yes. A certain female realm master nodded slightly, causing Yin Nuashing, who was drinking tea, to be stunned. She looked at her again and began to let her imagination run wild. However, this fellow was quite interesting. He had just shed all pretenses of cordiality, and yet he could still speak calmly, as if victory was in his hands. In the face of a matter of survival, this matter is easy to discuss. Hui scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Well, after we join, what do we have to do first? Also, who do you think is going to come out? How strong are they? When will they come out? If they come out, how should we defend and deal with them? You have to tell us first so that we can prepare. If we don't talk about these, it will be a mess when the time comes. There's no need to talk about abandoning prejudices and cooperating with the defense. Just relying on this thing under our feet won't work. These things will naturally be told to you when you join the primordial world. He glanced at Hui indifferently. No, these are the most important things. If we can't talk about it, how can we cooperate? You have your ideas, and we have ours. If we don't talk about it, what's the point of having a meeting, right? Right? Hui shook his head and said with a smile. The realm master of the primordial realm narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was cold. You talk too much. I've told you what I should tell you. As for the rest, you'll naturally know when you come. Don't let everyone in the void know that it was you who stopped the formation of the joint force, and that it was you who caused the void to suffer a great disaster. Huey's smile faded bit by bit. He lowered his head and sighed. He muttered in a low voice, I already said that this won't work. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, Phone! Clang! The table in front of him flew out with a loud bang, shocking everyone present. Yin Nuoxing stood up, his right hand still maintaining the action of flipping the table and throwing his arm out. He clapped his hands and said to everyone, including the people from the primordial world who were staring coldly at him, Come, look at me. Look at me. Yes, look at me. I have something to announce. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to lay all my cards on the table. You people from the primordial world are indeed Ha-Bai. Let me add something to you. What you said is actually correct. They are very powerful, but you didn't even reveal any key information. It's not because you don't want to say it, but because Yin Nuoxing shrugged. You can't say it at all. You don't know anything at all. You just cut off half of the information that you eavesdropped and started to blindly lie about it to scare people. But the truth is that you actually managed to scare them. Let me tell you, the guy who shouted at the void 5 years ago was a high-level primordial beginning realm expert. He was much stronger than you think. He didn't come out because he was already dead. The reincarnation road was blown into 3 parts and crushed into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Then I might as well tell you another piece of news. They will indeed come out again. Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms and sneered. It's better to say that they have never stopped. It's just that you pretended not to know. They are here now. They have always been here. And they will come out in 1.5 eras, or at most 2 eras, as you expected. Do you understand? Do you understand? The people from the Chanyuan realm and the Saint Spirit realm were stunned for a while. They looked at Huey's face back and forth for a while. Finally, they seemed to have confirmed something. They took a deep breath and covered their mouths, almost swallowing their tongues. They immediately slumped in their chairs and buried their faces on the table, muttering, Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. The gloomy expression of the primordial world's realm lord slowly turned blank. He was a little surprised and doubtful. Who are you? Don't you understand? Or are you still pretending at this moment? We have already come here. Don't you understand what this means? Hui sneered and shook his head helplessly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, shouting, Little Qingzi, gather, throw out the wall. Boom! Figures with tremendous auras descended from the sky and landed in all directions. Then, with a wave of their hands, pillars that were tens of thousands of feet tall were put together like a wall in front of them. Not long after they were fresh and hot from the furnace, a vast amount of energy began to gather, and the energy was aimed at everyone in the field. The energy, which was like the power of heaven, silenced everyone in the field. Under the pressure of the vast energy, they couldn't even let out a fart. So, do you understand now? Hui spread his hands and shrugged. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, whose eyes were full of shock and confusion, and continued, If you still want to pretend, then I'll make it clear. Let's make an official announcement. Everyone, we, on behalf of the Void Frontline, greet you. The 2 highest controllers have personally come to your territory and given you enough face. However, we saw you setting fire in a backyard and fanning the flames with your lives. We feel a little annoyed. We asked you to calm down, but you didn't calm down. Do you have to force us to give you face? The one over there with your head buried. Don't think that I can't see you. I recognized you a few days ago. Don't think that we're blind to the trouble you've caused. None of you can run away from me. Back then, when we left, we purposely told you guys not to participate in the Void Frontlines. We purposely left you guys behind to help stabilize the Void of Order when we weren't around. Yet, You guys were so happy to fight amongst yourselves. Now, you guys are fighting amongst yourselves. Did you have a good time? Can you not be so two-faced? Do you really think it's fun? Do you want to participate or not? No one forced you, right? If you don't agree, we have our own arrangements. But you are pretending? You agreed, but you still want to play dirty? Do you think that we won't turn back to care about you after we leave for 5 years? Do you believe that we can immediately bring people to flatten the Changyuan boundary and the Saint Spirit boundary? At this moment, the order void. No world can withstand our round of energy baptism. Idiots who overestimate themselves. The people of the Saint Spirit boundary and the Changyuan boundary suddenly turned pale. They all shrank their necks and did not dare to say a word. They really came back with thousands of troops, this momentum, this aura. Only then did the middle-aged man from the primordial boundary slowly calm down. However, it was useless no matter how calm he was. He knew very well that they were already here, so there was no need to talk about anything. I didn't expect you to really turn back and return to the Order Void. I thought you would always, we really have to thank the Underworld for relaxing their suppression on us, allowing us to have free time to come back and deal with the mess here. Hui sneered. He ran to the table in front of him and put one foot on the chair. Your speech just now was quite interesting. Of course, I was referring to the first half. I almost thought that you really wanted to resist. I was so touched. But I lied to you because it was too. Fawn, what did you say just now? The aura is so impure that my nose is about to fall off. Filthy thing. Yin Nuoxing sat down calmly and waved her hand. Since it has come to this, it's useless to say more. Those who are muddle-headed, wake them up. Those who are muddle-headed, go back to the factory for major repairs. Those who are stupid, have their nerves corrected. Those who tear down the house, push them into the void for a bath. Little Qing Zi, tear it down for me. He was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw Xiao Shi and Sui Qing walking to him. Xiao Shi put her hand on his shoulder and shook her head at him. He was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood. Let's do it. Hui was also stunned. He scratched his head and asked, What? You know each other? I saw you standing there for a long time without moving. I thought you didn't know each other. We know each other, but we are not familiar, just acquaintances. Sui Qing said softly. You. Inheritors. You're back. You. I thought you were also. The middle-aged man was confused and stunned. After a few seconds, his expression suddenly became strange. He held his head and could not help but laugh crazily. You were also? I knew that you were still alive. I should have known. I should have thought that the origin system would not be destroyed so easily. If you could have done it earlier. Earlier. It's useless to say more. In any case, what you have done is an established fact. There is no escape. You need to be punished. Xiao Shi's eyes glowed with purple gold light. She and Sui Qing looked at each other. The two girls rolled up their sleeves at the same time. After a violent energy explosion, what happened next was not suitable for children. Hui hurriedly put a shield over the place where the energy explosion happened. He hurriedly shouted, Hey, hit that. Hit that. Hit his face. His left face and his right face. Kick his ass. Kick him down. Girls don't need to talk about martial ethics when fighting. Take his eyes. Hit his head. Hit him 3 inches. Aya, don't be afraid to kill him. We have an emergency, life-saving energy tower here. It's fresh and hot. If you kill him, pull him up and continue to hit him. Don't give us face. Hit him with all your might. We won't do it. Hit him with our share. That's it. Twist his head off. Let him be stupid. Yin Nuoxing, the scene was tragic. The primordial realm master was pressed into the wall and beaten up. He was embedded in the energy tower and couldn't be pulled out. There were 2 small boot prints on his face. He seemed to have been attacked from both sides. His face was swollen like a gourd. Speaking of gourds, the energy tower was really like a skewer of candied haws. A group of people were embedded in the energy tower from top to bottom and were tied up by energy chains. Anyway, no one inside could resist. 2 primordial realms who were close to the peak of the intermediate level rushed in. Even if they were prepared, they couldn't even lift a finger. Anyway, today's matter was just a farce. Everyone was shocked. No one dared to take a deep breath. He suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at a certain young world lord. She was very calm as she looked at the commotion on the stage. When she sensed his gaze and saw the doubt in his eyes, she stood up and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Lord Feng, Lord Hui." The cup in Yun Nuoxing's hand fell to the ground. Hui, who was cheering at the side, stopped abruptly. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the calm young sector master. He could not help but ask, "You really ran away from our home?" "I was already at the front line in the 51st era." The young girl nodded slightly. "In the 52nd era, my home was attacked, and I had no choice but to leave the front line and come back to help. I met you several times, but did not recognize you." "I'm sorry." Yin Nuoxing and Hui. Ever since they came here, they had been using cognitive blur. They did not use it today because they were prepared to lay their cards on the table. So, she suddenly seemed to be asking them about everything today. Was it because, it was a habit? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. "But that's not right. Didn't you leave a message before we entered? You even said my name accurately. How could you not recognize me? Did you think that I have the same name?" The young sector master's face stiffened. She turned her head stiffly. "So that was your name. I always thought that you had a single word like Lord Hui. At that time, I just thought that you were an anomaly. I subconsciously felt that you were very reliable, so I gave the order. I didn't expect." Yin Nuoxing and Hui. All right. Another fellow who called out code names and honorifics so many times that he did not even know his real name. This was normal. Just like what they said, no one would know who they were if they called out their names. However, people would know when they called out their code names. However, this young girl's intuition was not bad. Anomaly. Wasn't he an anomaly? This was the strangest anomaly in the void of order. He was a moving void disaster. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, he was a disaster type. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped his forehead. This world is too funny, really. Chapter 2025. They had no intention of paying attention to the place that was trapped by the cover and where the sounds of fighting could be heard. Let Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing fight to their heart's content, since that was a matter of their era, and it was reasonable for them to resolve it. They, on the other hand, had to sort out the mess in this region. Back then, due to the urgency of the situation, I left the void front lines without reporting. I felt apologetic, which was why I left everything behind and fought on my own here. The young sector lord used a reporting tone to reply very seriously. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing and Hui felt rather speechless. "Wow, you idiot. You could have just brought the energy towers back and flipped this place over before going back and squeaking. It's not like it's a big deal. Since you already had the resolve to fight in the void front lines and kept fighting for an era, there's no telling how many years it would have ended even if there was any assessment or period. There's no need to go through so much trouble for such a thing." They actually did not have strict standards for the people in the void front lines, since they were first and foremost living beings and then warriors of order. They would have their own matters, their own homes, and their own families. It was normal for them to have family matters, personal matters, and trouble at the rear. Generally speaking, if there was a need to use the power of the void front lines, a squeak would be enough. Of course, only those who were officially recognized as warriors of order by their standards could bring the power of the void front lines out. Yin Nuoxing had fought in the front lines for an era and was well within that standard, which was why there was no problem. It was also because of this reason that there were so many worlds following behind the void front line. They were all brought here by the Order Warriors, and they were the frontline worlds that were pieced together by the Order Warriors. When there was no mission for the time being, it would be a consolation to be able to turn around and walk back home. Things like this were actually allowed, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. He just didn't expect that she would unarm herself without a second word and deal with it by herself. Absolutely not. The warriors of order can mobilize the power of the void front lines when they need it. Even if there's an emergency and there's no time to report, they could just come back and fill in the blanks. It's not like it's an unreasonable place that operates rigidly according to rules. Or rather, the void front line's greatest mission is to deal with the forces of the underworld and chaos. There's no time for that at all, Hui said with a bitter smile. The young female, sector master, shrunk her neck and lowered her head. But I've already felt deeply blessed when I was able to break through to the Yuanshu realm at the Void Frontlines, so I'm sorry. All right, this was a strict and stubborn fellow. If she had brought a batch of energy towers back with her when she returned in the 52nd era, they probably wouldn't have anything to do today. That Yuanshu realm would probably have been crushed in the cradle in the 52nd era. Anyway, when they were fighting with the Underworld, it didn't make much of a difference whether they had 10 million more energy towers or 10 million fewer. One or two more Yuanshu realm experts did not make much of a difference. He was still brooding over the matter of 20 high-tier elites charging into the Void Frontlines. It was also because he missed it very much that he deeply knew that the situation at that time could not have been any better. If Maple did not fight with his life on the line, the Void Frontlines might have been gone just like that. It was already considered a victory to be able to retain the Void Frontlines after that battle. We scratched his head. All right, let's not talk about what happened back then. What are your plans from now on? From now on, the young female sector master rolled her eyes and thought for a while. I want to return to the Void Frontlines after I've tidied up the world we exist in. Then, Lord Hui, I have a request approved. Take your time. There's no rush. There's still some time. Thank you for approving my request without hesitation, but I'll just say it. I want to tidy up our world and bring those who are willing to go to the Void Frontlines to help. We might need to make space for some of the world lights, but there shouldn't be too many of them. That's why we know. I can guess what you want to say the moment you open your mouth. Hui patted his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and wave his hand nonchalantly. TSK, there are places everywhere in the front lines. Just find a place to put them. By the way, you've left the front lines for a few eras, and there's a huge change there. You might have to be new recruits for a short while and have to get used to it. Laws, creations, the entire front lines has changed greatly since you left. Oh, by the way, these are new void coordinates. Don't go to the wrong place. The young female sector master nodded solemnly. I'm already mentally prepared. After they were done talking, she went to a corner and pulled her family aside to talk about something. She also realized that she did not have to care about what happened after that, and might as well go and deal with the aftermath. The battle that lasted for 4 eras was finally over, and there were many troublesome matters to be dealt with. She would not feel at ease going to the Void Frontlines if she did not deal with them. Yin Washing and Hui walked up to the smoke-billowing barrier. The latter put away the barrier that was accidentally damaged, while the former brushed away the dust. Everyone poked their heads out to take a look inside, before quickly covering their eyes. Damn it, they could no longer tell if the person on the ground was a single person or a group of people. Wow, that's brutal. Ichin couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw this scene. She looked at the two girls who were having fun slapping each other and couldn't help but say, I didn't know that the two of them were so violent. TSK, do you think the people of the Origins faction are small fries? Our family's heirs make you look harmless purely because there's a void-level calamity poking at the side, and you're already used to it. His ruckus is much bigger than an army-level heirs. Just throw that thing up, and other levels of things will be over in a flash, and there's no need to tidy up. Hui waved his hand and said, unsurprised. I Ching carefully turned her head and saw that Lord Feng's cheeks were twitching slightly, but he was too lazy to retort. She could not help but stick out her tongue. Lord Feng was silently admitting that he was too lazy to tidy up his weird identity. But that was indeed the case with a void-level calamity poking at the top. Everything else looked insignificant. Speaking of which, I've been away for dozens of days. I wonder if anyone at the Void Frontlines has figured out a way to defeat Chaos Lord Feng's shadow. There should be a strategy, right? Could it be that he was still being beaten up in the tower? A few Order warriors came forward and carefully collected the wreckage on the ground. They hurriedly used the energy tower for rescue to clean it up, restoring the tens of thousands of parts in a living hundreds of people. They then escorted the unimportant people to the side, leaving the Yuanshu realm master who had been beaten into a pulp on the ground. They then left silently. Hey, are you still alive? Looking at the primordial realm master who was sitting on the ground in a daze with his head down, Hui squatted down and poked his shoulder. Can you still stand up? Don't tell me you've been beaten up so badly that even your soul is dead. I see that you're full of a rotten aura from inside out, and I feel that everything is very wrong. What's wrong? The last era has passed, and your heart has been pierced back and forth millions of times? Or was your soul taken to the void of chaos and ravaged back and forth for a few eras, and when you came back, your hope was already shattered and you're delirious? A certain dim-witted realm master didn't seem to hear his words. He just lowered his head and didn't even want to breathe. He didn't have any reaction even when Hui was fiddling with him, and this made him feel distressed. He turned around and shouted, "Feng, come over and take a look." Nuashing glanced at the guy who was sitting on the ground as if his soul had been sucked away. She thought for a while and said, "There's no hope. Give up. Goodbye." Everyone, 3 consecutive abandonments. It seemed that there was really no hope for him. There's nothing sadder than a dead heart. Although I don't know what's going on, it's true. Even his spirit and soul are about to dim. Nuashing exhaled lightly and looked at Shi Shao and the others. Who is he? Who was he at your time? The ruler of a world. He was one of the few worlds that were close to the continent of origin, Sui Qing explained calmly. Although he wasn't someone who could freely come and go from the continent of origin, most of the venerated gods liked to be lively. At that time, no one would trespass on the continent of origin, so they were allowed to stay nearby. After all, it wasn't a world that was deliberately moved here. It was just an origin world that was born on the spot. Although I don't know what happened, but from the looks of it, it should be related to the venerated gods and the passing of that era. The heavenly god of origin was a spiritual pillar for you and the warriors of order of that era. Although it wasn't a religion, it was almost at that level. Nuashing glanced at the man on the ground. Things related to them would be slightly exaggerated, especially the matter of their death. You and most of the warriors of order were actually fine. Perhaps they were mentally prepared, or perhaps they didn't have the time to care about themselves. By the time they reacted, it might have been a long time ago, or they might have become numb to it. But for some very, very special people, it might really be the extent of their spiritual pillar collapsing. Unlike you, who could still hold on after hearing about their deaths. Speaking of which, he had also repeatedly mentioned the heavenly god of origin just now. The possibility of this guess is indeed very high. Hui listened and stroked his chin. So, he was a warrior of order? But he wasn't a warrior of order who was stationed at the base all year round. Young nodded slightly in response to this question. If you like it, you fight. If you don't like it, you don't fight. There were many people back then, Nuashing and Hui. This was a battle that depended on one's mood. If one was in a good mood, one would rush forward and fight. If one was in a bad mood, one would sigh and return to one's nest to sleep when one saw the rain and did nothing. There seemed to be nothing to say. They could only complain about this. Forget it. Let's not complain. After all, he had once fought from the perspective of order. Now that he had done something wrong, it was fine to just beat him up as punishment. There was no need to throw a meteorite at his head. Furthermore, looking at how depressed he was to the point that his soul fire was about to be pinched out by himself, he would probably kill himself if he was left sitting here for a period of time. How should we deal with this? We turned around and looked at Maple. There's also the huge primordial realm. Its influence seems to be quite big. Right, Lil Qingzi? Yes, after all, it's good. There are no specific statistics. Anyway, it controls many worlds. I Ching nodded. If we announce the disbandment rashly, it will be quite troublesome to clean up. It's mainly about cleaning up the trouble. Furthermore, apart from here, there are still large and small battles at the borders of the 3 factions. Some of the worlds that have been involved are probably already angry. These parts are even more difficult to clean up. For the time being, let's keep the name of the primordial realm. Find someone to take over. Then, we just have to maintain a relatively stable large-scale battle. For those who are really angry, try to coordinate. It shouldn't be difficult to coordinate if the hatred isn't great. If it's too serious, it won't be coordinated at all. Even if we force them not to fight now, they will fight in the future. The idea of dying of old age and letting the hatred be replaced is a fantasy to the immortals. Nuashing crossed his arms and sighed. Furthermore, hatred can be passed down. What about the inheritance? Anyway, let's settle the matter of the three clans fighting first, and let them all stop fighting. Although I don't think that this shout can make the places affected by them stop fighting immediately, we can only forcefully intervene first, and then slowly deal with the rest. Those who want to reconcile will naturally stop fighting after hearing about the ceasefire. Those who don't want to will find other ways to cause trouble. As he spoke, he looked at the silent people from the Longwall realm and the Saint Spirit realm who wanted to run but didn't dare to. He nudged Hui with his shoulder. What are you waiting for? Go and deal with the mess left behind by history. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Hui immediately came back to his senses. He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the people from the two realms while cursing. He shrugged. He knew about the matter of the Longwall realm and the Saint Spirit realm, helping to maintain the peace at the rear. It was after the front line of this generation's void officially gained a foothold. Later on, when they saw the chaos in the Order Void and determined that the troublemakers were related to the people from the previous generation, they thought that the two factions had encountered an unstoppable force and couldn't suppress them. They didn't expect them to turn around and get involved. That was really ridiculous. To be honest, he wanted to seize the opportunity to crack such a two-faced person in such a dangerous matter. But forget it. He would let Hui deal with this matter. As for him, if he dealt with this matter, the resentment in his stomach would definitely be out of his control. When the time came, he would do many unnecessary things. I Ching scratched his head and stopped tormenting a certain realm master who was in a daze. He pointed at him. Lord Feng, what about him? Him. Yin Nuoxing glanced at a certain person who was completely disheartened and sighed. She then turned to young master and the others. Let you deal with him? Or do you need my help? To be honest, I don't know how to deal with him. Young master's pretty face frowned slightly and sighed. If the previous world still exists, perhaps it would send him back. But now there might be nothing left. If we can't make a decision based on the past, why don't we deal with him according to the current rules of order? I Ching scratched his head. But Lord Feng, we don't have a plan to deal with these people at the moment. That's right. We've been busy fighting against the chaos in the underworld. Who would have thought that we would one day return to the Order Void to deal with such trivial matters like capturing people? I don't know how to deal with this either. Yin Nuoxing also scratched her head and made a distressed sound in her throat. After a heavy sigh, she spread her hands. I don't know. If we just kill him on the battlefield, everything would be over. But look at him now. Forget it. I'll take him to her and deal with him for her. They have the right to deal with him. Seeing Lord Feng carrying a certain dumbfounded realm lord and running towards the realm lord of the heavenly mystical world, I Ching didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed. Well, it's appropriate to deal with the invaders after they've been defeated by them. At most, they'll be cheering for the young realm lord, who's also a warrior of order. They'll be helping to dismantle and dismantle. She'll have a lot of things to do after this. Although she'll return to the Void frontline after she's done it, she probably won't be able to return for a while. She'll know how difficult it is to deal with the large-scale aftermath after doing it once. After about 4 eras, the flames of war that had spread across dozens of Void regions finally came to an end after Hui scolded the people of the two worlds and nagged the young female sector lord about the handling of the primordial world situation. Then, the situation entered the next stage, the aftermath stage. The remaining matters that needed to be dealt with were all in this stage. The beginning of this matter was very normal. After 4 eras, it ended in a ridiculous way. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the ending was still going according to their script. The curtains fell peacefully, and the war ended peacefully. Various places, big and small, beat the gong to retreat, and some continued to fight to the death. These were all expected. As for the specific matters, to put it very irresponsibly, they were all thrown to the young realm lord to deal with. After some discussion, they decided to merge the primordial world and the heavenly mystical world into one. From a certain point of view, it was really a certain fool's wish. It was really worth celebrating, although the core was a little different, and he didn't have the time to respond. It sounded very troublesome to deal with, but in fact, it wasn't too big of a problem. The core personnel of the primordial world happened to be on this island. They could directly catch all of them in one fell swoop. As for the remaining soldiers of the primordial world, if they were just recruited, they could return to where they came from. If they were the main personnel, there was no problem. Now, the primordial world didn't have a single primordial realm expert, so they couldn't make any waves. As for these captured captives, it was better for the young realm lord to deal with them. As for the matter of the Saint Spirit world and the Chanyuan world, he didn't know what to say. To put it in a very subjective way, he didn't have a good impression of these two worlds. It was close to the edge of indifference and hatred. As for the reason, there was one reason in this era. Since he knew that they were stirring up trouble, his good impression of them dropped. The second reason was the reason from the primordial age. They were so happy when they charged into the realm of the gods. Their loud laughter made him want to knock their teeth out. It was a pity that he and his companions were suppressing world-class beings at that time. Although he had settled the matter at the end, he still could not raise the favorability points. He would not do something like that after being slapped. He would not do it. He really would not do it. He did not use the source collapse to prove that he had restrained himself. He did not bring the resentment of the ancient times to this time. After all, that was something that would happen in the future. It was not worthwhile to settle it at this time. He was not a fool. In any case, the two major powers of this era were two-faced bastards, and the god realm had suffered a huge blow in the future because of them. He felt that this was as far as his favorability level would go, and it was basically impossible for it to go any higher. How could he possibly forget what had happened in the past before they did everything in their power to atone for their sins? How could he possibly fall in love with her just like that? It was impossible. It was impossible for him to ever fall in love with her. Those bastards should have stayed with the underworld. Fine, it wasn't that serious. The underworld had jumped to the side of the chaos. The Chanyuan world and the Saint Spirit world were still in order. They were more or less normal. So forget it. What was the point of him worrying about this? If he kept worrying about it, he wouldn't be able to hold back his grudge. He was going to take out the rhythm of light and the poem of darkness. After settling this matter, Hui was still cursing. Let him curse to his heart's content. If Hui shouted his name, he would definitely hand over the rhythm of light. He was going to create a portal to return to the front lines of the void, but Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing pulled him back. Wait, Ling. He said he left something behind. Xiao Xiao pulled him back and stared at the void. It might be something left behind. Let's go take a look. He actually left something behind. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. It should be something related to the previous era. He didn't expect that person to not take it out in the end. The order creation hidden under this floating island was just an ordinary high-level order creation. Well, it was taken out from Luo Ying's world. He recognized it. Where is that thing hidden? In the primordial world. On the way to the primordial world, they told him about the situation. It seemed that it was said after the beating. He didn't know what kind of mentality that foolish realm master had to say this. Was it to atone for his crime? Or did he feel that he was going to die? So he simply said it to prevent the secret from being buried forever? Or was it a secret that was left behind for the origin world? He didn't know. He didn't understand. The guy who went crazy because of the collapse of his spiritual pillar and because of the emergence of his spiritual pillar suffered another spiritual shock. The mental stimulation from before and after had most likely made him even crazier. He didn't know what the former was thinking. Actually, there was still a way to cure him. However, if he was as crazy as him and still caused trouble in the world of order, it was better to give him a quick death. But in the end, they didn't know what the foolish realm master wanted to do. Maybe the impure voice he heard did contain some sincerity? Maybe the three families united to resist the underworld? Even though his thoughts might not be pure, such thoughts did exist. Who knew what they were? The primordial realm's lair was actually behind this battlefield, in a hidden world of light. Before they rushed in, they had imagined what this place would look like. For example, it would be filled with the remains of various items from the previous era, or it would be decorated in a dazzling and magnificent manner. However, the reality was that when they rushed in, they only saw a dying starry sky. The starlight had been completely extinguished, and even the space had shrunk to the size of a few light years. In the dark space, There were only broken rules, filled with all kinds of chaotic and dilapidated auras. It was as if everything left in the last scene of the previous era had been stored in this space. The starry sky that no longer existed reverberated with this symphony of the shattered void and countless fragments mixed together. They could vaguely see a broken figure sitting here, holding a severely damaged instrument in his hand, playing the music stubbornly. It was not pleasant to the ears, and it was a bit noisy. What remained here was as if only endless sorrow and grief were left. If his discovery of the soul-suppressing ring was said to be an item called hope left behind by the previous era, then what was left behind in this space should be despair. It was all the sounds of despair left behind after the destruction of this world. Yin Nuoxing turned his head to look at Xiao Shi and Sui Qing. They were suddenly in a trance. It was not strange. The sounds in this place were all left behind from the previous era, including the origin rules. However, they had all been shattered. He did not know where this space once existed. Perhaps it was the center of the battlefield, or perhaps it was the world where the Realm Lord once lived. Everything in the past had turned into smoke and dust in the void. Everything had been annihilated, including all his remaining emotions. Perhaps this was the source that made him like that. Little star, I found the hidden space. Let's go and take a look. He waved her hand and grabbed his arm with both hands. She hurriedly flew forward, causing him to be stunned. Not long after, he was dragged in front of a dim energy seal, and there were still remnants of her aura on it. It was probably caused by her when she was tossing around just now. Ah, a three-dimensional array. Yin Nuoxing fiddled with the seal for a while. When he saw that it was changing shape, he understood. He turned his head helplessly and looked at Xiao Shi, who was walking over. Well, I can only leave it to you. Xiao Shi tilted his head and suddenly thought of something. Do you want me to go back and teach you? I want to, but I don't have that much time. Yin Nuoxing covered his left cheek and sighed. There are still many things to do. Let's see what the situation is after we solve those things. However, I'm still very interested in the new array form. After all, he covered his cheek and smiled. A new power form means that we can set off new and bigger fireworks. How happy is that? The girls. This guy is hopeless. His head is full of fireworks.